Good morning and welcome along to RC Racing TV's coverage of round 2 of the 1/10th Off-Road British National Championship. We're here at Bingham Model Raceway just outside of Nottingham, Sherwood Forest country. So we've moved from the west of the country back over to East Midlands now. We're here at Bingham Model Raceway, their first national of their first national ever. They've held other events here like vintage meetings and regionals, but this is their first national. Completely different track to where we were last time. This track is there's no man-made obstacle or jumps, wooden jumps like we had at the last round at Potteries. This is all carved out of the ground and hard cut under the surface, and then the Astro laid over the top. A proper off-road track, if you will. I certainly think it is one of my local tracks, and I think it's going to be a completely different test for the guys that race here. After last meeting where it was all about corner speed and jumps, this is more about getting a clean 5 minutes. You're not going to be looking for outright corner speed. You need bump handling on this track. As we get the train going past, you need bump handling on this track, and a good, safe pair of hands on the transmitter. You need to drive within yourself. Is the best way I can describe this track. You always need to drive within yourself. Like 85-90% is what you want to be at. You don't really want to be pushing to 100 because it's going to be hard work to hang on to your car. So this week, just myself and Matt at the track this weekend. So it's just like old times. Found a photo of us both from 2007, I think it was, back when we were doing coverage of at a different meeting. We send our best wishes to Cam Felton. Hopefully he's listening online. He chose, instead of going racing on Wednesday, to go and play football, and has broke his leg. So we don't have Cam, the cameraman, on camera duty this weekend. We've got Matt. So we pass our best wishes on to Cam. We also still pass our extended best wishes on to Tony, who's of Doka, who's still not here at this, our 1/10th off-road chairman, who's still unwell at the minute. So we pass our best wishes on to Tony, and hopefully he's well soon and back at the track with us all in the very near future. So this is practice. Oh no, we've just finished practice 2 of round 2 of practice. Fastest guy in practice 1, unsurprisingly for me, was Ben Smith, a local and very quick guy. Winner of 4-wheel drive national last time out at Potteries, and also fast in 2-wheel drive at Potteries. So hopefully we've got. Hopefully Ben's going to have another good meeting here. I think there'll also be So just sorting out, we've had a little technical issue with cameras this morning, and we're just making sure that they're both working again. Where was I? So practice 3 is up and running. In practice in 3 we have Jamie Banks, Mark Christopher, Phil Campbell, Lee Stokes, Paul Ragg, Andrew Luxford, Mark Keane, Paul Tonks, Andrew Shillito and Roger Mills, our tech officer.
Tyres marked as of yet, that is now available. And the marking for tyres is now available if you haven't done so already.
So again, we're just at this meeting, to all of you who didn't catch our first coverage of the first meeting at Potteries. The tyres this year are marked. The drivers are allowed 2 sets of tyres during dry qualifying. If at any point the meeting is declared a wet meeting, they can change to the optional tyre, which is Mezzo in silver compound. And whenever the meeting is declared dry, they can go back. I think they've now left that to driver's choice. So once the meeting's declared wet, it's up to you if you want to risk it and put your dry tyres back on. But the weather forecast this weekend is looking really good. Or today it is. A little less so tomorrow, but today it's blue sky. Not much cloud, so hopefully we're going to get away with another meeting just on dry tyres, which is always nice. So, yep, going back, fastest guy in practice round one was Ben Smith. He was super fast, about 8 seconds up the road of everyone else over a 3-minute practice, which is really good. He's looking around 30. We're going to be fast 13 lap pace on through qualifying for the top guys. Maybe 14 lap pace. I don't think so. Luckily I've got my phone so I can receive messages from Matt while he's on the rostrum. Yeah, so Ben did, he was in like the low 22, I think, going back, 22.88, so he's going to be very close to 14 lap pace. And I guess the other guys will soon catch up, but this being one of Ben's local tracks, I think a favourite. I'm also going to put money on someone else I'm not going to name, making their first National A final this weekend. I've got a good feeling for a guy who can drive that neat and tidy line that I expect will be required throughout practice and qualifying. We're also going to try and catch up with some of the local guys, get their feelings on the first National. We're also going to get hold of Pete from Potteries. Now we want to get his reaction from his club running their first National last week of Potteries, and now he's had time for the dust to settle. We'll get Pete on the mic and speak to Pete about how he thought the meeting went. But once again, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors without who this coverage would not be possible. So I'd like to thank our sponsors. They are TKR, Associated, Futaba, Rude Bits, Kyosho, MB Models, Andy's Models, TMG Speed, Rudog, Schumacher, Yokomo and X-Ray. And of course, the other people that we really couldn't do this footage without is you RCTV heroes out there. So thank you once again for all of you guys out there. If you would like to drop us comments in the chat, we'll try and keep an eye on it. But there is only 2 of us here this weekend, so unfortunately I'm going to be popping between screens. Well, it's definitely working because I can see my good old mucker, Rob Swallow, has sent me a message first thing this morning. Yep, you can send messages all you like this morning, Rob. I'm going to get you back tomorrow. So, the fronts, are the fronts free or control tyre? No, the fronts are a control tyre, so 2-wheel drive is stagger, low profile stagger, the cut staggers that we all use on Astro. You are allowed any amount of tyres. The only controlled number of tyres is on the rear axle. You're allowed 2 sets throughout the day, and then 4-wheel drive, a controlled tyre on the front is mezzo, and that's the same. So it'll be yellow mezzo and and silver mezzo if it rains tomorrow, and silver cut stagger if it rains today. But front tyres are open, rear tyres are limited to 2. You can do with them what you want. You can cut, trim, add glue to the sidewall, but you can't add any extra spikes to the tyres. You can only trim what was originally there. So you're allowed to modify the tyre from its existing, how it comes out of the packet, but you're not allowed to add to it. The only thing you can add to it is glue. So hopefully that clears up. Right, go back to, I'm going to switch back now. I'll keep popping back and forward to see the comments. This is heat 4 of practice. Jack Mills-White, a few guys who will remember him from Potteries. Had a really good meeting for Potteries. And I think we'll also be on for a good meeting here this weekend. Young up-and-coming driver that we interviewed and took some time out with the Potteries. So he's the pink and white car in the middle, but I'll just swap back to our main camera for Matt. Yeah, so Matt's picked up our Jack Mills-White going around the carousel over the first of the, last of the, quite a few little speed humps on this. So I'll give you a lap of the track with Jack. So down the main straight, past us, commentary corner, sweeper, over like a square tabletop, and then big back tabletop where you kind of need to jump it short. So you don't want to be jumping it too long. Through the Valley of Doom, over to Sleeping Policeman, another corner tabletop, round the carousel, another roller, and back onto unlucky for Jack. So we'll pick up another car. Who we're going to pick up this time by, looks like car 5. It can't be that, unless they've not put their numbers on yet. This is still only practice, so no one will have their numbers on. We were following Jack because he's got a white wing. We can keep on with this car coming down the straight now, see if it's someone I recognise. It's Adam Parai by the looks of it, one of our Northwest drivers. But these guys, so Adam Parai down to the 22.67 best lap. So for those of you wanting to know, you need to be under 23 seconds to get through for a 14 lapper. So these guys, most of these guys are getting close to that. The average is at around 23.5. So with best lap of 22.6 and an average of 23.6, looks like Adam's got the pace in his car, just needs to find that little bit of consistency to maximise. This time, so as we move into heat 5. It was Bowden's car. Wrong numbers, mate. Confused me, mate. Thought you were Jack. Oh, you've done that already, don't worry. Yeah, typical Bowden. Yeah, so that was Bowden that we were following around at the end. Just warming up first before I turn this on. Yeah. So heat 5. No. Okay. I'm trying to work out where the timing loop is. I think it's right at the start of the straight. Oh. So at the minute we're following around that yellow and white X-ray of, trying to work out. I wish people would put numbers on for practice, really do. Make my job easier. Well, they'll have them on for heats. Let's see who it is as they come across the stripe this time round. Ash Haywood. Ash, regular mid-east competitor. So he should be good round here. So we'll follow Ash round through the Valley of Doom. Getting it hooked up a little bit on a pipe there, but around the carousel. So Ash, normally in the middle of the B final and regionals in the mid-east, can make A finals when he's on fire. We'll see. So 24.37 last time by. Best lap 24.37, so a little off the pace of the other guys, but don't have to be quick on outright lap pace. Two very similar cars. That's going to be confusing for Matt. Very similar cars.
Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Oh, luckily one's got a white wing, and they're both X-rays. Perfect.
Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2. That's a bit loud. That's about right.
Yeah, so we're right next to the PA system here, which might mean I'm going to have to check my mic in a minute to go out onto the track. So both of the Haywoods are in this, Ash and Tom, and two brothers. I wonder if they've both got the same paint scheme. Just notice Tom's jumped to the point now. So these guys now finding the feet now. We're now getting down into the 23.2. So 23.2. Getting close to that 23-second lap pace for doing 14 laps. Only practice, mate. Someone getting a little bit het up. But it's only practice. Testing. Can you hear me? Can you hear me on this one now? No. Not at all. Any better? Can you hear me on this at all? No. So just checking the track mic. Doesn't seem to be working. So heat 6, my look at Lee Charnock. Yeah, we'll follow him round. Easy car to follow. He looked good in practice. I don't want to put the mockers on Lee, but he was looking good in practice. His car looked good, driving well. Another guy from the Mid-East region and local. We do the Friday series on here, or Bingham have an arrive and drive on Friday night, so you can just turn up, rock up. There's no race meeting. You just turn up, rock up with your stuff, and drive round until you're bored of driving round. Come on, Lee. I'll put the mockers on you in practice. We'll keep following Lee round with a black wing. Orange and blue associated car. But yeah, Bingham have arrive and drive on a Friday night and just turn up through the summer months. Pay your money, race or drive around until you're bored and go home. But they also have the super popular Boss Series, the Bingham Off-Road Summer Series, where lots of guys, so they run vintage and modern on the same Sunday, and it's normally a pretty busy event, normally 7 or 8 heats, good spread of cars, good field of drivers as well, so the halls normally come up. And you get like people like Charlie Saunders, Harry Saunders, the Halls, and then you get a good mixture of guys coming up and running vintage their vintage stuff. It's a good competitive or summer series that's well run by the club on an excellent track. So we're picking up purple and white car over through the corner tabletop. I think this might be Harry. I think it is Harry Saunders that we're following around now. It is, that's Harry Saunders. So Harry Saunders, our current practice leader over Charlie. So 23.7 for Harry that time by. Good laps from Harry. Younger of the Saunders brothers and quickly getting quicker. Can't remember how old he is, but I think he's only 12, maybe 13. I mean, Charlie, when I first met Charlie, I think he was 13. And he beat me at a regional final somewhere. Yeah, Harry's over again. I'm following around now. Orange. Oh, like orange car of Graham Lyle. Remember his car from Potteries? Oh, good. He's got his numbers on. Thanks, Graham. But yeah, Graham had a good meeting at Potteries. It was pretty quick from the earlier heats. Some of our guys will still be in the earlier heats, even though they had a good Potteries result. At the seeding for heats doesn't get sorted until after round 4, when it can go on your overall championship position.
Just 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. That's better. And if you haven't had your tyres marked yet, please head over to scrutineering. If you haven't had your tyres marked yet, please head over to scrutineering.
Right, I'm just going to put my mic down for a minute while I go and see if I can sort out the track mic. Just 1 second, I'll be back. Sorry about that.
Testing.
Matt, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. That's that one.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hello. Oh, sorry. We have had some issues getting a mic, but we're back. Hello. Oh, you can hear me now. Sorry. So practice 8 up and running, or has just been. Who's that with the broken arm? Trying to work out who that is. I think that's Freddie Thompson. Looks like. Yep, with a broken arm. Wonder what Freddie's been up to.
Still waiting on marshal point 6, please.
Yeah, so once again, apologies for the delay in the coverage. Just been sorting out some technical issues with the mic and cameras, but that's what practice is for. So Freddie will be first away. Yeah, blue and white X-ray car, I recognise that.
Check audio 1, 2, check that there somewhere.
So we're following Freddie Thompson round. Blue and white X-ray down the main straight, 22.65 outlap. I think Ben Smith did low 22s in round 1 of practice. You guys were looking at 14 lap pace, if you can get sub 23 average. Freddie backs is 22 with a 23.1. Matt Drew at 22.86. Matt Dodd 24.03. Isaac McFadden 23.99. No, 23.21 now. Jacob Tomlinson, local guy, 23.99. So a couple of guys, or local guys, in later heats this time after good results at Potteries. That better? No, not really. Is it why you're getting feedback from it? I'm not able to do anything. We'll try and move it in a minute. So Freddie Thompson now 22.73 last time by. Jacob Tomlinson 23.83. Matt Dodd 23.56. And the other guys sub 24. No one else managed. No one's managed to sub. Anyone else managed sub 24? Oh, Isaac McFadden now 23.17. Sorry. So looks like we're following Matt Dodd round on camera. Matt, previous A finalist, 3-time national A finalist. 23.91. So Matt's average lap now is under 24 second lap. So sub 24 is 13 lap pace. Middle 13 lap pace, around 13.9 would be somewhere where you'd be heading. It's just under 24 seconds average. Freddie Thompson though still fastest guy in this heat, 22.87. Average lap 22.65. Best lap, so really close between best and average. So he's looking at that. He'll be looking at 14 lap pace at the end of qualifying. You have a good clean run. that better? So heat 10 following Chris Everson round. Our lead car from practice 1. Through the Valley of Doom, over the first of the 2 sleeping policemen, corner tabletop and up to the carousel. Chris Southport local, also 7-time National A finalist, I think if I remember right, with his looks like X-ray car. And now 22.87 out lap. And fastest so far, the current drivers. Will Venables 23.2, Eugene Galley 23.5, Colin May 23.9, Stuart Marn 23.9. You guys all sub 24 on your outlaps. So we're looking at mid 13 lap pace. Will Venables though now 23.43. So that'll be the red and white associated with Chris Evans. No, yep, no, it's definitely Will. So the red, white and clear winged associated coming over to through the Valley of Doom, through the sleeping policeman. There you go, there's Will Venables. So 23.13 last time by. Chris Everson though still the fastest guy in the heat with a 22.87. Nothing between them though. Eugene Galley and Will Venables now. Eugene with the 22.95, so goes sub 23. That's Eugene that Will's just got past. So those 2 cars, or fastest cars of this heat. I think it looks like it's Chris behind them. So those 3 will need to work together in qualifying. 22.95 best lap for Eugene, 23.45 for Stu Marn, 23.13 for Will Venables. Helliwell with the 24.04, Mr. Rock Paper Scissors. Chris Everson 22.87, Oscar Keane 23.82, Andy Woods 23.47, Colin May 23.69, Steve Brown 24.03 and Kevin Hodkinson 23.14. Your best laps of this practice heat. Stu Marn though now takes this one up, 23.76 average. Not quite as fast as we've seen from previous heats, but getting closer to that 14 lap run, which you'll need a sub 23 second average to get. It'll be a fast 13 for Stuart Marn, we predicted. So now getting to the business end with heats 11 and 12. So our top 2 heats. Ben Smith goes in the final heat, if I remember, and was the standout car in round 1 of practice. Each 11 then. Tommy Hall leads us round. Lee Martin, Charlie Saunders, Luke Holdsworth, Ewan Tumilty, Callum Ackroyd Bench, Hudson Knight, Tommy Dale, Jamie Hall, and our two-wheel drive winner from round 1, Josh Holdsworth, not Luke. See what Tommy opens out with. Tommy opens out with a 22.21, 22.39 for Charlie Saunders, 22.8 for Lee Martin, 23.2 for Callum Ackroyd Bench, 22.87 for Hudson Knight, and 22.88 for Josh Holdsworth. They're the guys under sub 23. What does Tommy back up with? Doesn't look like a great lap because the gap's closed and it isn't. Charlie Saunders with 22.1 now takes this one up. 22.25 average, so that is 14 lap pace for sure. Fast 14 lap pace as well. Lee Martin 22.48, Hudson Knight 22.46. So we can go to the front of this car going over the back tabletop first. That's Lee Martin. We'll catch up with Lee and then we'll go back a few in a bit and follow Lee round. Guy that I don't think has been here before, and 22.95. He's getting down to that sub 23 second average, which is what he'll need for a 14 lap run. Wide line over the corner tabletop to carry some corner speed there. Through the Valley of Doom. Don't want to hit either side of that. You will launch your car off. Round the carousel and coming round back onto the main straight. And what's he got this time? 22.56, but his fastest lap 22.06. That's new hot lap of practice so far. Charlie Saunders 22.1. So we're going to see 21 second laps at some point today. Don't think we're going to get to 15 lap pace though. We need to be under 21.5 seconds for 15 lap pace. So it's going to be fast 14 laps for the top guys. So Lee's got that consistency, 22.5 average, 22.18 last lap, 22.06 best lap. 22.1 for Charlie Saunders, 22.34 for Hudson Knight, 22.52 for Callum Ackroyd Bench, 22.3 for Josh Holdsworth, 22.2 for Tommy Hall. We're still following Lee round, and I think Lee has the measure of this track already, and King, good smooth driving which will suit this track down to the ground for Lee. So finishes with 22.55 average. That's fast 14 lap pace for Lee Martin. Hudson Knight finishes second in this one, 22.72 average, 22.93 for Callum Ackroyd Bench and 22.99 average for Josh Holdsworth. Those three guys all sub 23, so they're safely through for 14 lap runs in qualifying. Can you hear this? Hang on. Yeah. Can you hear this? Oh. I wonder if we turned it down. Here. Can you?
You've got stuff coming over there because I've got a few things. What she said. No. When you go into the corner, it has a lot in. When you have way less out. And this track, when it holds onto the front, it just fucking moves.
So practice 12 now. Ben Smith fastest in round 1. Benchmark's been set though by Lee for estimated 14 and 15. So don't think 14 and 15, that looked like a pretty clean run by Lee, so I don't think 15 lappers are going to be the order of the day, but we're 7 seconds inside 14 lappers, so top guys will be spread, I think, by their usual like 8-9 seconds a lap over the 5-minute run for the top 10, I think. But you're definitely going to need to be on that 14 lap pace to get a top 10 in round and be well inside, I think. Let's see what Ben Smith can lay down in this one. So we can pick up Ben, the green and white Schumacher LD3 of Ben Smith over the back jump, and he sent it long. Unusual, I thought Ben would be going short, but he's gone long. Over the corner tabletop, round the carousel, over the sleeping policeman, first and second, and back onto the straight. Who's going to be first to do a 21-second lap? 22.35 for Ben Smith, 22.6 for Ryan Clark, 22.2 though for Thomas Phipps, a couple of cars back, but we'll keep on with Ben. As Ben worked his way into this second round of practice and finds his groove. 22.31 that time by, so still not down at the low 22s which you saw from Lee Martin at the end of the end of the last heat. And Ben's over, so if we can drop a couple of cars back to the green, it's actually the one behind Ben Smith, so it's the next green car, which is Thomas Phipps. So they've just come down the end of the straight now. That's Thomas Phipps, current leader of this heat. 22.2 last time by for Tom Phipps, and that's quick. He's getting down to the time that Lee was doing, 22.06, I think is the fastest I've seen. No one into the 21s yet. I thought we'd see a 21 in this heat. Ben 22.14 putting the hammer down now, trying to pick up the pace, and now he's got a target to chase round in Tom Phipps. Should be able to claw some lap time back. Tom got it slightly wrong then, and 23.37 last time by, not the smoothest lap, but it's still not too bad, and that's the thing, you don't have to crash on this track to lose a lot of lap time. It's just about keeping your car going forwards around here. Tom's finding a rhythm again. Over the corner tabletop, round the carousel, through the 2 speed bumps, and back onto the straight. 22.2 again, best lap 22.2. Ben Smith though, best lap 21.99, so first lap of practice under 22 seconds go to Ben Smith. Don't think that's a surprise. We've had a couple of rough laps, and that's dropped his average back down to 22.79, still well inside 14 lap pace though. Oliver Natras with a Kyosho car, 22.78, but Daniel Pohl just spotted there, 22.07 last time by. So we can drop back a few. No, we won't be able to drop back a few because that's it. That's the end of practice. Thomas Phipps finishes with a 22.59 average. A bit slower than Lee Martin's time. Daniel Pohl found a bit of rhythm towards the end, 22.07. A couple of low 22s I saw from Daniel towards the end of that run. Ollie Natras though, 22.78 best lap. Right, I'm just going to go and do a little bit of admin on my PC, and I'll catch up with you in a second.
No, to be fair, I could kind of see it.
I know, I was 14. 14? What? I know. A rough 14-year-old.
There's no way you are.
Yeah. Well, I'm the same age as you.
Like, typical.
I'm the same age as you. 2004. So I was like, oh yeah. What's wrong with you, son? Is nothing about watching. I'm never a pub.
What's your birthday?
The 30th of 12th or something. What year? 2005. Okay. How old are you? Like 20. It's not your birthday yet. Yeah, something like that.
Not even 18, you're 20.
I got away with it. Yeah, they just don't care. They usually show some kind of whatever.
Hello? Right. Okay. We're back. So, Heat 1. Trevor Follington, Jamie Careless, Nathan Stanmore, Paul Steadman, Mike Temple, Ollie Carberry, Charlie Hall, Richard Hipkiss, Lewis Stevenson and Jesse Russell. So I'll let these guys get a couple of laps in before I move over to commentary at the track. But Trevor Follington leads it off. And Trevor going around the carousel now at the back of the track. And just need to switch camera when Matt gets up there. So Trevor Follington starts off with a 26.05 outlap. What's that time? There you go. 25.71. So after 2, it's Trevor Follington, Mike Temple, Richard Hipkiss, Jamie Careless, Charlie Hall, Nathan Stanmore, Paul Steadman, Ollie Carberry and Louis Stevenson. Trevor Follington 25.71 last time by and 25.71 best lap. Currently 25.92 average. 25.989 for Trevor Follington, 26.14 for Mike Temple, 26.28 for Richard Hipkiss, that time by. We're following round though our lead car of Trevor Follington. Trevor coming down the main straight now. Car 1. 25.54 last time by, best lap 25.54, so going the right way about this heat, improving lap time lap after lap and down to 25.82 average. So average and best lap pretty close together, which means having a clean run so far. And as I say that, he's over, trying to make his way through some back markers. And go back and try and find Trevor just coming over the back jump now. But Mike Temple, car 5, leads us round now, or leads us heat now, from Trevor Follington. After that bad lap, 30-second lap for Trevor that time by, so 5 seconds lost. Nice. No. No. So we're getting a lot of feedback on this mic down here. Not sure why. Might have to move it in a bit. But Mike Temple, car 5, still leads us round. Trevor Follington, Charlie Hall, Richard Hipkiss, Jamie Careless, and Jesse Russell. In top 6. Mike Temple, though, car 5 still leads us round. 26.64 last time. Oh, Trevor Follington, though, now back to the points. 25.23 last time round. Trevor, so getting his run going after I gave him commentator's curse a couple of minutes ago. It's close between Trevor and Mike now, only a second between them. Charlie Hall 3rd, Jesse Russell 4th, Richard Hipkiss 5th. Mike Temple now 25.6. Last time by 24.84 best lap. So Mike, oh no, sorry, Trevor Follington 24.84. So Trevor's the only one in the 25s in this heat, or under the 25-second lap. And now leads us by 0.6 of a second. And someone tries to make it into commentary corner. But Trevor Follington, car 1 now leads yellow car, still leading us round over the back jump. Take it nice and safe. I've been my line that one. Oh, just land it on a downslope. Collects crash car though. Not been too bad a run for Trevor though. 25.67 last time, 24.84 best lap. So one in the books and one to improve on later on, get a good clean run. With that pace in that car, should be able to get below that 25-second average and get him into safe into 13 lap pace. Now there's 6-7 seconds lost in that run. So heat 2 gridding up now. Morning. So Colin Mulligan leads us off. And Dominic Morby will push us around. We'll follow Colin round on his first lap. Second wide line through the in the Valley of Doom. Need to be in the middle of that. Remember that for next time by. We're down the straight and Colin opens out. the 26.17. Kev Bishop, though, the faster of these three cars. Now, I want to drop back to that car at the back of these. Kev Bishop, fast drive from the Mid-East. Probably doing his only national of this year, maybe. But someone... Oh, and he gets parked up. I've got good commentator's curse this morning. But Kev Bishop will follow Kev because he'll be the fast car of this heat. So, car coming down the straight now. Kev Bishop, car 3. Quickest in this heat in practice by a country mile, so try not to put too much pressure on Kev as he goes over the corner tabletop, round the carousel, over the first of the two back-to-back sleeping policemen, back onto the straight, given plenty of room by that car, thank you, and down by us in commentary corner, round over the corner tabletop down here and up over the back jump. Kev 23.42 that time by a full second and a half faster than anyone else in this heat. But Russell Gardner still leading this heat, estimated 12 in 5.0. Miklos though now estimated 13 in 24. 24.52 last time by. 24.52 is your best lap, so heading the right way. But Kev Bishop still 23.54, a full second clear of the rest of this heat as we continue to follow Kev round. Guessing it'll be a Schumacher car that'll be running. Yep. So Schumacher car of Kev Bishop now 24.53 that time by. Not a great lap. And he stopped, I think. Don't know what's happened to Kev. So we'll go back now and find Miklos. Now Miklos will be the pink car. I guess coming round onto the straight now. I'm pretty sure that'll be Miklos. Car 4. No, that's Russell Gardner. Sorry, car 4. Miklos is car 2, but we'll follow Russell round because he's running second. 24.32 last time by, and his best lap of the run. 24.32. So Russell going the right way about this heat. 24.75 that time by. So still following Russell round as he comes over this back onto the straight. 26.17, not a great lap for Russell this time. Let's go forward, I think, a couple of cars to Miklos. Car 2. And try and find Miklos. Where's Miklos running? There's a gaggle of cars coming onto the straight, and Miklos is the front of those, so it's a blue and yellow car with the yellow wheels. Miklos 26.22 that time by. 24.48 though for Russell Gardner, so he's getting his run back on underway again. This is what I was talking about earlier. This track rewards consistent, smooth driving. I think a lot of these guys have got a lot of too much horsepower in. The vintage racing around here, when we only run 10.5 and 13.5, it really doesn't feel like we've got too much motor. So I think a lot of these guys would probably benefit, as one of my old mates has said on my phone, from running a little less ponies. And I agree with him. We're both of the same thinking around this track, that you don't need so much horsepower. While your car's in the air and the wheels are off the ground, you ain't going, you're just wheel spinning half the time or not getting any traction. This heat is just about to finish now. Estimated 13 in 22 for Miklos. Russell Gardner though finishes first on track with 12 in 5 minutes 4. James Gibbs 12 in 11. Martin Lee 12 in 10. Colin Mulligan 12 in 20. Miklos, though, first through for our first 13 lapper. Miklos goes TQ at the round, first 13 lapper for Miklos. Russell Gardner goes second, Martin Lee third, James Gibbs fourth, Dominic Morby goes 7, Stuart Robinson 8, Nicholas Harwood 9th, and Colin Mulligan 10th. Trevor Follington and Mike Temple, those stay in the top 10 from Heat 1. Looks like Kevin Bishop, though, recovered in that one. I think his wheel came off, but recovered. Best lap 23.4, so some angry laps at the end from Kev. 25.06. Last lap. Not a run to forget for Kev. So 2 from 3 for Kev to get a good qualifying in. So Heat 3, Mark Christopher, Mark Keane, Paul Ragg, Andrew Shillito, Andrew Luxford, Jamie Banks, Paul Tonks, Phil Campbell, Lee Stokes and Roger Mills. Looks like Mark Christopher will be first one across the line, car 1. Mark opens out with a 24.6. Paul Ragg, though, other than Mid-East local, 23.91. Fastest first lap. First guy under 24 seconds. That'll be Paul Ragg, so that's car 3. That'll be an X-ray car of Paul. Blue, white, no, blue, just be blue and yellow, I think. Paul Ragg. So Mark comes past me here, then 2, no. Where's Paul Ragg? It's there. So Paul must have had a mistake towards the end of that last lap. It does indeed, so it's still Mark Christopher that leads this one round. Red and white. It'll be a Schumacher car, I guess, for Mark Christopher. Coming onto the straight. No, he's over. I've got commentators cursed down to a T today. Car 2 or 3, I would imagine. 2, 3 or 4. So car 4, Andrew Shillito. The back one of those, oh no, it's the middle one now of those. And it's got caught up with Raggy. So this heat really not helping themselves by getting in each other's way. Lee Stokes, pit buddy for Mark Christopher, now leads us round car 9. So we're going to have to drop back quite a few cars to find Lee Stokes. And there he is at the end of the straight. Red, white, red and black car coming up out of the hairpin and up onto the back jump now. So through the valley, over the speed, 2 policemen, corner tabletop and round the carousel, that's Lee Stokes. Having to wait for this heat to unwind as he started off near the back and jumps up to second. So Phil Campbell leads this one now. 24.21 best lap for Phil. 24.23 for Lee Stokes. All of these guys in the 24s, apart from Raggy, who's sub 24, so plenty of pace in Raggy's car. We just needs to find a cleaner run. Phil Campbell, though, now takes this up. It's a close battle now between Phil and Lee, car 8 and 9. So 2 guys starting at the back in this one, working their way through the field. So 8 and 9, Phil Campbell will be the car in front of Lee Stokes. So Phil Campbell now coming onto the straight, now the bright orange rear end car. Phil 24-24 last time by, close to his best lap. So Phil now finding his rhythm on the track. And coming up on 2 back markers, so hopefully these guys are going to let him through. And Simon Smith calling the guy through. Nice driving there by car 5. And Phil Campbell now with a couple of corners of clean track. And 3:40 down, 1:20 to go. Phil Campbell 24:47 last time by, 24:21 best lap. Phil looking at going 1. Lee Stokes looking at going 2nd in round. Andrew Shillito looking at going 3rd. So pretty much all of this heat going into the top 10. Mark Christopher's looking at 10th, so everyone up to Mark Christopher is looking at going top 10 in round so far. But Phil Campbell, Lee Stokes and Andrew Shillito are the clear leaders of this one. Only separated by just over a second at the front. And Phil Campbell now 24:19, so just edging, getting a little bit more confident with the car, edging those lap times down. Lap after lap, and his best lap and average lap are now looking super close to each other, so this has been a good run for Phil Campbell. Estimated 13 in 19 as he unwinds the stagger, and still 13 in 19, sub 24 for both Phil and Andrew Shillito last time round, so these two chasing down that TQ time. Looking to take around 3 seconds off Miklos's TQ time from Heat 2. So he will get through. Phil will get through for another lap. We'll follow Phil round on his last and most important lap. You don't want to crash on this last lap. 24:19 was the last time by, so it's again close to his best lap and average. Cool, gets away with cutting the corner of that pipe there. But a nice clean run for Phil. Should take TQ. So Phil Campbell takes TQ 13 in 5:19. Andrew Shillito 13 in 21. Lee Stokes 13 in 22. Miklos, you stay 4th. Mark Keane, Paul Ragg, Andrew Luxford, Mark Christopher, Roger Mills and Jamie Banks all going to the top 10.
Marshal's hand over, please. Thank you very much.
I think so, and again, just get feedback from this. I don't know if they've been messing around. Yeah, it just kept getting feedback.
Have you tried it in the last 2 minutes?
Yeah. So it should be okay now. This is on. Can you hear it? Pardon? Yeah, I can do.
Make sure he's got it working.
Not having the greatest luck today with the track mic. So Jack Mills-White goes in this one. One of young guys that we interviewed at the last round at Potteries. Had a great result there. I think he said he was aiming for the D finally. He wasn't far off, finishing 55th, so 5th in the E for Adam. Jack Mills-White last time round. He'll be one to watch in this heat and was quick in practice. We'll follow the lead car of Emily Heward round. Set off first and instantly over. My commentator's curse today is absolutely on point. I can't fault it. But I think we're going to be wanting to follow young Jack Mills-White after lap 1. That's my prediction. Emily Heward 27. Adam Parai though 25. Yeah, and it's Jack Mills-White. So if we can find that clear, that white-winged car 5. Going over the back jump now, through the Valley of Doom, and round under the rostrum. That's Jack Mills-White, one of the heroes of round 1 at Potteries, and he's on for a good run, opening out with 24.82, 24.32. So he's going to soon be wanting a little bit of help from Cy Smith, our referee. But 24.57 average. He's looking at 13 in 19 pace, not quite TQ. Thank you. So Jack Mills-White takes this one up, 23.89 last time by. Best lap 23.89. Adam Parai though, sub 23, first sub 23 of qualifying so far, 22.99. But Jack and Adam going 1 and 2 in round, Lee Spate going 9. Chris Bowden going 15, Sean Thompson 16. But 4 and 5, Adam and Jack are your 2 lead cars. So Adam coming through the Valley of Doom over the 2 back-to-back sleeping policemen. Round onto the straight goes Adam, followed by Jack. Those 2, 1 and 2, looking at going 1 and 2 in round. 24.06 and 24.17 for the last lap for those 2. Looks like Jack's closing in a little on this lap. I think Adam's now over and Jack is past. Jack through the Valley of Doom, over the 2 sleeping policemen, over the corner tabletop, round the carousel. Jack with a 24.69 last lap, 23.89 best lap. Looking at going 1 and taking 2 seconds off Phil Campbell's TQ. Adam Pry looking at going 4. Lee Spate looking at going 8. Bowden 14. Emily Heward going 16. Sean Thompson 18. And Riley Butler, our hero of round 1. Our heat 1, going 19 in round. So Jack and Riley going well after a good result at Potteries for both of those 2 guys. We said Jack had a 55th in Potteries, predicted himself a D final and wasn't far off. But Jack looked still leading this one, 24.77. 23.33 though for Adam Pry. He's definitely got more pace in that car, but a couple of errors have cost him in this run so far. Those 2 now only separated by 1.2, and it's Adam now who takes it up. Looking at going 1, Jack Mills looking at going 2. Lee Spate looking at going 5, and Bowden now edging into the top 10 going 9. Riley Butler going 16, just ahead of Sean Thompson in 17. We're 4 minutes down, or 4:15 down, 45 seconds to go. We're still following Jack round on screen. Now only 0.3 between him and Adam Pry. 23.08 last time by for Adam Pride, 24.52. So Adam's definitely got more pace in that car. Looking, could be down in the low 23s, but his average lap so far is 24.38. So Adam Pride looks to have this heat covered by 3 seconds. Definitely got more pace in that car, but just a couple of costly errors have cost him a much better run. But we followed Jack Mills White round for pretty much that entire run, and he had a good run to go second in round. Only 3 seconds off Adam. Lee Spate goes 4th. Bowden goes 10th. No, Bowden goes 9th actually in round. Lee Spate goes 8th. Riley Butler goes 13, our hero from Heat 1 from Potteries, having another good run here. And now moved to Heat 4.
We'll change marshals at this point if everyone's on the floor already. Lovely. Fantastic.
So we follow our lead car, Paul Jenkinson. Looks like didn't do Potteries, don't think. Did he? No, 93rd in Potteries, Paul Jenkinson. So I'm trying to pick up our 5 car of Dylan Richardson, who leads this one off, or leads this one round. So the back of these 4 that have just gone down the straight, the blue, yellow and white car with the chrome decals, back of those 3. So Dylan Richardson leads this one round. .23.85 last time by, 23.54 best lap. So the front, so Dylan Richardson coming around the carousel, coming next car onto the straight will be Dylan Richardson. That's on there. Round by us, 23.27 last time by, best lap 23.27, so going about this right way. 23.62 average, so fast car of Dylan Richardson. Looking at taking 8 seconds off TQ and going 13.7. Ash Haywood going 13.12, Richard Miller going 13.13, and Ewan McLeod going 13.13. Those four guys going top four. Tom Hayward going 9th, Ryan Preston going 13th in round at the minute. Dylan 23.45 last time by a little bubble there, but it shouldn't affect him too much. No, 23.87, so still on course for 23.63 average. 13.7 predicted for Dylan. Ewan 13.12, so Dylan's predicted 5 seconds clear of this heat and taking 8 seconds off the current TQ, held by Adam Parai and Jack Mills-White, who would stay 4th and 5th. Phil Campbell from 2 heats previous would stay 6th. Andrew Shillito, Lee Stokes and Miklos would also stay inside the top 10 if this heat finishes as it is now. But Dylan still leads us round the carousel. 23.34 last time by, and it's only just off his best lap pace. This time 23.38, so really got in the groove now. Consistent laps back to back from Dylan. Now predicted 13.6, so getting ever closer to that 14 lap pace, which we know you'll need for top 20 times, I believe. This will be a good time to do from heat 5. Dylan gets through for another lap. His car looking really good, nice and giving those apexes a good wide berth. Not wanting to tag a pipe because these pipes are full of sand and they're not going to give. Don't want to be on the pipes around BMR. .23.29, then 23.42. So still sub, bringing his average down, and now down to the 13.5. 4 minutes 20 down, 40 seconds to go. After this one, 2 more laps for Dylan as he pops through for 11. Estimated 13.5. So Dylan do everything he can now to keep this car on its wheels and get a good run, because this is a clean, solid run. Half a second, well, 0.6 average faster than the rest of the guys in this heat. 8 seconds clear. So after starting off 5th, you'll start it at the front in the next one, and you'll have a clean track for those all-important first few laps. Dylan's still looking at going 13.5 now. Going 1 in round, Richard Miller going 2, Ryan Preston going 5, Ewan McLeod going 7, Ash Haywood going 8. So Adam Pryor and Jack Mills-White from the heat before. Good times from those 2 guys, but ultimately they've had around 7 or 8 seconds taken off their time. Dylan had a rough last lap. Didn't manage to carry that super clean run all the way through. So Dylan Richardson takes TQ 13.5 minutes 9. Richard Miller 13.14. Ash Haywood 13.19. Ryan Preston 13.22. Those guys are the only ones affecting top 10. You go 11th. Tom, you go 13th. Paul Jenkinson went 23rd. New target time for TQ is 13.5 minutes 9.03. Rough last lap for Dylan, means he dropped off that 13.5 pace. But he'll start off first in the next round and have those clean laps at the start of his run. So Charney leads us off. So Lee Charnock leads us off, and Harry Saunders will push us round. Charney, though, looking good in practice. Graham Lyle in hot pursuit. Graham already making up some time on the stagger. On the first lap, you can see he's gapped the guy behind him and caught Lee up a little. Only half a second, but a good opening lap. 24.1 for Lee Charnock. But Graham Lyle, 24.65 for Lee Charnock. Graham Lyle with the 24.1. And Graham's on Lee's case already. Lee probably just going to let him by, and good driving by Lee. Just let it drop into his slipstream and follow him round. But from the back, Harry Saunders, car 10 is one to look out for, and Brett Birch, car 3. So he leads 3 cars in this are on the top 4. Chris Elworthy, car 6, but Harry Saunders from the back of the grid. It's one of your fast cars. These guys all in the top 6 or top 70 or 80 at the last national. But Harry Saunders and Graham Lyle are heading for 13 in 12, so 3 seconds off current TQ pace. These two, Graham Lyle and Lee Charnock, working well together. Lee letting Graham through early doors, racing the track, not each other. And Lee able to tag on, and sometimes it's just that little bit easier to follow the car in front. Eye up a braking point. Let the guy through that was quicker than you, and maybe learn a few little tricks where he's going quicker. Drag yourself round. But car 10, Harry Saunders from the back. So running order after 2 minutes is 2, 3, 1, 10 and 9. Jim Dixon, yeah, shocking, 6. That's where he was pretty much in every heat at the last round at Potteries. Had a little joke with Jim that he should just keep number 6s on his car all year, and he's got a 5 on his car today, but he's snuck into that 6th position. But Graham Lyle still leading this one round. Now estimated a 13 in 10, so bringing that average lap time down ever so slightly. He's the only one going sub 24. Oh no, Harry Saunders now. 23.87 takes this one. So we're going to need to try and find Harry now on track, so car 10. Drop him back a few. Where is Harry on track? I think we've found him. We found him in practice, the purple, white and blue car. Okay. So Harry Saunders, car 10. Over the back jump, through the Valley of Doom, round over the 2 sleeping policemen and up to the carousel. Harry Saunders predicted a 13 in 11, so 2 seconds shy of current TQ pace, but bringing that time down with a 23.40 last time by. 23.87 average lap. And Harry Saunders looking going 2, Graham Lyle looking going 5, Charney 6, Brett Birch 7 and Matt Hodges going 8. Jim Dixon looking at going 13. Chris Elworthy looking at going top 20. As we have to wait for Harry to come round. Car 10 now estimated at 13 in 9, so getting ever closer to that TQ pace. And Harry, younger brother of Charlie, so like I said earlier on, fast family. Dad used to be fast, and these 2 kids are now just as fast now. Charlie probably looking at a better result than he had at Potteries. Double B final at Potteries, not what he was looking for. But Harry leading this one and doing a great job from 10th, or setting off 10th and not making a mistake so far. So 30 seconds to go. Harry Saunders only just a second shy of TQ pace. 23.9 last time by, so he's pushing his average up a little bit, but might as well just get this run to the end. A nice safe run for Harry. We'll give him a 2 in round so far. Graham Lyle going 4, Matt Hodges going 6, Lee Charnock going 7 and Jim Dixon going 11th. And moved up to 5th in this one, Jim. But Harry, great run from young Harry Saunders. Just one last lap to navigate without making a mistake, and Dad will be happy with this run for sure. So 5 seconds quicker than the rest of the guys in the heat, and we'll get off the grid. Number 1 next time by. So what does Harry finish up with? 13 in 10. So Harry finishes with 13 in 10, going 2 in round. Graham Lyle goes 4. Matt Hodges goes 6. Lee Charnock goes 7. Jim Dixon goes 11. Chris Elworthy goes 18.
I was perfect for 4 minutes. And then it all went pear-shaped.
One went pear-shaped on lap 2. Went this side of the thing, and then I was the car that was upside down, so the whole pack went.
One landed perfectly every time, and then at one time it landed and fucking bounced. Landed on through.
So now move to heat 6. These guys all finished inside the top 70 at the last round. And we're led away by James Proctor, Manny Panesar, Tristram Neal, Evie Thames, Jamie Long, Peter Craig, Cameron Wells, Charlie Rhodes, Ruben Russell and Hattie Thames. So the 2 Thames are in this heat together. From practice I remember Jamie Long being quick car 5, but we'll follow James Proctor round as he set off first. That's the wheel speed car of James Proctor, the unusual wheel speed car of James Proctor leads us round over the back jump. Cameron Wells, local guy. We'll let this one roll out for a couple of laps, follow James Proctor with that wheel speed car with his shocks down the side. Unusual layout, but still seems to be working well. 24.15, but Manny Panesar 23.69. Cameron Wells 24.45. So Manny Panesar, so we've dropped back a car to Manny. It'll be purple, white and pink. And the Schumacher car of Manny Panesar leads this one round. Looking at going 3 in round at the minute. But Manny knows this track well from doing a lot of iconic meetings here. Great iconic series run by John Weston. In support of Parkinson's, and that I think started around here a good few years ago around A1 Raceway when all the iconic meetings started. But Manny, well versed around this track, has raced here many times, so knows what needs to be done around here, and it's not all about just fast single lap pace. James Proctor, Cameron Wells and Manny Panesar are pretty close in this one. Well, James Proctor is actually predicted about 5 seconds and predicted 3rd in round. Cameron looking at going 4. Manny Panesar looking going 8. Ruben Russell looking at going 13 in round. Trish Neal going 14 in round. Trish actually moves now up to the 10, going 10 in round. So these guys all in the 24, all sub 24 second best lap. But James Proctor will go back forward a car to James Proctor. One going down the straight now. And that's the wheel speed car of James Proctor who leads this one. A little bit under the radar in first two practices, or definitely was in first practice. Little better in second, but now seems to have got it all sorted. Cameron Wells though, 23.38 last time by, his best lap of the race. Cameron, another young guy from the Mid-East region, and his dad, one of the runners at BMR. We'll try and get an interview with him a little bit later on. But James Proctor still leading us around with a wheel speed car. Into the straight, end of the straight. Car looks good. Looks really good. Out there, 23.61 last time by. So like I said, he's found a nice smooth rhythm, and as I say that, he's over. So it's hard work to get a consistent, a nice clean run on this track. Just when you think you've got it all in the bag, you'll end up on your roof. You're probably just pushing that a little bit too hard or a little bit offline. James Proctor through the Valley of Doom. Safely around by where he had a rough lap last time. But it's Manny and James only 0.3 of a second apart, looking at going 3 and 4 in round with 4 minutes down. 1 to go. Looking down there, Cameron Wells 23.38, 23.9 last time, but he's had some rough laps somewhere. It's James Proctor, Manny Panesar, Ruben Russell, Charlie Rhodes and Trish Neal are your top 5. They're all looking at going there or thereabouts top 10. Trish looking at 11th at the minute. Charlie Rhodes looking at 9th in round. Ruben Russell looking at 6th in round. And Manny and James looking at 4th and 3rd respectively. So Dylan's time is safe, I think, for this one with 20 seconds to go. Harry Saunders, I think, also safe with 10 seconds to go. So it's James, Proctor, Manny and Ruben going 3, 4 and 5. So Ruben having a good run. Much better than he had at Potteries. We're following James still. Manny's just in shot, the car behind, so that your lead two are only going to be separated by what Manny can make up over the stagger. So it's 1.5 seconds at the start. Once he cut it down to, looks like Manny's going to take this one, and does. 13 and 14. So Manny goes 3rd, James Proctor 4, Ruben Russell 5. Ruben Russell goes. Ooh, where does Ruben Russell go? No, Ruben. So Manny goes 3rd, Ruben Russell 4, James Proctor 5, Charlie Rhodes 7, Trish Neal 11, Peter Craig 15, Jamie Long 20. So heat 8 next. Ben Elliott, Charlie Simmons, Andy Manning, Chris Foster, Gareth Stanton, James Pritchard, Luke Thompson, Ben Stevenson, Seth Shillito Everett and Roger Tugwood. These guys all inside the top 55 from round 1. So pink car Ben Elliott leads us round. 24.45 outlap, but the fastest guy out there, Seth Shillito Everest, 23.08. So your 9 and 8 cars from the back of the grids are the one to look for. Ben Elliott first to complete 2, 23.41 last time by. But Seth, 23.89 with a 23.08. On for taking around 4 seconds off TQ. So if we can go back and find car 9 of Seth, be red and white, I think, if I remember right from the last National. There it is. Just behind it, Ben Stevenson lets him through as Seth goes up and over the back tabletop. 23.9 last time by. On for 13.7, looking to take 2 seconds off Dylan Richardson's time. Stanton going 4, Ben Stevenson going 5, Ben Elliott going 6 at the minute. But Seth safely round 23.5 last time by. 23.6 average, so best lap and average very close together. Onto the straight and round by us at commentary corner. Over the corner tabletop and up to the back jump. Seth 23.21 last time by, 23.08 best lap. Looking at 13.5 pace. So similar to what, who was looking at 13.5 earlier on before they had a bit of a nightmare? I think it might have been James Proctor. No, it's Dylan Richardson was looking at 13.5 earlier on, so this is similar to Dylan's pace, so Dylan would still be around the 2 spot where he is now. Seth looking at 23.34 last time by. And still leads this one, even though 24-second lap. But he's looking at 13.6, still going fast enough for TQ. Roger Tugwood looking at going 4. Pritchard looking at going 5. Stantz looking at going 5th in round. Ben Stevenson looking at going 8 in round. But Seth, car 9, still leading this one round. 23.14, so getting closer to his best lap. 3 minutes 23.30 down, 1:30 to go. Coming up on some traffic, that looks like the Stanton car, I believe. The next one, but Cy Smith will get him out of the way, hopefully. Onto the straight. Stantz lets him through. Stanton looking at a good run as well. 13 will go 6 in round. But Seth now on for a 13.5. Last lap really close to his best lap. Seth's X-ray comes past me at race control. Oh, race timing, sorry. Over the back section, not jumping that too far. I think that's the safest line. You can jump it a lot further, but there's not much time to be gained. Just better to get those wheels down on the downslope rather than flat landing. But Seth now on for a 13.4. Roger Tugwood 13.12. Charlie Simmons jumps up with the Yokomo car 13.15. So middle of this, so from 2nd through to 8th in this one, separated by only a couple of seconds. But Seth is miles in front, almost 8 seconds clear of this field. Looking at 13.4, so he'll be looking at getting a good run in round 2 as well by not having to go through all this traffic. Follow Seth's X-ray round. A great run from Seth as he fights his way past Charlie Simmons. Charlie should know better than that. But Seth 13.4, 10 seconds clear. So Seth Shillito Everest takes that one, taking 5 seconds off TQ, 13 in 4. Stanton goes 8th, Pritchard goes 9th. Chris Foster, you go 10. Ben Stevenson goes 12, Roger Tugwood 14, Ben Elliott 15, and Charlie Simmons 16. Luke Thompson, you went 23rd in round. New target time, 13 in 5 minutes 4.83. We're going to heat 9. I think so. Now moving to heat number 9. These guys all, most of the guys like top 40 guys from last round at Potteries. A couple of guys also didn't make it to Potteries, so Isaac McFadden and Matt Druitt. Kyle Moon didn't go to Potteries, but I expect those guys to be fast in this heat. We're going to follow Peter Schumacher of Liam Robinson, I think, round. Car 1. Follow those, and he's over. So if we follow Isaac McFadden round 22.97 opening lap. Predicted first guy through for a 14, so this could be the first 14 lap run for Isaac. So we'll keep an eye on Isaac's car. Schumacher of Isaac coming down the straight now. Black wing, easy to spot as most people run a clear wing, so easy for us to spot. Previous National A finalist, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he has. So Isaac knows how to make a National A final and knows how to go quick around here. He's done a couple of vintage meetings as well, so not a newcomer to BMR like a lot of people will be. But Isaac looking at a 14 in 20, take around 6 seconds off current TQ. Freddie Thompson looking at going 3rd in round. Matt Dodd looking at going 6th in round. Isaac 22.52 last time by, 22.91 average each lap. A little quicker than last, apart from that one, 23.3 for Isaac, so didn't look too bad, but just off the pace. Freddie Thompson 23.15 last time by. Matt Druitt 23.11. Good to see Matt back here after not making it to Potteries, but Matt also, previous A finalist, knows how to make an A final, as does Matt Dodd. Jacob Tomlinson, car 10, also from the Mid-East, had a good run at Potteries and will have a good run here because this is his local track and he knows how to get round here. So just a matter of driving within yourself. He knows what to do, just not to push it too hard at your home track, and Isaac's over. And that's going to put an end to the 14 lap run, I think, for Isaac. But Freddie Thompson will take this up, car 5 after that one. Where is car 5? There we go, there's Freddie. Freddie's X-ray car. So 24.25 last time by. Not his best. But predicted 13 in 5 pace. Matt Druitt predicted 13 in 14. Isaac dropped all the way back after 10 second, losing 10 seconds on that last lap. That's an absolute shocker. So Freddie Thompson with the X-ray car, 23.12, getting close to his best lap. Average lap 23.4. Freddie looking to take 4/10 off TQ to go 1 in round. Matt Druitt looking at going 9. So those are the only 2 guys affecting top 10. Jacob Tomlinson looking at going 20th. Isaac McFadden 21st in round. So a lot of guys in this heat have got pace but have just fallen off with a couple of rough laps. But Freddie hasn't dropped a wheel, or hasn't put a wheel wrong yet. And with 1 minute to go, let's have 4 or 3 laps now. 13 in 5 in 3 looking predicted for Freddie. So getting close to that 14 lap pace, which we will see, I think, go in heat 10. But 23 second last lap for Freddie, getting that average down. He's 9 seconds clear of Matt Druitt in this one. Freddie's X-ray car looking good. Driver took a break for a couple of years and was, in my opinion, took a break at the wrong time. He was going really well, but I think he did something else instead, but is now back racing 8th and 10th and working his way back to as quick as he was. So with 15 seconds to go, Freddie going 13 in 5 minutes 3. Matt Druitt 13 in 11. Isaac McFadden 13 in 12. So you guys looking at going 1, 6 and 8 in round. Great run there from Freddie. 13 in 3, so takes new TQ. Jacob Tomlinson may come through and take second. You've got to wait for him to come through because he's car 10. So he'll be a while yet. May come through and sneak second. No, 4th. So Freddie Thompson, new TQ, 13 in 5 minutes 3. Shaves a second and a half off Seth's time. Isaac goes 5. Matt Druitt, you go 6. Jacob Tomlinson, you go 7. Matt Dodd, you go 22 in round. New TQ time 13 in 5 minutes 3.44. All right. So it's now going to heat 10. Stuart Mahon, Helliwell, Andy Woods, Will Venables, Oscar Keane, Stephen Brown, Colin May, Eugene Galley, Chris Everson and Kevin Hodkinson. I think it was Venables, Galley and Everson were the fast guys in practice. So they'll be the 3 to look for in this one. And they are setting off in the middle of the pack. Practice, or your round 1 start order doesn't get seeded from practice, so you still keep your same car number. So there's no seeding, unlike other countries where we have practice and then you get seeded. There's nothing like that in the UK. You're just stuck in the heat, but you're in. So Stu Mahon leads us round. Pink, white and green X-ray car. Remember Stu's colours. many national A finals for Stu. And Stu opens out with a 23.78. Halliwell 24.95. Venables 23.42. We'll keep an eye on Venables, but we'll follow Stu round as he leads it, and he's got a clear track in front and behind him. No pressure from behind, and an absolutely empty track from the front. Stu-Marn 24.2 last time back. A couple of little bobbles, but nothing too shocking, and looks like Venables has also had the same 24.11 last time by. For Stu, Chris Everson from the back of the field, car 9. With a blue and white car. He's looking at going third in this one. Venables looking at going 4. Marn going 6 in round. So if we can drop all the way back to the blue and white car that's just coming over the back jump. That's our race leader at the minute, Chris Everson from Southport area. He's also made plenty of National A finals, and 23.3 last time by. He's looking at going third in round. Stuart Marn looking at going 5, and Colin May going 7. Halliwell looking at going 21. It's only the top 3 in this one, affecting top 10 overall. But it's Everson with a 23.51 last time by. 23.52 average, so good average lap pace, but look, going to be 2 seconds shy currently of Chris Everson's TQ time. Of Freddie Thompson's TQ time is Chris. Chris getting through some back markers there. Well, lost a little bit of time, but another car that will benefit from a good starting position in round 2. 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. It's be Everson when he comes round. And it is Chris. 4 seconds clear of Stu Marn. 24.2 that last time by, but that was getting past a bit of traffic. Through the Valley of Doom. Over the speed jump, over the speed bumps. Around the carousel. Over the back-to-back speed bump. And onto the straight. Everyone seems to have got the hang of this BMR track very quickly. And people are going to have to work out that a clean run is what you need around here. Chris going well. Looking at going third in round 13 in 7. Stuart Marn 13 in 10. Eugene Galley 13 in 11. So Eugene also going well. Mid-East local and local to the track, so knows how to get around this track with his Schumacher car. But Everson's X-ray looks really good. Goes over the hairpin onto the back jump, jumping it short, misses that crashed car through the valley, which from me, there's just only one line through there, and that's what you have to hit. I guess we'll be going across that tomorrow, because that is actually a double jump that the drivers are going through at the minute. But Chris completes another error-free lap. 24.12, not his fastest. Stu Marn getting into his groove again. 23.63 last time by. So there's only 2 seconds between those two on the clock. I'll keep an eye on Stu, who just clips a pipe in front of me, but no harm, no foul. And Chris Everson, our lead car, with 20 seconds to go, is predicted to go 3 in round. Stuart Marn looking at going 5. Eugene Galley going 7. Colin May going 11. So Stuart Marn edging that average lap time down. A couple of good 23s in there. But Chris, another 23.66, so 1.4 seconds between those two at the head of the field. Eugene a further second back. Stu Marn the first to finish with a 13 in 8. Everson though, ooh, not a great last lap, but still takes this one. So Chris Everson takes that one with a 13 in 8.1. Stu Marn only just behind with a 13 in 8.9. Galley goes 6 in round and Mayhew go 10. So Chris and Stuart drop into the 3 and 4 spot. So Freddie and Seth still your current 1 and 2. TQ still stands at 13 in 3. Still looking for the first 14 lapper of today. I said it would come in heat 10 and it hasn't. Will come in heat 11 though. There we go. Our current TQ man there on camera has a broken hand. We'll have to find out what happened. I'll catch his dad or Freddie in a bit and find out what happened. Obviously not slowing him down much. So in this one we've got Josh Holdsworth, your winner from Potteries. Two-wheel drive. Tommy Hall, 3rd at Potteries. Lee Martin was 7th. Luke Holdsworth was 9th at Potteries. Charlie Saunders won the B final by a country mile at Potteries. Hudson Knight had a great run at Potteries in both 2 and 4-wheel drive. Jamie making 4-wheel A final. Not as great in 2-wheel. But we'll follow round our lead car of Josh Holdsworth, not Luke. Josh going big over the back jump, wasn't it? A bit like Ben Smith going tight round though by that hair or those pipes, so want to be a little bit wider and jumping. When we watched Ben, he was going a little bit wider and jumping a lot further on those sleeping policemen. But Lee Martin, no, Charlie Saunders takes this one up, 21.88. So I'll keep an eye out on car 5, but we'll watch Josh Holdsworth, our winner of round 1 at Potteries. TQ as well at round 1 in Potteries. So both guys who TQ'd converted their TQs to win at Potteries. Josh and Ben. Josh's 2-wheel looking good and still going big, but car landing well off that big jump, and there's the line I think you need to be on. 22.58 last time by for Josh, 22.24 for Charlie. So we'll drop a couple of cars. We'll need to drop back to the 5 car of Charlie Saunders, who is the current leader. And I think he's just parked it up. He has. We'll follow Lee Martin round now. That's Lee. Lee and Tommy very close on track. But that is Lee that we're following round. Lee was quick in practice and running 3rd in this one, 22.59. Quickest guy last time by. And the top 5 in this one are looking at going top 5. So everyone down to Hudson Knight in 5th, looking at going 14 lap pace. Said it would go in this one and it will. Ewan Tumulty, Callum Ackroyd Bench and Jamie Hall going 8, 9 and 10 in round. Lee Martin though taking this one up, looking at estimated of 14 in 20. 22.79 last time by. We'll pick Lee up around the carousel. Tommy only just in front, and those two are 1 and 2, so close on stagger between those two. Lee's currently got it by 1.2. Charlie Saunders 22.03, best lap 21.88, so Charlie the only guy sub 22. We can now drop back to car 5, so it's the all red car of Charlie Saunders, which is coming onto the next car onto the straight, and there he is. down by us, coming up on the Serpent car of Tommy Dale, car 9. So hopefully Tommy will let him through because Charlie is on for 14 in 18. 22.44 last time by, and Tommy lets him through. Charlie, after that early airway, parks it up on the corner coming up onto the straight, which he's not giving it much room. One probably wants to give it a little bit more room than that. But even with that early error, Charlie's still on for it, taking he's 2 seconds quicker of Tommy in this one. But top 4 are going top 4. So Charlie, Tommy, Lee and Josh going top 4. Callum going 6. Jamie Hall going 7. Hudson Knight going 9 in round. Ewan's going 13. Tommy just drops off that TQ pace with a rough last lap, 26.19. So if we jump forward a couple of cars to the car at the end of the straight, this end, and it's car 2 of Tommy Hall that now takes this one up. Looking at a 14 in 19 with 4 minutes down, 1 to go. Tommy, your defending two-wheel drive national champion. Not the greatest start at Potteries, but still made a podium. So podium, I say not a greatest start, and a podium is not a great start to your year, then you know you're looking at winning every meeting, or trying to win every meeting. That's what Tommy wants to do, to add to his tally of wins in national championships. I think he's up to 26 now. If I remember right, need to have a look back. But Tommy Hall 22.8, 22.6. Josh Holdsworth 22.4. So your top 7 now, going top 7. So Freddie and Seth would sit 8 and 9. Ewan looking at 10th in round. So everyone down to 8th in this one, affecting the top 10. That sounds like someone's over at the end of the straight by me, and it looked, I think it's car 9, so that'll be Tommy Dale again over. But Tommy Hall looking at taking this one as we head into finishing times. So Tommy Hall takes new TQ 14 in 19, Lee Martin 14 in 21, Charlie Saunders 14 in 22, and Jamie Hall, Josh Holdsworth, Callum Ackroyd Bench and Hudson Knight go top 7. Freddie Thompson, Seth Shillito Everest and Chris Everson stay inside the top 10. Ewan
Get off the straight, walk around the outside.
So heat 12 now. Ben Smith will lead us off. Your four-wheel drive winner from round 1. Ben Smith was the quickest car in practice by some way. So we'll follow the Schumacher car, Ben Smith round. Leads us off. Over the back jump, goes long through the Valley of Doom, over the speed humps, corner tabletop, round the carousel, and back onto the main straight, and Ben opens out with a 22.98. Thomas Phipps opened out 22.53, Archie Bowman 22.79. So those top three on your opening lap. Still following Ben Smith round though. Ben 22.43 that time by bringing the average down. Still Thomas Phipps, so 22.15, new fastest lap of this heat. So 3 car of Thomas Phipps, the X-ray car, a couple of cars back from Ben. Ben now 22.64. So these four looking at going top 4, so Tom Phipps, Ben Smith, Archie Bowman, Daniel Pole looking at going top 4, Ryan Clark going 13 in round early stages, 1 minute 30 down, 3:30 to go. So we've dropped back now to Tom Phipps with going up the back, over the back tabletop now. Your race leader, Tom Phipps, car 3. Going 14 in 13, so beheading the field by 4 seconds at this pace. X-ray car, round by us in commentary corner, over back jump, round through the Valley of Doom. Looking good at 22.98 last time by. Bit off his 22.15 fast lap pace. No one found that 21 second lap like they did in practice. Ben Smith getting close now, 22.71 that time by. Predicted 14 in 17, so looking at these two going 1 and 2. Daniel Pole looking at going 6. Archie Bowman looking going 9. Ryan Clark 13. But there's not a lot in it between all of those guys. Rough lap last time by for Thomas Phipps, so Ben Smith now takes it up. Schumacher car. Nip forward a couple of green car coming onto the straight now. We're leaving the end of the straight behind these two. There's Ben Smith. 22.68 last time by for Ben. Now looking at going 1 in round. Tom Phipps looking at going 3. Daniel Pole looking going 5. So those 3 are the only guys affecting the top 10 at the minute. Ben another 22.91. Track seems to be a little bit slower than practice. Don't know if now the sun's out. Track going a little slow, but there was some 21s in practice. No 21s so far in round. Is anyone going to be the first one to put a 21 second lap in? .22.55 now for Ben Smith. Daniel Pole moves up to the 3 spot. Looking going 4 in round. Thomas Phipps looking at going 3. Tommy Hall would stay second. Ben looking to take around a second out of Tommy's time. Ryan Clark edging closer to the top 10. Looking going 12 in round now. But Ben looking good. Knows his track well. Was quick in practice. The quickest car I think I saw in practice was 21.88. Some way to go though, 22.4. So 6/10 off practice pace, but getting closer. Daniel Pole now 22.38. Moves up to second in this heat on exactly the same time as Thomas Phipps. Ryan Clark running 4th. Looking going 12th in round. Archie Bowman looking going 14. TQ round from Potteries. Aaron Nash looking at going 15. Mark Anthony Jones looking at going 17. So Ben Smith, new TQ 14 in 17.6. Tommy Hall, you stayed second. Thomas Phipps goes third. Daniel Pole 4. Lee Martin 5. Charlie Saunders 6. Jamie Hall 7. Josh Holdsworth 8th. Callum Ackroyd Bench 9th. And Hudson Knight rounds out your top 10 for round 1. Freddie Thompson, unlucky man with BQ after round 1, gets an 11. Seth Shillito Everest gets 12. Ryan Clark goes 13. Aaron Nash 14. Archie Bowman 15. Mark Anthony Jones 16. Then it's Evison, Marn, Richardson and Tumulty round out your top 20. So, round 1 over. Back to heat 1. Lead car last time by was Trevor Follington and leads us off this one as well. Trevor looked good in the last one, but had a couple of rough laps. So Trevor Follington leads us round. 25.41 first lap. Yellow car of Trevor coming through the Valley of Doom. Over the two sleeping policemen. Round the carousel. Had a good run in round 1. There's a close battle with him and Mike Temple, and that battle has resumed again in round 2. Those two only separated by 0.2 after 2. Mike from Trevor, from Richard, Charlie and Jamie, your top 5. So Trevor, Richard and Charlie are top 3. 25.67, but these guys all in the 25s, top 4 in this one, all have best lap. Good couple of seconds quicker than everyone else in this one, and they were the class of the field. Just need to tidy up their driving a little. And Richard Hipkiss seems to be the one that's doing that the best. So Trevor Follington still leads this one. Predicted 12 in 5 minutes 7. Charlie Hall looking at 12 in 12. Richard Hipkiss 12 in 14. 24.99 though your best lap from Trevor Follington. Those top four are the only ones in the 25. Everyone else in the 26s or 27s. And Trevor Follington, car 1, yellow car, going around the carousel now. Coming onto the back straight. Round by us down in the commentary corner. Trevor getting a better run than he did in round 1. Getting closer to his best lap of 24.99, 25.7 last time by, 25.6 for Richard Hipkiss, 26.1 for Mike Temple. But Trevor looking to win this heat by 11 seconds with 4 minutes down and 1 to go. We're going to the last 30 seconds now. Trevor Follington leads this from Richard Hipkiss, Mike Temple in 3rd, Charlie Hall 4, Jamie Careless 5. Been a heat of hit and miss, I think, this one. No one had a really clean run. A couple of rough laps in it for everyone, I think. As they get to grips with this bumpy Bingham Model Raceway. I'd like to thank all our sponsors that help to make this coverage possible, as Futaba, Rude Bits, TKR Associated, Kyosho, MB Models, Andy's Models, TMG Speed, Rudog, Schumacher, Yokomo and X-Ray, and of course the BRCA for asking us to come and cover the events of the 2026 Off-Road National Calendar.
Young man across the straight, please don't go up on the straight, slow down the straight, guys, slow down the straight.
So now go back to our roaming camera. Let's look to heat 2. So Miklos leads us round in this one. Good battle at the front between Miklos and Russell in the last one. He opens out with 24.8. Russell Gardner 25.1. James Gibbs 26.1, so a couple mistake early doors for James. The rest of the heat rolling through, but it's Miklos, the only guy in the 24. No, Kevin Bishop. And we forgot about Kev. See if he can keep his car all together for this run. I think a wheel came off last time round. As we look to Kevin, car 3, but he was starting at the back of the heat. I think he's over already. So look. But Miklos leads it around 25.89. Indeed, Kev was over on that lap, so it was that car that I spotted. So we'll go back to the front and find Miklos. Miklos car 2. So around the carousel. Miklos. There you go, there's Miklos coming up to the back jump now, the blue car with yellow wheels. Avoids the crash car well, and 25.24 last time by. Miklos looking at taking 6 seconds off TQ at the minute. Kev Bishop jumps back up to the 3 spot with a 23.94, quickest lap in this heat by a second and a half. So we'll keep an eye on Kev again after his early mistake, see if he can jump back up to the head of this field. Looking at getting good runs from his last 2 now. Kev has another rough lap, 25.58 that time by, but Miklos still leads this one, 24.62 last time by. Going 12 in 4. Colin Mulligan looking at going 12 in 6. Russell Gardner 12 in 10. James Gibbs looking at 12 in 12. Martin Lee going 12 in 22. Those guys are affecting the top 10 at the minute. Miklos getting closer to that 13 lap pace. And Kev Bishop has another rough 39 second lap. Don't know what's going on with Kev. Not usually the way he goes about his business, but we're looking to leave it to rounds 3 and 4 to get a good result today. But Miklos now only a second off 13 lap pace. Looking at 12 in 1 at the minute. (24.36) last time by for Miklos. 25.31 this time by. So Miklos bringing it round over the back jump, jumping nice and short, a little too short. Could have done with going a little further. Dropping off a little off the 13 lap pace, down to 12 in 2 as we go into the last 35 seconds. So 13 lap pace isn't going to come from this heat. I'll probably have to wait another heat until heat 3. But Miklos looking fairly safe run, 12 in 5 in 2. Russell Gardner looking at 12 in 5. Colin Mulligan looking at 12 in 7. James Gibbs looking at 12 in 10. Everyone down to Stuart Robinson going inside the top 10 in this round. Kev Bishop though, the fastest car in this heat by a country mile. Not sure why. He's had 2 really rough laps. But Miklos finishes in 12 in 2. Russell Gardner should be next to finish, 12 in 8, so he lost some time on the last lap too. So this heat, I want to look back on, maybe watch back and watch where they went wrong, but A lot of pace in that heat, but not so much consistency over the 5-minute run, and that's what they're going to need around here.
Do not walk onto the track.
So new TQ, Miklos Sabados, 12 in 2, Russell Gardner 12 in 8, James Gibbs 12 in 8, Martin Lee 12 in 15, your new top 4. We're going to heat 3. So we're following around our lead car, Phil Campbell. Good run in round 1. Remember? Good heat this one between Phil, Andrew and Lee Stokes. I think Phil and Andrew probably the class of the field. Lee, a nice safe run. It's Andrew Shillitoe. From our tech officer, Roger Mills, opens out with a good lap. Roger also knows this track well, but these two guys, Phil Campbell and Andrew Shillitoe, worked together well in the last one. Weren't separated by much on track in the end, although they were on time. These two have a huge lead, clear track in front of them and clear track behind them, so no excuses other than to make the best fist of this one. Looking at 13 and 13 for Andrew Shillitoe. So after 3, it's Andrew Shillitoe, Phil Campbell, Roger Mills, Andrew Luxford, Mark Christopher, your top 5. Mark Keane, Roger Mills, Jamie Banks and Paul Ragg all round out the top 10. Top 9 in this one are going into the top 10. Phil Campbell looking at 13 in 15. Andrew Shillitoe, though, leads this one 24.72 last lap by. Same time last time as Mark Christopher, but Andrew Shillitoe looking at 13 in 16 to go with his good round 1 score. Phil Campbell looking at going 12 in 0 time. So it's 4 guys in this one close to 13 lap pace or on 13 lap pace. 23.72 best lap for Andrew Shillito. 25.15 last time by, so not best lap, but this time by, where is he? 24.47 this time by, so still predicted a 13 in 18, looking at going 1, Mark Christopher looking at going 2, Phil Campbell looking at going 3, Roger Mills 4, Jamie Banks looking at going 6, Andrew Luxford 7, Paul Ragg 8 and Lee Stokes 9. So Andrew looking to follow Seth's lead and have a nice, good, clean run. Seth, I think, will have been just outside the top 10 last time round. Andrew Shillito, Shilly Shells fame. Does some great paint slinging in the northeast region. Now predicted a 13 in 17. Mark Christopher 13 in 23. Phil Campbell looking at a 13 in 24. Roger Mills just off 13 lap pace with a 12 in 1. You guys going top 4. Nicholas would hold on to 5. Andrew Luxford though now also joining the party, 12 in 5 minutes 1. So now still top 4 going top 4. Top 7 are affecting the top 10 as it stands. And Shillito through Valley of Doom over the 2 sleeping policemen, over the corner tabletop, round the carousel, over the back-to-back sleeping policeman and over onto the main straight. Another good run from Andrew Shillito, finished with 13 in 19, goes TQ. Mark Christopher, you go second with a 13 in 23. Phil Campbell, 13 in 24. Andrew Luxford, you go 4 with a 12 in 1. Jamie Banks also 12 in 1, puts you 5th in round. Roger Mills 7th, Lee Stokes 9th. Raggy, you're just outside the top 10 in 11th. All right. We're now looking at heat 4. Now these two guys were quick last time. Jack Mills-White and Adam Pry. Adam Pry had the quicker car but made too many errors. And Jack He only took this one from Adam last time round. Both of these guys were quick, and how did they end up in round one? So a quick look. So they were 42nd and 51st. So Jack on target for what he believes he can do, which is a D final. So we'll see how close he is to his prediction again this weekend. So after 2, it's Adam Pry. He crashes someone over at the end of the straight. Jack Mills-White just avoids him. But it's Adam Pry with a 24.06 average, looking at taking 7 seconds off TQ. Jack Mills-White, you're looking at going third. Plenty of time in this run to improve that, though. 25-second last lap for Jack, 24 flat for Adam Pry. But Adam has a shocker, 31.5 that time by. So that's going to drop him way down the order, and we look to find Jack Mills-White again on camera. And Jack 51st in round 1, so great run for Jack in round 1. Looking at getting close to his own prediction of a D final, and Jack at the end of the straight going over the back jump. That's the one, yep. Jack Pink car with a white wing. 24.3 last time by. Looking at 13 in 24, so 5 seconds shy of TQ pace. Emily Heward going 8th in round. Adam Pry back working his way back up, looking at going 10th in round now after that horrible 31-second lap. But Jack now 24.4 last time by. Emily 24.4 also, so those two not separated by much in lap time at the front, and Emily now getting close to a 13-lap run, looking at 12 in 1. So Jack 23.56, getting that new best lap for him last time by, and now moves on to 13-lap pace. And new TQ. So Jack now looking at taking half a second off Andrew Shillito's TQ. Adam Pry now moving back up and also back on 13-lap pace, as is Emily, who's now inside that 13-lap pace. We can Jack, I think we ought to drop back a couple and find Emily, who's just coming down the straight now. She'll be at the end of the straight this time by car 1, the blue car, at the back of those two. So Emily's running third in this one, but on 13-lap pace. Had a good running round 1 too. We'll keep an eye out on Jack in front, but focus on another one of our younger drivers here this weekend. As Emily comes onto the straight. A little bit of a rough lap, but 25, she's still on 13-lap pace. Looking at going 5 in round. Lee Spate looking at going 9. Bowden looking at going 11. Sean Thompson, Rattlecan going 1, looking at going 19th. But Jack still looking now at taking 3 seconds off the current TQ. Adam Pry, after that horrible lap, knows what he can do, which is about 10 seconds quicker than whatever time he's going to get, because he's looking at a 13 in 19. So we follow Emily round, also still on 13-lap pace. A couple of seconds inside as we go into the last 30 seconds. Another good lap, 24.69, so bringing that average lap down, which is all good. Jack Mills-White now only 6/10 in front of Adam, as Adam does a 23.5 that time by. 23.3 this time by, so pressure on now for Jack to respond. These guys goes into finishing times. So Adam Pryor will look back at this one and what could have been a 31-second lap and another bad lap. So lost 10 seconds somewhere in this. And Jack has a shocking last lap, 34. So he loses 9 seconds. He's going to kick himself after this one. That was a good run for Jack. Or could have been a lot better. So Adam Pryor takes that one 13 and 15, even with a 31-second lap and some more. Emily Heward goes 5, Lee Spate goes 6, Jack Mills-White goes 10th after another losing 9 seconds on his last lap. Chris Bowden goes 11. Mark Mitchell goes 20th, Sean Thompson 21st. Riley Butler, one of our heroes from the Potteries, goes 26 in round. Not a great run for Riley, but still 2 rounds to go for all those guys. Go to heat 5. Whiskey. So we just found out what Freddie Thompson has done. He fractured it playing football 8 weeks ago, but has been walking around with his arm normal. Well, like I said, clearly not holding him back. 12th, I think, in round 1. So we follow Dylan Richardson, our long-time TQ man of round 1. 23:44 hour lap. He was quick in round 1. And Dylan does a lot of workshop series indoors. I recognise his name. Does some vintage and some modern, mainly vintage though. Does it like his rear motor class. Dylan, a quick driver, and looking at taking 11 seconds off TQ. Dylan is smoking round. So it's Ewan McLeod leads this one out. Dylan Richardson 2nd, Tom Hayward in 3rd, Ash Hayward 4th, Paul Jenkinson 5th at the minute. 23:94 last time by for Ewan, 24:05 this time by for Dylan Richardson, and now takes it up from Ewan. These are actually swapping close, so on the computer, so it must be quite separated by quite a distance on stagger. That's Dylan that we're following around as he puts another lap in the books, and it's a 23:71, getting close to his best lap of 23:44. Ewan 24:17 that time by, so we are following the race leader, Dylan Richardson, on for taking 2 seconds off TQ. Was on for taking much more earlier on. Now Dylan round the end of the straight, coming up onto the back tabletop now. There we go, that's Dylan. But Ewan actually takes this one up. Those two toing and throwing only 2/10 apart in this heat. Richard Miller going 6th in round, but 3rd in this heat. But Ewan and Dylan going 1 and 2, only taking 2 seconds off Adam Parai's time. Dylan 24.53 that time by. Ewan 24.36. So the gap's now grown to just over 0.3 of a second. Dylan goes around the carousel over the first of the sleeping policemen, over the second and back onto the straight. 3 minutes 20 down, 140 to go. 23.59, getting closer to that best lap. So going the right way about this heat now, getting back down to a 13 in 13. Ewan also following him down to a 13 in 13. So these two only half a second apart at the top of the field. Richard Miller going 5. Paul Jenkinson, you're going 13. Tom Haywood 14. Ryan Preston going 16. Only those guys affecting the current top 20. With 1 minute 10 to go. Ewan now takes it up by 7/100ths of a second now. So these two having a good old ding-dong at the front of the field. But leading the field by about 6 seconds. Richard Miller also through for 13 lap pace. Or on for 13 lap pace. So we're still following Dylan Richardson, rounding it on for 13 in 12.3. Ewan, they're only a second and a half apart now, with 20 seconds to go. Looking at taking 3 seconds off Adam Parai's time, but Adam knows there's about 9 or 10 seconds in his run. So Adam should be aiming somewhere around a 13 in 5 pace. But Dylan on for 13 in 12, 23.82 last time by. So these two only separated by 1.4 minute. We follow Dylan across the line. Another good run for Dylan to go with his round 1. What was it in round 1? Yeah, so Dylan had a 19 in round 1. Don't think that will be a top 20. A couple of little mistakes in that one. But not many drivers. How many drivers actually got a 14 in round 1? Only 6 drivers achieved a 14 lapper in round 1. Top 20 was covered by people doing 13 in 10 or better. That gives you an idea of where people would roughly be aiming from the times you see on screen. So 13 in 11, it's actually not going to be far off. Dylan did a 13 in 9, so only 2 seconds off. Probably on older tyres too. Doubt if people will be running.
Remind everyone not to walk across the track at the end of the sector cars. Again, do not walk over the track at the end of the sector cars. Go around the edge. That will be fun.
Is there any live timing? Yes, there is. If you go to the BRCA website, you can find under the 1/10 off-road results. There's live timing on there. So if you go to 1/10 off-road section on the BRCA website, then click on the 1/10 off-road results. Scroll down, you'll see live timing and live timing full screen. Someone saying that they remember the tracks like the surface of the moon. It has been called Bumpy Moonscape Raceway before, but we don't say that in front of Darren. But it is a bumpy track, very bumpy. So Harry Saunders leads this one off. Had a good run in round one. Dad will be happy, and Charlie will. So Charlie and Harry both had good runs in round one. Let's hope Charlie, from 10th on the grid last time, has a much better run from first. Doesn't have to get through any traffic. We'll follow him round after one. So Harry opens out with a 23.83. And that is eclipsed quickly by Chris Elworthy, but we'll keep an eye on Harry, sorry. I'll have a look where Chris is, but while we watch Harry, I think Chris may have set off just behind him. There's Harry going through now. And Chris is actually quite a way down the field. 24. So Chris Elworthy is 7 cars back of this. Has had a rough second lap, so it's Harry Saunders from Matthew Hodges, Graham Lyle. So after 3, Harry Saunders leads this one. 23.94 last time by, 23.95 average. So some good consistent laps there from Harry, and looking at going TQ in round. Matt Hodges looking at going 4, Graham Lyle 5, Craig Lomax looking at going 6. Chris Elworthy looking at going 10. But Harry round for another lap, another 24.3. So average lap going the wrong way for Harry and dropping off TQ pace now by about a second. But with 1:54 down, there's nearly 3 minutes to go to bring that average back down and get towards Dylan's time of a 13.11. Matthew Hodges now takes this one up. So we can drop a couple of cars back from Charlie. It's a green and yellow car of Matthew Hodges that leads this one now. Looking at a 13.14, looking at going 3rd in round. 6 cars in this one looking at going into the top 10, but no one challenging Dylan's time yet. Matthew's 3 seconds off Dylan's time, but looking to put in another run. So Harry starts to drop his time back down to 23.98 that time by. Harry now takes it up by 4/100ths from Matthew Hodges, Lee Charnock, James Dixon, Craig Lomax, all in the mix, so top 5. But Harry Saunders and Matt Hodges are your 1 and 2 in this, only separated by 4/100ths last time by, and now it's 5/100ths the other way, and Matt's back in front. 23.82 last time for Matt. Associated car going past the Associated team pits. Charney not far off either, and neither's Craig Lomax. All these guys are separated by just over 2 seconds, so your top 5 now separated by just over 3 seconds. On the clock. But Harry 23.47, so we want to go back forward a car, back to Harry, the purple car, just going out of your shot to the right, coming onto the straight now. Down the straight, that's your leader, Harry Saunders. 23.7, he's been edging into the 23s last few laps. And now looking at 13.13 pace, so looking at going 2nd in round. Matt Hodges looking at going 4, Craig Lomax going 6, Charney going 7, Jim Dixon going 8, and Graham Lyle going 10. Brett Birch looking at going 13, Chris Elworthy looking at going 19 in round. Harry just having to check up a rough landing over the back tabletop. With 10 seconds to go, we'll go into finishing times. So Harry Saunders leading this one, but only by 1/10 of a second on predicted time. it's going to be close between him and Matt. Associated pit buddies, probably pitting across from each other, and Charney in there as well. So quite a few of the AE team in this one. Jim Dixon with the Schumacher car, unusually going to finish not 6th in the heat. And, looks like going to finish 4th. Harry Saunders, though, 13 in 14, goes 3rd in round. Craig Lomax will go, not finished just yet. So Harry Saunders goes 3rd in round, Craig Lomax goes 5, Charney goes 6, Jim Dixon goes 7, Graham Lyle goes 8, and Matt Hodges rounds out your top 10. Brett Birch goes 12th, Chris Elworthy 16th, and Ashton Pry 20th. I'll let these guys round for 2. It's James Proctor that takes it up. Or is it? Everyone's through. No, James Proctor after 2. Pictured's 13 in 9, so going TQ. Current TQ is 13 in 11. James Proctor with the wheel speed. Oh, he's parked it up on a pipe, so we're following round Manny at the front because these 3 were very close last time. James Proctor, Cameron Wells, Ruben Russell were all super close together last time, right? Or in the last heat. Ruben chasing around old pit buddy Manny. And Ruben now takes this. No, Cameron Wells takes this one up. Looking at going TQ, taking 2 seconds off Dylan's time. Ruben's over, so where is Cameron? So, Cam, where have you gone? So Cameron just round the end of the straight now, coming up, it'll be the next last car of these over through the hairpin, over the back jump. There's Cameron. And I've given him the mockers now. But we'll follow him round. But he drops after that 26-second lap. He drops to 7th. So it's Charlie Rhodes, car 8, that leads this one on a 13 and 12 pace. Looking at going 2. Peter Craig looking at going 3 in round. Ruben Russell going 6. Charlie Rhodes going 5th. Cameron Wells looking at going 9th. A couple of rough laps for Cameron. But 23.44, quickest lap of the heat for Cameron. 24.13 last time by, so getting back closer, but the top 5 in this one are only separated by 0.8 predicted at the end of 5 minutes. Wait for Cameron to come across the line as these top 5 guys are really close together. That is James Proctor, who hung up on a pipe, but he's outside the top 5, not having a run to go with his round 1. We follow Cameron round. Close battle between him and Ruben Russell at the front. Cameron goes through and still leads this one by around a second. Cameron looking with a 23.61 last time by. 23.17 fastest lap. Ruben 23.56 that time by. They're getting close to his best lap of the run. And those two going 2 and 3 in round. Charlie Rhodes looking at going 4. Peter Craig looking at going 7. Jamie Long looking at going 10. So top 5 in this one are looking at going into the top 10. Keeping quiet for Cameron as he tries to get his car around this last lap and negotiate the back mark, but he just bends him off. That's awful. That is got to be a warning for car 5. Who was that? Jamie Long. That was terrible. And you've got the leader coming up behind you and you just drill him off. So Ruben Russell takes that one just shy of going TQ in round by 4/10. Charlie Rhodes goes 3rd. Cameron Wells with an unlucky collision with a back marker goes 6. Peter Craig 8. Manny Panesar 13. Jamie Long 14. Tris Neal 17 and Evie Thames 19. So just checking in with Freddie Russell from FF Racing, how Ruben got on then. Good run from Ruben. I think Cam was unlucky at the end of that one, getting taken out. But now we're going to follow round Seth Shillito Everest. I think it was 12 in round 1 for Seth. Yeah, no, it was really good. Yep, 12 in round 1. It was him and Freddie. So Freddie comes in the next heat, but Seth 12 in round 1. And looking at going for the first 14 lapper. Put the track mic on. So Seth leads this one out and looking at going for the first 14 lapper of this round and taking 11 seconds off TQ. 23.07 last time by, 22.96 best lap. A little bit slower lap, I think I saw a bit of a half bobble on that one. James Pritchard jumps up to the 2 spot. Roger Tugwood also up there, and Ben Elliott. So early doors, but Seth is a country mile in front on predicted time. The rest of the guys are very close together. Seth almost gets it wrong, rides the pipe down the main straight and quickly marshal because dropped back to a 13 in 2 estimated time. So he needs to just go back to where he was those first couple of laps and pick that pace up because he has a clear track in front and is quicker than everyone else in the field by about 6-7 tenths a lap. Charlie Simmons now takes this one up after that error by Seth. And Charlie with the Yokomo car looking at 13 in 11, 23.49 last lap. And his best lap of the run. So we're going to try and look where Charlie is. Seeing Chris go by. Charlie is the last of the cars, this next gaggle. So it'll be the last one through the hairpin and onto the back jump. The Yokomo white car, or mainly white, blue and yellow car with white wheels. Charlie Simmons looking at 13 in 10. Seth just gone through in the 13 in 9 predicted pace, so these two going 1 and 2 in round. Charlie now hangs it up on a pipe. So Seth will move back to the front. Chris Foster with the Yokomo, purple, pink and white Yokomo. Find Chris on track, Yokomo team manager for the UK. Chris is at the end of the straight now. Car 4, purple, pink or orange and white, coming onto the back jump. Chris looking at going second in this heat and 4th in round, but Seth got his act together and is now back up to the top of this heat and at the top of the pile, looking at taking 4 seconds off TQ. Not looking at a 14 lapper, but looking at a 13 in 7, that big crash early on. Has put paid maybe to the 14 lap run in this one as we go into 1 minute to go. 23.02 last time by, close to his best lap. But Chris Foster on for a good run here, looking at a 13 in 12. 13 in 10 would have got you top 20 in round 1. See where 13 in 10 will get you in round 2. Roger Tugwood, you're running 3rd. Ben Stevenson 4. Ben Elliott 5. Pritchard 6. Charlie Simmons after that early lead now drops down to running 7th in this heat. Last 30 seconds, Seth bringing that average down again. Looking at a 13 in 6, so taking 5 seconds now off Dylan's TQ. Chris Foster looking at going 4. Roger Tugwood 5. Ben Stevenson 6. James Pritchard, you're looking at going 7 in round. Going to the last 10 seconds now. Chris here on for a good run. This won't be far out. This will be somewhere in, I think, the top 30 this time round. I don't think it's going to be making a bit of a mess of the last lap, trying not to crash. And Seth Shillito gets through for a 13 in 5. Chris does finishing at 12, so it puts him 4, so didn't drop any places with that errant last lap, but good run nonetheless for Chris. So Seth takes TQ 13 in 5.5, taking 6 seconds off Dylan's time. Chris Foster, you go 4. Roger Tugwood, 5. Ben Elliott, 6. Ben Stevenson, 7. Pritchard, you go 11th. Yeah, I think they've still... Oh. So as we move into heat 9 now. Freddie Thompson. Is it Freddie? Pretty sure it's Freddie that will lead us off. 11th in round 1. Freddie. Yeah, I can see him on the rostrum with his broken arm. Easy to spot someone with a pot. But yeah, Freddie added 11th in round 1. So we're looking to back that up. Normally something around 13 points to be safe for an A final, so need to go 2 rounds lower than that 11 to have a good chance of making the A, but solid, another top 20, and this could be a B final. Someone pointing out that he went off to uni. That's why he had a break. But we'll follow Freddie's X-ray round for the first lap. For a few laps. Nice and safely over the back. Isaac McFadden also quick, but made quite a few errors in the last one. So these two guys and Matt Truett all got a good chance of making B final, I think, today. Matt Truett looking to add to his tally of A finals. I think he's on 1 at the minute. And Matt is the fastest after 1. But nothing in it between him and Freddie, only 0.5. Top 5 all under 24 second lap pace, and on 4, well, everyone down to David Scott in this one, looking at top 10 at the minute. We'll keep an eye out on where Matt Truett is, but we'll still follow Freddie round. So after 2, it's Matt Druitt leading from Freddie Thompson, Isaac McFadden, Jacob Tomlinson and Kyle Moon. Alex Pyatt, you're looking at going 7th. Matt Dodd looking at going 9. But Matt Druitt looking at going through for the first 14 lapper. So we can find where Matt is on track. Number car 3 of Matt Druitt. So there's Matt Truett just going round now. Matt 23.38 last time round, just drops off 14 lap pace, looking at a 13 in 1. Isaac McFadden looking at a 13 in 6. Jacob Tomlinson 13 in 9. Matt Dodd 13 in 9. Alex Pyatt 13 in 11. Kyle Moon 13 in 12. You guys all affecting the top 10. sure what's happened to Freddie, because he's dropping back quickly in this one. We're still following Matt Druitt round with the X-ray car. 13 in 1 now, looking at taking 4 seconds off TQ. Isaac McFadden getting close to second place, but still running third. Jacob Tomlinson looking at going 4, Matt Dodd 5, Alex Pyatt 6. Freddie Thompson looking at going 9, so something happened earlier to Freddie which I've missed. Is that Matt that's now over? No, it wasn't Matt that was over. 13 in 1 predicted 23-1 for Matt last time round. Isaac 23-3, Jacob Tomlinson 23-5, Freddie Thompson 23-5. Alex Pyatt also 23-9. So those guys looking at going into the top 6, only Seth Shillito Everest from previous heats would stay inside and be third. Matt Druitt getting closer and closer to TQ, or to 14 lap pace, already on TQ pace. 23-1 last time by for Matt, 23-1 average. So really good, going a little bit tight at the end of the straight there though. 23-4 Matt that time by, and I think that'll now be, it is Isaac hot on his heels just behind him with the black wings. So those two are almost in the same shot. That's your 1 and 2 in this heat. Looking at going 1 and 2 in round. Jacob looking at 4. Freddie Thompson now looking at going 5. So whatever happened to Freddie's making amends. The 23-3 last time by. Matt Druitt though still has the fastest lap of this heat, 22-8. Matt just misses out, well, 1.5 seconds, but takes new TQ. Isaac McFadden goes second, Jacob Tomlinson 4, Freddie Thompson. Need to find out what happened to Freddie, because he was going well and then just dropped down the order like a stone, and I missed it as we followed Matt round. So Matt Druitt takes new TQ, 13 in 1. Isaac McFadden 13 in 4. Jacob Tomlinson goes 4 with 13 in 8. As does Freddie Thompson, goes 5 with a 13 in 8. Alex Pyatt, you go 6 with a 13 in 10. Kyle Moon and Matt Dodd, you go 16 and 17. Reese Ward 22nd. UTQ 13 in 5 minutes 1. So Chris Everson leads us round this time. Another guy looking to make a good fist of setting off first after setting off 9th in round 1. What did Chris have in 17 in round 1? Stuart Marn had an 18 in round 1. So 1 minute down, it's Chris Everson who leads us round. 23.42 last time by, 23.3 best lap. Looking at going second in round. Couple of seconds off Matt Druitt's TQ time. But Chris Everson also with the X-ray car, I believe. Blue, white, car 9 going over the back jump now. Through the Valley of Doom. Over the speed bumps, corner tabletop and around the carousel. Looking at 13 and 5, Stuart Marn looking at 13 and 6. Oscar Keane also looking at 13 and 5, so those three only separated by less than half a second across the line. Colin May only another 2/10 back, as is Eugene Galley, so top 6 in this one only separated by less than a second. After 2 minutes. Oscar Keane now heads this one up, car 5. We'll find where Oscar is on track. So Oscar, the red, orange and yellow car at the back of the group, coming over the back section now. Oscar now leads this one, predicted as 13 in 4 pace. Looking at going third in round. Oscar gets tangled up. And Eugene will probably head this one now. And does. So we can go and find Eugene. Be blue, yellow. This Schumacher car with a black wing. Be next. One of the middle car onto the straight now. Coming down the straight. Middle one of those three. Car 8. Eugene Galley. Looking at a 13 in 7. Looking at going 4th in round. Stuart Marn going 7. Will Venables going 8. So Eugene 23.44 last time by 23.28 average. So good consistent run this for Eugene. Needs to find a few more seconds to go up to a predicted third. Curry on for going 4th in round. Stuart Marn going 7. Will Venables going 8. Those three are the only ones affecting your top 10 at the minute. Matt Druitt's time will be safe with a minute to go. He's 6 seconds clear of what Eugene is predicted. Eugene gets a little bit of a tap. Eugene's still on for 4th overall, 23.62 last time by. 23.83 this time by as it goes over the square, up over the back jump and sends it big and gets away with it. Clips the guy that he's just let him through. 20 seconds down. Eugene now still heads this one, but only by 7/10 from Stuart Marn. So Eugene Galley takes that one, goes 6th in round with 13 in 9. Colin May goes 7, 13 in 10. Stuart Marn 10th, 13 in 11. Chris Evison and Will Venables go 12 and 13 in round. Steve Brown goes 25th. Oscar Keane 27th after an early good showing on that one. So in this one we've got Tommy Hall, Jamie Hall, Lee Martin, Josh and Luke Holdsworth. So I have both sets of brothers in qualifying as we do normally in the A final. It's Lee Martin, I think. No, it's Tommy that led us off, and Lee and Charlie Saunders. So Charlie was 6th in round 1, I think last of the 14 lappers. Jamie didn't get through for 14, so this heat we should hopefully see first 14 lap run. Only 6 in round 1. So like I said, I think 14 laps is what you're going to need for top 10. And 2 of them will probably cement you in the A final. So after 1, it's Hudson Knight, 22.23 outlap, looking at 14 in 11. Just taking a cool 10 seconds or 12 seconds off TQ. Quickly unravel. So I wonder if people have put new tyres on early doors. Josh Holdsworth jumps to the front now. So after 3, it's Charlie Saunders that takes this one up. 22.01 last time by, almost into the 21s for Charlie, and looking at going TQ with a 14 in 13. Top 7 are going top 7. A lot of these guys were in the top 10 after round 1, so this is a genuinely quick heat. Only 6 14 lappers in round 1. Predicted to have 7 out of this heat at the minute. So Charlie Saunders, the all-red car, looking at 14 in 13. He's going through up to the back, to the carousel, hits the pipe and gets away with it. But Charlie now on a 14 pace. Josh Holdsworth only a second behind on predicted finishing times and less than 4 tenths behind on the clock now. So these two going 1 and 2, Tommy going 3, Lee Martin going 4, Callum Ackroyd Bench going 5, Luke Holdsworth going 6, Jamie Hall going 7. Matt Drew, you would drop to 8th. .22.3 that time by for Charlie. He just gets let through, and that's great driving there. So Charlie now looking to cement an A final place early doors with 2 good runs in round 1 and 2. .22.3 that time by for Charlie. So less than or just over a second between the top 3 after 3:40. 1:10 to go now. Charlie's still looking at going TQ. In fact, the top 6 still looking at going top 6. So all down, everyone down to Lee Martin on for 14 lap pace. Luke Holdsworth dropped off now and only into mid-13s. But Charlie's still leading this one pretty much from tone to tone. Goes through the 22.30 that time by. Charlie's dropped now, no 26.32 for Charlie Saunders. Josh Holdsworth now leads this one. With TQ and winner from round 1. Looking at 14 and 7 and looking at going TQ. Jamie Hall also having a good run, looking at going 3rd in round. Just 1.5 seconds behind brother Tommy. But Josh, 22.46 last time by, 22.35 best lap. And Josh looking good as we come in, and he's the first one through for a 14 lapper. UTQ and first 14 lapper for Josh Holdsworth. Tommy Hall also 14 laps. Jamie Hall and Charlie Saunders. Only 4 guys made it through 14 lapper. So Matt, you've dropped to 5th. Kalamakaru Bench, you're now 6. Hudson Knight 7. Luke Holdsworth 8. Lee Martin 9. Ewan Tamilty 11th in round. Josh's time about a second faster than Ben Smith's time in round 1. So that's new fastest time of the meeting so far. Yeah, you. So Ben Smith leads us away. TQ man from round 1. Looking at setting another TQ in this round to have a good chance of locking out TQ overall with 2 TQs. Tommy Hall currently has a 2 and a 2 with this heat outstanding. But Thomas Phipps straight to the point. Quick out the gates in round 1. So a minute in, it's Ben Smith from Daniel Pole, Thomas Phipps, Archie Bowman, Aaron Nash, Ryan Clark. Top two, Ben Smith and Daniel Pole. Looking at going 1 and 2. Thomas Phipps joining them and looking at going 2 now. Daniel Pole looking at going 3 in round. Archie Bowman looking at going 8th in round. Predicted less than a second at the end of 5 minutes between the top 3, so really close on the clock between Ben, Tom and Daniel. Ben comes round onto the straight for his 5th lap. Another one in the 22.2 this time. That average is coming down now, and he's looking at taking TQ in this round by 3 seconds from Thomas Phipps. These guys all looking to try and secure an A final spot after 2 runs. Ben Smith looking at having 2 zeros after 2, which giving him a good chance of TQing the meeting. Thomas Phipps, though, new hot lap of the heat, 22.07 last time by. So only just a second between them two at the minute. And 2.30 down, 2.30 to go. It's Ben from Thomas, from Daniel, Archie, Harley. Only the top 4 going into the top 10 though. Harley looking at going 14th. Oliver Natras looking at going 19th. Aaron Nash looking at going 16th. Ben and Thomas looking, dueling out at the front. 22.27 that time for Ben. 23.32 for Thomas Phipps. Rough lap for Tom. Daniel though holding on in 3rd. Archie Bowman 4. Those guys still looking at going into the top 10. Ben and Thomas looking at going 1 and 2. Daniel looking at going 4 in round. Approach 3.50 down, 1.10 to go, and it's still Ben Smith who leads from Thomas Phipps, Daniel Pole, Archie Bowman. 22.55 last time by for Ben. Looking at taking TQ by 3 seconds from Josh Holdsworth. Thomas Phipps only 400ths inside Josh Holdsworth's predicted time. So it's going to be close between 2nd and 3rd for Thomas Phipps and Josh Holdsworth. Ben Smith, 22.17, his best lap last time by. Looking at 14 in 13 now. Around the carousel, catching up a couple of back markers who will get out of his way shortly as it recognises his car coming up behind them. Thank you. So over the back jump. Ben looking at a 14 in 14 now. So a rough last lap for Ben Smith. Thomas Phipps takes TQ by 8/100ths of a second from Ben Smith. Daniel Pole goes 4, Archie Bowman 8, Harley Eldridge 14, Aaron Nash 16, Oliver Natras 19, Mark Anthony Jones 20, Ryan Clark 21st. So overall, after 2, Ben Smith, Thomas Phipps, Tommy Hall, Daniel Pole, Josh Holdsworth, Jamie Hall, Charlie Saunders, Lee Martin, Callum Ackroyd Bench and Hudson Knight will be your top 10. Currently bottom of the A's, 21 points. That will need to be a lot lower than that, around 14 or 13 normally. Bottom of the A. Archie Bowman, unlucky BQ man at the minute, on 23 points. So 2:35 down, 2:30-ish to go. Trevor Follington leads this one, 24.9 last lap. Looking at going 12 in 6. Jesse Russell looking at 12 in 19. Mike Temple 12 in 26. Follow round. Just working out who we're following around on camera. 8 car. It's that 8 car of Richard Hipkiss that we're following around on camera. Which is 25.22 last time by. Nice and steady over the back section now. See who we're picking up now. Car 10. And that's Jesse Russell. So Jesse, second in this heat. 25.87 last time by. Under his average lap. Good lap last time by for Jesse. Younger brother of Reuben Russell. And Dad Freddie Russell of FF Racing fame. And one time half decent at driving too. And follow young Jesse round as he goes around the carousel. Over the sleeping policeman. Back to back onto the main straight. That's the associated car coming down the straight now. Red, black and white. And going to finishing times. And Trevor Follington takes that one 12 in 12. Jesse Russell 12 in 17. Mike Temple 12 in 18. Only 3 12 lappers in that one. So let's see if we can give some good karma to one of the cars a bit further back in this heat. So no, the car that's set off 9th, Kev Bishop, we ought to follow around because he's the fastest car in this heat by a country mile. And he's coming onto the straight now. He needs some good karma, so we're going to try and give him some with the camera. he's had issues. Wheel falling off in round 1. Don't know what happened in round 2. But he's genuinely the quickest car in this heat. He was in the 23s. And should, all things being equal, win this heat. But struggling after 2. Didn't look like 2 bad laps, but only 24s. He's not into the 23s yet, so maybe there's something inherently wrong with the car, I don't know. But he's in the 23s in practice, 23s in round 1. But Kev just getting closer, but Miklos having a stellar run as well. So 140 down, Miklos from Kevin, James Gibbs, Russell Gardner, Colin Mulligan, Martin Lee, Simon Hall. All those guys affecting the top 10 at the minute. Kevin Bishop now on for the first 13 lap of the round. 13 in 17. 24.08 last time by. New fastest lap for Kev, but he's been in the 23s before. So needs to find a bit more pace. But actually now just needing 2 runs from his last 2 rounds. His first 2 have not been terrible. 2 disasters in round 1 and 2, so 2 from 2 for Kevin, no pressure. But he's done this before, won regionals. Not sure if he's made a National A final before, but has definitely made B finals in the past. So Kev knows what to do. Just needs 2 clean runs and going the right way about it now. 24.18 last time by. Miklos though also having a good run now on 13 lap pace, looking at a 13 in 23. James Gibbs looking at a 12 in 6. Martin Lee looking at a 12 in 10. Those guys going top 4. So Kev's looks for a bit of help and gets it from that back marker, and he's now through into the Valley of Doom. Looking at a 13 in 17 pace, so 6 seconds clear of Miklos. With 130 down, hopefully his car holds together for the entire 5 minutes this time round. .25.74, not the cleanest lap from Kevin. He's back, fallen back to 13 in 20 pace. So let's see if we can go up and find Miklos now. So that'll be the 2 car of Miklos. He was nearer the front of the field setting off, and also on a good run. Remember, it's blue and yellow with yellow wheels. We found Miklos. Miklos jumps ahead of the field at the minute, but until Kevin comes around a little bit later on, he's still on 24.59. So still looking at a 13 lap pace, but only just inside it now. So Kevin Bishop takes that one 13 in 20. Miklos 13 in 23. James Gibbs 12 in 4. Simon Hull 12 in 9. Go top 4. Trevor Follington stays 5th. Martin Lee goes 6. Russell Gardner 7. Nicholas Harwood goes 8. So just managed to catch up quickly with Kevin and find out what happened in round 1 and 2. Wheel nut off in round 1. And his car clipped something, went over the banking, and the marshal didn't see him. So his meeting starts now, a little bit late. And he's had a fairly safe run to start. So, but Miklos, another good run, 13 in 23. So he's not far off Kev's time. I think Kev just, as he put it, just drove safe. Didn't want to end up needing 2 from just 1. But this time we'll... Oh, false start. So quickly, while we've got a gap, we'll thank our sponsors: TKR, Futaba, Kyosho, Andy's Models, Rude Dog, Yokomo, Associated, Rude Bits, MB Models, TMG Speed, Schumacher and X-Ray, and also you great RC heroes, RC Racing TV heroes who are out there. Without this, the coverage wouldn't be possible. And Craig Gibson, can't wait to race 4-wheel drive tomorrow. I'm feeling ready to dominate. And dominate which final, Craig? Someone said we had no sound. Hopefully you can all hear us now. I think it might have been I turned the mic off for a bit, so I needed to have a quick chat with someone. But this heat last time round, Phil Campbell and Andrew Shillito had another good qualifier there, have been the head of the field. Start out with, but Mark Keane, guess that might be Oscar's dad. Raggy jumps to the point with a 24-1. Let's see if we can pass on some of Kev's karma to Paul Ragg. That's the X-ray car of Paul Ragg, so car 3 we'll need to find. Remember what Raggy's colours used to look like, but has he changed them? So car 3, the one that's just exited the end of the straight and is the back one of those 4 coming onto the back jump now. We've got hold of Raggy. So hopefully we can give him some good karma, because he's not had the greatest 2 rounds. Mid-East A final or regional A finalist previously, and Raggy's trying to get through this gap, and this looks like a mess. So Raggy's through now, but it's Roger Mills that leads this one. 23.9 last time by for Roger. Hot lap of the race so far, car 10. On screen we're following Paul Ragg round, hopefully giving him a bit of good karma as he's had a rough day so far. And he now jumps to the top spot. Close between Paul and Roger Mills. Only half a second, but Paul's over. So we need to try and drop back now, or see if we can find where Roger Mills is on track, car 10. There he is at the end of the straight, blue, red and white associated. Our BRCA Tech officer gets past a stricken Paul Ragg. That's not Roger Mills. Roger Mills car 10. So it's a blue, red and white car. I think that's at the front of those two. Yep, coming onto the straight now. So that's Roger Mills. And Roger Mills takes it up 24.37 last time by. Andrew Shillito's not far behind though. Only half a second behind on time. And quickest last lap. Mark Christopher though, 23.55, has hot lap of this heat. Roger Mills gets caught up. Gets away with it, but now drops to third. So this heat chopping and changing now. Car 4, Andrew Shillito leads it from Mark Christopher. Mark Christopher will have the red and white Schumacher car, which is just at the end of the straight now. Going round up over the back section, over the back jump. The Schumacher car of Mark Christopher. We followed Andrew Shillito in the other heats, so we'll give Mark some time on camera as he's second on track. And looking at going fourth in round, Andrew Shillito going 1, Roger Mills going 5, Mark Keane going 7, Paul Ragg 8 and Andrew Luxford 9. (24.1) for Mark Christopher last time round. And for a 13 in 22. Still looking at going third in round with his Schumacher car. No Dremel stickers on it though this time. Don't know if that's all a thing of the past. No more Dremel for Mark. And Lee Stokes, the long-suffering pitman, running 10th in this one and looks like he's out. Coming to last 10 seconds and Mark's over. So that might put paid to this 13-lap run. Andrew Shillito, though, looks like he's safely round for his 13th lap. Andrew Shillito now, new TQ 13 in 19. Takes 7/10 off Kev Bishop's time of 13 in 20. Mark Christopher goes 4 after that last lap error. Drops off 13 lap pace. Mark Keane goes 5, Roger Mills 6. Jamie Banks 8 and Paul Ragg 9. So Andrew Shillito has a 61, a 62, and whatever he gets in that round. Some good consistent scores for Andy. This heat has been won by Adam Pry or Jack Mills-White last 2 times. Adam Pry's car sounds like it's got some severe horsepower in down the straight. Also look back for Emily Heward, but a rough opening lap for Emily. She had a good run in the last one. We followed around for a while and Emily drove a great race towards the end of the last one. But Adam Pry's car sounds fast and he's on for 13 into 7. So after a minute, it's Adam Pry from Riley Butler. Nope, scratch that. Fraser McLeod jumps up to the 2 spot. Riley Butler 3, Lee Spate 4, Chris Bowden 5. Adam Pry's car sounds fast down the straight. 13 in 8 he's looking at, so taking 11 seconds off TQ. Been fast in this heat. Rounds 1 and 2, but a couple of errors, so this wants to have a clean round 3. 24.07 and that car sounding super fast down the straight. Lee Spate jumps up to the 2 spot. I have to wait for the whole heat to unravel, as it's Fraser McLeod who's actually jumping up to the 2 spot, but Adam is 12 seconds predicted clear of the rest of this heat. So the pink, yellow and blue car with white wheels going through the infield up towards the carousel. Round over the sleeping policeman and onto the straight, and that, the Union flag on top. 23.21 last lap, and that's his new hot lap of the race as he moves down to a 13 in 7 predicted, so getting close to 14 lap run. 13 in 7 would have got you top 20 in round 2. So keep this up, Adam, and you'll be on for somewhere between 20 and 30 in round 3 with a clean run to the end. Jack Mills-White now up into the 2 spot, followed by our RC Racing TV hero from round 1, Riley Butler. Let's see if we can find Riley on track. Car number 6. Where is Riley? So Riley's around the end of the straight now, the white, grey and orange car coming up over the back jump. Around the hairpin. Riley did great at Potteries from Heat 1. Nicknamed him our hero from Heat 1. Riley now jumps back up to the 5 spot, so just off 13 lap pace for Riley with a minute to go, so plenty of time, and he's bringing that average down the right way. 24.27 last time by. We'll keep an eye on Adam Pry though, he's predicted a 13 in 9. So just dropping off that previous 13 in 7 pace. Riley Butler closer now, 12 in 0 time predicted for Riley, so 30 seconds to go. Riley going the right way about, just sneaking through for a 13 lap run. Comes round up over the corner tabletop, round onto the carousel. Young Riley. Is he going to get on his 13 lap pace? No, rough lap that time by 26, so must have had a crash while I was looking at the timing screen. But Adam Price still predicted a 13 in 9, so 13 seconds clear of Lee Spate, who's running second. Fraser is running third. Jack Mills-White just off 13 lap pace in fourth. Jack just misses out on 13 lap pace. So Adam Pry, new TQ, 13 in 9. I'll take some beating for the next few heats. Lee Spate goes 4th with a 13 in 22. Fraser McLeod 6. Jack Mills-White 7. Riley Butler 8. Mark Mitchell goes 10th. Emily went 13. Martin 16. And Bowden, you went 18. Sean Thompson top 20. So we're following Dylan Richardson round. I think he's won all of the heats so far, and Dylan on for new TQ, so saying Adam Parai's time would be safe for a couple of heats. Don't think it will be, it's under pressure already. So after 1 minute it's Dylan Richardson, Ryan Preston, Ash Hayward, Tom Hayward, Paul Jenkinson, your top 5. Dylan on for new TQ, looking at 13 in 4 pace. Thirteen in 4 is top 20 from round 3. So Dylan looking at putting a good run down. Dylan does a lot of the workshop series, not far from here, through the winter, and does some rear motor action. But also, great young driver. Lost Dylan a little bit there, the blue, white and yellow car at the front. So Dylan now around 23.56, 23.57. 13 in 5 pace now, predicted for Dylan, so bringing that average down don't think 14 lap run this time round, but good pace for a very fast 13 lap run from Dylan. Does he need some help getting through a couple of back markers and size on the case? Another car to let Dylan through and crashes out of his way and helps him out no end. So Dylan now clear track for at least 2 or 3 laps. Ryan Preston also having a great run, also on 13 lap pace and running going third in round. At the minute, those are the only 2 affecting the top 10. So Dylan and Ryan, the head of the field, both on for 13 lap runs. Overshoots that corner a little bit. Needs to get that braking point a bit tighter there as he goes round to the carousel. Pipe and speed hump. Dylan round to 23.9. Just outside, but with that over jump on the last lap. Saves it, pulls it down and saves it through the tunnel of doom. Guy behind Dylan's putting some pressure on him. That's your race leader though. Dylan Richardson down the straight. 4 minutes down, 1 to go. This is a very good run. So keep it nice and neat and tidy for the last 3 laps. This will be a very fast 13 lapper for Dylan from heat 5. Much better line through that corner this time round. Great driving there from the other car to let Dylan through. And Dylan comes round 23.7, bringing that time down to an estimated 13.7 as we go into finishing times. This is a cracking run by Dylan, really. No errors, just a few bobbles and a couple of over jumps. Could just tidy it up a bit, but I think that's approaching what Dylan's maximum on this track. 23.06 best lap, 23.65 average. So nice tight grouping there. Only spotted a couple of 24s in there. So Dylan Richardson, UTQ, 13.7. Richard Miller goes 5 with 13.22. Ryan Preston goes 7th with 13.23. Tom Hayward 13th. No one else affected the top 20 in that run. Well, great run by Dylan Richardson. Pretty clean run, start to finish. Couple of little bobbles here and there, but no marshal required, so great run from Dylan. So young Harry Saunders leads us round on this one. Looks like it's been an error-free outlap. 24.24. Graham Lyle though 23.9. Craig Lomax 24.07. Charney 24.5. Jim Dixon 24.5. So looks like some good clean outlaps from everyone in this one. Ashton Pry though does not start in this one. Not sure why. If he's on track, then he's not counting. As we follow round the 6 car of Chris Elworthy, has shown very good pace, but I guess a rough outlap with 23.9 and his average is 26.1, so something's happened. Matt Hodges though won this one last time round. He's a little bit further up the road. Craig Lomax with his Schumacher cars going well in this one. First time I've seen Craig's name at the top near the top of this heat. Car number 8. Graham Lyle, Jim Dixon also going well. So not much separating these few guys. We try and pick up. Our race leader is Matt Hodges, so that'll be green, yellow and black car. There he is. I'll see if I can find out where Lomax is on track. It's Graham Lyle actually, the 2 car that's in second. I'll see if I can find Craig Lomax. We'll catch up with Craig in a bit because he's having his first good run of the day. So he must be in that midfield battle somewhere. Hopefully it's not the guy that's just speared it off the track. So Craig Lomax is a car 1 ahead of Matt Hodges, so we have 2. Oh, and they get tagged, they get stuck together, Matt Hodges and Lomax. It's unlucky. You just can't get out of the way of the car in front. So Jim Dixon might lead this one now. Coming onto the straight now. It is Jim Dixon that leads this one. So drop a couple of cars back to the orange, blue and white car with a black wing going over the back section. Little car in front of that. Yep, that's Jim Dixon. Super smooth, Jim Dixon. He's dropped 3rd, so Matt Hodges pulls out 23.76, so after that crash. But we'll follow Jim round, 'cause Jim is normally pretty neat and tidy on circuits like this. Also does the Mid-East region. And should be nice and neat and tidy for a 5-minute run. Back up to 3rd. Predicted 3 seconds off Matt Hodges' time. So Matt really is putting his foot down at the front with a 23.5 last lap. So the last 2 laps from Matt Hodges, although we're following Jim, Matt Hodges has put in 2 good back-to-back laps and now heading the field. Harry Saunders also with a 23.5 jumping back up the field as well. So top 3 in this one will be separated by 3 seconds overall, but they're not affecting the top 2. So Matt Hodges is going 3rd, Harry Saunders 4, James Dixon 5, Brett Birch going 7, Craig Lomax going 8, Chris Elworthy going 10. So 20 seconds to go, we'll follow Jim to the end. Give him some good camera action as he jumps up to the 2 spot now. Craig Lomax has a rough lap somewhere. Oh no, it's Matt Hodges that has a rough lap. 27.35. Harry Saunders though 23.14 as we come into finishing times. Jim Dixon gets through for 13 just. Harry Saunders well through for 13. Matt Hodges through for 13. Craig Lomax also through for 13. pretty much all of this heat through for 13 lappers. Harry Saunders sneaks this one right at the end. So Harry Saunders takes heat 6. 13 in 13 goes 3rd. Matt Hodges goes 4. Jim Dixon 5. Craig Lomax 6. Chris Elworthy goes 7. Scott Follington 9. And Brett Birch 10. Lee Charnock and Graham Lyle go 12th and 13.
I looked at the time, I was like, oh, you're still there, I better call you up. Try and distract him. Blame the disabled boy.
So I just managed to get a quick word with Dylan. I'm really happy with his last run. So he's had a 19, a 28 and whatever this run is. Dylan's pretty chuffed with that run. A couple of little mistakes he's had. But he's hoping for top of the C final today. But sounds really chuffed with his run. So minute 20 down, it's Ruben Russell from Cameron Wells. Charlie Rhodes, Jamie Long, Peter Craig, James Proctor and Manny Panesar all affecting the top 10. Patty Thames almost affecting the top 10. But your lead two are looking at going 3rd and 4th, only just shy of Adam Price time in 2nd. Just need to find around a 2nd for those two. Over 5 minutes. So it looks like we're following Ruben Russell round. And he's over but lands on his wheels and gets away with it a little. This heat is very close. With, what's that, less than a second separating the top 5. That cartwheel by Ruben's dropped him from leading the heat to 8th in the heat. Cameron now takes this one up. Followed Cameron a couple of times in previous heats. He's the back of this gaggle of cars. So that gaggle of cars in front of him are going to need to work together because that's Freddie, Proctor, Panesar and Cameron Wells all close together on track. I think just one of the Thames mobiles going through as well. Tris not having a great run this time round at the minute. but everyone down to James Proctor going into the top 10 in this one so far. Charlie Rhodes though leads this one, and I don't think we've followed Charlie yet, so we try and pick up car 8, Charlie Rhodes. See if we can find where he is. Ruben. I think car 8 might be the first one onto the carousel at the back. I think that's car 8 of Charlie Rhodes. It looks like it. See as it goes across the line. That is Charlie Rhodes. Schumacher car. By the looks of it, it is. And someone's, it's Cameron that's just hit guy on the straight, and that's a broken car. So as we follow Charlie round now, 13 and 11 predicted, so looking at third in round. Cameron Wells, even though he hit the straight, but I think that was after the loop, so Cameron will drop. It's James Proctor who goes, no, scratch that. Peter Craig goes into the 2 spot, Jamie Long 3, James Proctor 4, Manny Panesar. Hattie Thames jumps up to the 5 now. As we go, 30 seconds left. Charlie onto the straight. Predicted 13 and 11 to go 3 in round. Everyone down to Manny going into the top 10. Charlie round carousel over the back-to-back sleeping policeman as we go into the last 10 seconds. Looks like a pretty clean run for Charlie. 24 second average, 23.68 best, so pretty close. Lap times between best and average, and Charlie finishes with 13 and 12, which indeed puts him third in round. Cameron Wells probably just over driving today, I'd say. Home track, a little bit too overconfident. So Charlie Rhodes goes third, Peter Craig 5th, Jamie Long 6, Hattie Thames 7, James Proctor 8, Tris Neal 12, Evie Thames 13, and Manny Panesar top 20 just.
It's got a 1.9's 2-hole on the rear, and a normal 3-hole piston in the front. Can't remember the oil, but then got the mild springs on, and then I've got my slipper undone. Yeah, I don't know, usually builds it for me, but yeah, I've had my slipper off quite a lot, got full dip in there. Yeah, just makes it easier. I mean, it's fast, but you've got to really drive it then. Whereas full dip in straight line, like coming out here and stuff, is quite difficult. It's worth trying. Yeah, I'm tempted to try it.
It looks like Seth's made a mistake early on. It's Chris Foster. who leads us on track, but Gareth Stanton from the middle of the pack is leading the heat, and that will be the white, yellow and purple car with white wheels going through the middle section. Just gone around the carousel. Let's see if we can pick up Stant on. So Stanton just gone around the end of the straight now. And up towards the back section, up over the tabletop. That's Stanton, our leader. So after a minute, it's Gareth Stanton that leads this one. 23.05 last lap and best lap of this run. Looking at taking TQ, but a little tumble there might just knock him off that TQ spot. Actually, Pritchard now to the point in this one. 23.19 last lap. Stanton looking at about a second shy of Pritchard after 5 minutes. Looks like Seth must have had a rough early couple of laps, but he now jumps up to the 3 spot. It's still Pritchard and Stanton. So car 6 of James Pritchard. Try and find Pritchard. I think he's the car behind Stanton on track. It's just had a bit of a spin there. That's Pritchard. So starting near the back. Pritchard looking to get a good run in this time round. He now drops off the pace and drops back to 6th. It's Seth Shillito Everest. We'll leave Seth though, because he's had plenty of camera work in the first 2 rounds as he's dominated this heat. And looks to cement a B final place today. So we're still following Pritchard round. Pritchard there or thereabouts in 6th. Pretty tight heat this, only a second behind Chris Foster after 2:40. So 5 cars separated by less than a second on track. And Seth is looking now to go new TQ. Him and Dylan haven't really been separated by much all day long in overall times. So I think those two will be sharing the B final or C final at the end of the day. Chris Foster jumps up to looking at going 3rd in round. Gareth Stanton looking at 5. Ben Stevenson looking at 7. Roger Tugwood looking at 8. James Pritchard looking at going 9th. Seth drops back now. He's only looking at going 2nd in round, but only just off TQ pace. See if we can go and find Ben Stevenson, just going over the back jump now. Through the valley, round over the sleeping policeman, black wing of Ben Stevenson, having a good run this time. Not too far off guys at the head of this field, and looking at going 7th overall at the minute is Ben. 23.71 last time by, and that was his best lap of the race. So we'll keep the camera on him and give him some camera karma, and hopefully Ben gets good running out of this one, leaving himself a nice chance with round 4. So Ben through 23.94, jumps up to now stays 5. So still looking at 7th in round. Pritchard looking at 9. Roger Tugwood looking at 6. Gareth Stanton looking at 5. Seth though back up to TQ pace, looking at a 13 in 6 as we go into the last 10 seconds. Seth, after a few early mistakes, looks like he's going to sneak this heat and no, not going to sneak TQ. He's dropped off it again. So we've tried to leave Seth to do his own run this time, and he's not quite done it. 7.99, so he's only half a second all by the shouting, just shy of Dylan's time of a 7 in 5. So Dylan still holds TQ. So Seth takes that one, just half a second shy of Dylan's time. Roger Tugwood goes 4, Gareth Stanton 5, Ben Stevenson goes 6, Pritchard you go 7, Chris Foster 12, Ben Elliott 13, Luke Thompson. First time I've read your name out for a while. 17 in round. Good job. So a couple of people there getting a run in round 3 to give them a fighting chance of a decent final with round 4 to come. So that's Pritchard, Stevenson, Stanton and Luke Thompson all have one decent run now, or half decent run, just looking for a run in round 4. So your 3-car Matt Truett leads us out and is fastest on lap 1 with 23.09. Looking at going TQ in round with the first 14 lapper. I think Matt was on for 14 lap pace in round 2. Just dropped off it towards the end. So Matt with his X-ray car this year. Wasn't with us at Potteries, but back with us for the rest of the season. And Matt still on for that first 14 lap run of round 3. Looking at 14 in 20. Freddie Thompson looking at a 13 in 5. Matt gets hung up on a pipe just on a straight. And drops him off 14 lap pace. Only just. So another couple of quick 22s, which is what he's been doing, and he'll be back on that 14 lap pace. Isaac McFadden up to the 3 spot. Reese Ward 5th. David Scott, you're running 4th at the minute. Everyone down to Matt Dodd in 6th is affecting the top 10 in this one. But Matt Druitt, our lead car, looking at going TQ. Isaac McFadden looking going 2. Freddie Thompson 3. David Scott 6. Reese Ward 8th. Matt Dodd 11th. Kyle Moon 15th. Jacob Tomlinson 16th. That's pace just dropping off a little. If we can drop back a car to find Isaac with the black wing, so big one car more than that, and I think that will find Isaac. So he's also had the pace in this one. 22.81 best lap for Isaac, so only just off Matt's fastest lap of the heat. It's close between Isaac and Freddie Thompson, the car ahead of Isaac. The blue and white X-ray of Freddie Thompson. Those 3 guys separated by just over a second at the minute. I'm looking at about 2 seconds predicted. But all 3 of them going top 3. David Scott going 6th. Reese Ward 10th. As we follow Isaac round again, it's 23.23 that time by. So these three cars, your 1, 2 and 3 have just gone down the straight, and your 2 and 3 on track are Freddie and Isaac, but they're reversed on the computer as Isaac has Freddie on the stagger. Only by about a second. But these three still looking at going top 3. Jacob Tomlinson now jumping up to looking at going 10th in round with some good, clean, consistent laps. Last few laps, rough start. But Jacob now looking at going 10. David Scott looking at going 6 in round. Kyle Moon jumps up to the looking at going 10. Matt Dodd looking at 16. So Freddie trying to put something with his 11 from round 1. Isaac looking for something to go with his 15. And Matt Jewett looking to put something with his 9 from the last round. Looks like Matt Jewett's had a shocker. And his last lap, 28.33. For his last lap, drops Matt from TQ pace to 3rd. That was a good TQ pace to drop as well. So Isaac McFadden takes new TQ 13 in 2. Freddie Thompson 13 in 5. Matt Jewett, last lap was a nightmare. 13 in 6. David Scott 13 in 8 goes 6. Kyle Moon goes 10th with 13 in 10. Matt Dodd, you've gone 17th. 13 in 14, and Reese Ward just outside the top 20.
Yeah, make sure that walking on the front, please, protecting your car. If you get hit by a car, walk forward.
So still no 14 lapper. Going to have to wait for the top 2 heats again. Everyone can get close to that 14 lap run, but just holding on. And it is hanging on to your car around here. I still think a lot of people have got too much motor in their car. Yeah, so we can pick up that one car of Stuart Marn, which is coming up onto the back section now over the tabletop, jumping it big through the Valley of Doom and round the left-hander onto the sleeping policeman. That's our race leader. So after 1 minute, it's Stuart Marn that leads this, 23.38, and looking at going TQ with 13 in 2. Chris Everson running 2nd and going 4th in round. Oscar Keane running 3rd, going 7th in round. Will Venables going 10th in round. So top 4 in this one, affecting your top 10 overall. Stuart Mahon though, pink, white and green X-ray car round by us. Dropped off that TQ pace and now dropping down to us, looking at going third in round. Chris Everson looking at 5. 23.92 last time by for Stu, so not his best lap. 23.19 on his opening lap, his best lap. As he looks to bring that average back down and get closer, and that's what he's doing. Getting closer now to second. But Isaac's time is a further 3 seconds up the road from where Stuart's predicted at the minute. Stuart's now looking at second in round. Chris Everson third. Will Venables looking at fourth in round. 0.1 of a second covers those 3 drivers over predicted time at the end of 5 minutes. So this heat is super close. Stu Mahon, Chris Everson, Will Venables only separated by 1/10 predicted at the end of 5 minutes. Oscar Keane, have you just dropped to? You were running top 10, but you've now dropped down to 18th predicted. So Stu Mahon still are now on for 6th in round. Let's see if we can find Chris Everson or Will Venables. Where are those two on track? We'll go back to Will. We've not seen Will. Will is coming up to the carousel at the right hand side of the track. Red, white associated, and Will going well in this one. Only less than half a second predicted off of Chris's time, and those two are going 3 and 5 in round. So Will having a good run through over the 2 sleeping policemen, corner tabletop, round the carousel, through up onto the hairpin and down the main straight now. And now leads it by 0.1 of a second, no, 0.2 of a second. 23.54 last time by for Will. 23.1 best lap, so last lap and average lap are really good, so this is a good, nice, solid run from Will Venables. Looking going 4th in round, and Will's made an A final before. Looking to add to that tally at some point in the near future. Chris Everson though, Southport local and specialist, now heads this one back up, but it's only 0.22 between the top 3 guys in this heat predicted after 5 minutes. So this is a super close heat where a couple of tenths will drop you 3 places as we go into finishing times. So Stuart Mahon pulls his finger out on the last lap and does a 22.96 last lap, his best lap, and beats Chris Everson by 0.6 of a second to go 3rd in round. Chris Everson goes 5, Will Venables goes 6. Oscar Keane, early quick top 10 pace, gets back up to 11th. Colomay goes 17th. Helliwell 20th. Andy Woods 24. Stephen Brown 25. So someone asking about Guy using sticks. It's possibly the most common radio still in the UK. It's a European thing. As I like to say, sticks for a pro, a wheel to go slow and wind people up. But no, stick radio was really popular in the UK. And still is. But a lot of the younger guys now learning with wheel. When the RTR cars came out, a lot of them were with wheel. So I think it's probably moving now more towards like 50-50. Wheel and sticks. Sticks for the old guys and wheel for the young guns. Let this one settle down after 2. Jamie and Tommy doing battle at the front. So after 2, it's Jamie and Tommy Hall doing battle at the front. Jamie looking at going TQ, Tommy 2, Charlie Saunders 3, Josh Holdsworth 4, Luke Holdsworth 6, Hudson Knight 7. Those guys all affecting the top 10. Only two 14 lappers predicted though, Jamie Hall and Charlie Saunders at the minute. As Tommy Hall drops to the 26.06, so if we can find Jamie, so drop back a car, I've not seen Jamie. All yellow car, number 7, yep. Currently on for new TQ. Winner at Mendip 2 or 3 years ago. Jamie joining an illustrious club of only 44 A-final winners in the history of our sport in the UK. It's mainly because a couple of people won lots of them, and that's Lee and Neil Cragg. Lee goes in this heat as well. I think Lee has over 50 wins. Neil managed that magic 100 last year at Bury, but Jamie continues on 22.48 last time by. 22.33 best lap, so average and last lap and best lap very close together. So Jamie on a good run here, looking at a 14 in 15. Charlie Saunders looking at a 14 in 19. Josh Holdsworth looking at a 14 in 21. Tommy Hall looking at a 13 in 2. Everyone down to Luke Holdsworth though, who's 7th, looking at going into the top 8. So only Isaac McFadden's time would hold and keep him in 5th as he looks for something to go with. I think it was his round 1 score. So Jamie round 3 minutes down, 22.32, and that's his best lap, his last lap. So Jamie really pushing on now, and car looking good. King of setup is Jamie, and super knowledgeable about all his setup. And if you want to watch something online and learn a bit more about RC setup, follow the Hall Brothers RC. They do a great amount of videos online to promote our sport and how to get the best out of your car. So Jamie Hall looking at 14 in 16, looking at 2 seconds clear of Charlie. Tommy now moving on to 14 lap pace, as well as Josh Holdsworth. Lee Martin just shy of 14 lap pace on a 13 in 1. Still a minute to go and plenty of time to bring that down to a 14 lap run. But Jamie, great run so far, no mistakes, error free. 22.9 last time by, 22.1 this time by his new best lap. So Jamie's car just getting faster and faster. Whether it's just getting used to, I guess, putting new tyres on for this round and then just coming in and just getting used to how they feel and how you can push, or how much you can push around this track, because it isn't one that you want to push too hard on. With 30 seconds to go. Quite rightly, I think we've followed Jamie around for this. Is a great run. It's going to be new fastest time of the meeting so far, not just TQ for the round. This is the fastest time of the meeting if he holds out for the last lap. Looks like it'll be 14 in 15 predicted. Not quite. Tommy Phipps has run from last round with 14 in 14. So not quite the fastest time we've seen. But would be very, very close. 16. Tommy throws it at us down here. So Jamie Hall, new TQ, 14 in 16. Charlie Saunders, 14 in 17. Tommy Hall, 14 in 21. Josh Holdsworth, 13 in bond time, 007. And Lee Martin, 13 in 0.63. And go top 5. Isaac McFadden, 6. Freddie Thompson, you're still 7th. Stuart Marn, you're still 8th. Matt Druitt, you're 9th. Luke Holdsworth, 10th, going into the last 10 drivers. Hudson Knight, you went into 12th from this heat. So after 2, it's Thomas Phipps who leads us off and leads this heat. 22.17 last time by. Daniel Pole. Ben Smith, sorry. Archie Bowman, Daniel Pole drops to 4th. Ryan Clark, 5. Aaron Nash, scratch that, is now up to 3rd. Thomas Phipps going TQ in round. Looking at taking 4 seconds off Jamie Hall's time. Fine, Thomas Phipps just going on to the back section now. Closely followed by Ben Smith, but Thomas Phipps jumping that big jump. An X-ray car landing well on the flat landing. Not looking to short jump it and get the power down, just jumping big, and his car looks really good over that back section and gaining some time. 22.3 last time by, 22.17 best lap. And gets away with it, lands a little squirrely but gets away and doesn't really lose much time. Probably still on for TQ after that crash. But Aaron Nash, 4th in this heat, looking at going 10th. Archie Bowman looking going 8th. Thomas Phipps now though drops to going 4 in round. Ben Smith going 3. It's Phipps and Smith, the two green cars at the head of the field. One X-Ray, one Schumacher, and it's Smith that leads Phipps now on the computer. Ben, though, only looking at going third in round. Still, Jamie Hall and Charlie Saunders' time would stand. Thomas Phipps looking at going 5. Ollie Natras with the Kyosho car looking at going 9. Aaron Nash going 10. Clarkey 11. (22.1), 21.66 though for Thomas Phipps. Last time by. As these two look to be the only two currently going for 14 laps in this heat. So 14 lap runs is still a premium. Only 5 predicted for this round. The number of 14 lap runs is going down. Ben Smith still on target for second. Only 6/10 back now of Jamie Hall's time. With a minute to go. Daniel Pole now moves up to going 8th in round, 3rd in this heat. Archie Bowman looking at a 9 in round. Ollie Natras and Ryan Clark. But this could be your TQ. It's going to be a close battle now between Ben Smith and Jamie Hall's time are getting ever closer together as Ben pushes on. He'll follow Ben round in the last 30 seconds. He's now just snuck inside Jamie's time by 1/100th of a second predicted. So Ben knows what to do between him and Jamie for TQ on this in this round. Archie Bowman looking at going 6 in round now. Thomas Phipps dropped all the way back to 8th in round. Daniel Pole 10 in round. Ben Smith drops back off that time by 0.15, so it's all on this last lap. For Ben Smith, risk it or biscuit. And he risks it. It's new TQ for Ben Smith. 14 in 5:15.98 beats Jamie Hall's time by 0.12 of a second. Archie Bowman, another great result, goes 5 in round. Thomas Phipps 7. Daniel Pole 9. Ollie Natras 11. Aaron Nash 12. Ryan Clark 13. Mark Anthony Jones 14 and Harley Eldridge 23. Your top 10 after 3 rounds. Ben Smith on 0. Thomas Phipps on 3. Tommy Hall 6. Jamie Hall on 8. Daniel Pole on 8. Josh Holdsworth on 9. Charlie Saunders on 9. Lee Martin 13. Archie Bowman 13 and Callum Ackroyd Bench 19. Unlucky BQ man at the minute, Hudson Knight on 21 points. So round 1 we had 6 14 lappers. Round 2 we had 8. Round 3 we had 4. We have close to the fastest time of the meeting with a 14 in 15. So the track has definitely got pace, it's just not everyone is finding it. It's just a couple of guys, but Jamie Hall now jumped up with a great run in that last one. So it gives himself a good shot at a top 5 grid position, but I think we now have... So only Thomas Phipps can now take TQ from Ben Smith. Ben has a 0, 2 and 0. Thomas Phipps has a 3, 0 and 7, so would need a TQ. He has the faster time, so he just needs a TQ. Tommy Hall 3rd, Jamie Hall 4th. We've got 2 and a 4 and a 6 and a 2. Daniel Pole has 2 4s. Josh Holdsworth has a 3 and a 6. Charlie Saunders has a 3 and a 6. Lee Martin, not a great day so far, an 8 and a 5. Archie Bowman also an 8 and a 5. Callum Ackroyd Bench a 9 and a 10. So 19 points backing up the A final at the minute. And I think it might be a high scoring A final, because I think all of those guys have shared pretty much all of the points between them. So there's no one really outside the top 10 that has got one low score to count. So Matt Druitt has a 9 as a possibility, but would need something to go with that 9. There's going to need really a 4. And Callum Ackroyd Bench, that 9 and 10, the worst way to score 19 points. He's going to need to get rid of that 10. So back with Heat 1. Well, following round Trevor Follington, who leads this one on 25.58 last lap. Jesse Russell did lead this one early on, but has had a bad lap, 28.95, and that's dropped him back to 3rd in this heat. So Trevor Follington, the white and it's either yellow and white or yellow and silver, I can't work out, but running around over the 2 sleeping policemen, corner up to the corner tabletop, past the MB Models banners, one of our sponsors, and down the main straight. 26.18, so not his best lap. Trevor goes super safe and avoids the tabletop, so good peripheral vision there, just spots the crashed car and avoids that one. Trevor now looking at 12 and 12. Mike Temple looking at 12 and 16. Richard Hipkiss looking at 12 and 21. Jesse Russell looking at 12 and 25. Everyone else looking at 11 or 10 lap pace. Louis Stevenson looking at a 10 lapper. 28.36 best lap, Louis. We can see if we can drop back and find young Louis, car number 9. He's just come round. So another one of our younger racers, young Louis Stevenson, Ben's lad. First national. I don't remember seeing his name at Potteries. In similar colours to his dad, but just getting hung up on a pipe. But getting on with his track. I'm guessing he's only like 8 or 9 years old, but getting around pretty handily, really. Clipping a couple of pipes here and there, but other than that, getting round doing his thing. And we've all got to start somewhere. As we spoke about at last National, everyone remembers their first National and how difficult it was, even the top guys. So we're just going to stick to the still camera for a while as we go and organise some food. There's only myself and Matt on team today. Like we said earlier, shout out to our cameraman Cam, who injured himself playing football and broke his leg last week. Should have come racing, Cam, like we said earlier. A lot less dangerous sport. So we miss Cam. And we also send our best wishes to Tony Avdoka, the 1/10 off-road chairman, who's recovering. And we hope to see Tony in the near future at Robin Hood. But Tony is instrumental in getting RC Racing TV to cover the BRCA Nationals this year. And it's great to have the support of the BRCA to bring you this coverage, and it's sponsored by TKR, Futaba, Kyosho, Andy's Models, Rude Dog, Yokomo, X-Ray, Schumacher, TMG Speed, MB Models, Rude Bits and Associated. MG Models. It'd be like a model shop that would break down a lot in Birmingham, I think. Yeah, as we go back to the action here, it's Kevin Bishop who leads this one. So hopefully Kevin, after another run to go with his last one. So after 2 minutes, it's Kevin Bishop that leads this one. Looking to put one run with his other singular run. See if I can find where Kev is on track. Hopefully all his wheels are attached still, and you can see they are. Spotted him. So as Kev goes around through the carousel and onto the straight, Kev is now looking at 13 in 18. 24.79 last lap, 23.81, so he's back on his 23-second laps, which he was doing in practice before literally the wheels started falling off his weekend. But Kev now looking good. Regional A finalist here before at BMR. Kev now over the back section. Jumping big, but landing nice and safe. Riding part of the wall over the Valley of Doom, up the carousel. Kev now onto straight into 13 in 17 predicted. Nicholas Harwood looking at a 12 in 7. Nicholas Sabados looking at a 12 in 7. Russell Gardner looking at a 12 in 8. Colin Mulligan looking at 12 in 13. Last lap for Kev Bishop, 23.95, just shy of his best lap of 23.81. And Kev down the straight again for another lap. Guess it will be a Schumacher car. Looking at a 13 in 16. And last lap matches his best lap of a 23.81. So Kev throwing caution to the wind in this run and just wanting to get that good run to go with his solid one from the last one. 1 minute remaining. Kev, 3 laps remaining for Kevin. Miklos looking at 12 in 5. There's Miklos gone. Miklos just going over the back section now through the valley. Over the 2 speed humps and up to the back carousel. Russell Gardner not been dropped, and neither's Nicholas Harwood. Both those 2 guys only just off on 12 lap pace at the minute. Colin Mulligan also looking at a 12 in 10. Martin Lee looking at a 12 in 10. As we go into the last 10 seconds, Kev Bishop, you're on for a 13 in 16. So Kev Bishop, you take that and finish with a 13 in 19. Miklos 12 in 4. Russell Gardner 12 in 6. Martin Lee 12 in 10. Colin Mulligan 12 in 10. You guys have gone top 5. Nicholas Harwood 12 in 16. Dominic Morby 12 in 16. James Gibbs 12 in 19.
Just over a couple of jumps, just skipped sideways, but it wasn't bad. It was a clean run, you know. Yeah, end of the straight, I think I had one moment, and it managed to pop a wheelie onto the straight once. I was like, how the fuck have I got grip there? But I used the inside pipe on the straight a couple of times to have no grip.
So after 2 laps, it's Phil Campbell from Andrew Shillito, both on 13-lap runs at the start of this one. From Mark Keane, Paul Ragg, Lee Stokes, Mark Christopher. Your top 5. But Phil Campbell and Andrew Shillito resume battle as they've done all day and only separated by a 10th. After 2 laps. Oh, sorry, 3 laps now. Both of these two guys looking to eclipse Kevin Bishop's TQ time by around 7 and 5 seconds between them. So Andrew Shillito, 23.77. Last lap was his best lap of the race, but backs it up with a 25.2, and Phil Campbell also follows suit with his worst lap of a 26.7. So those two got away and not having the cleanest runs at the front. But Andrew Shillito still on for TQ. Looking at shaving around 3 seconds off the current TQ. Phil Campbell, those drop back now to the 3. No, scratch that. Paul Ragg's now up to the 2 spot. Mark Keane, 3. Mark Christopher, 4. So Raggy only half a second off a 13-lap run. So keep doing what you're doing and you'll get down to that 13-lap run, Raggy. Andrew Shillito, though, looking at taking around 5 seconds off Kev Bishop's time. And putting some pressure on Seth to have a decent run in round 4, sorry. Paul Ragg now moves on to 13-lap pace, so another good lap from Paul. He moves to 13-lap pace. Mark Keane just shy of that 13-lap pace, but getting closer each lap. But Shilly almost 10 seconds clear, predicted of this field. Sounds like he needs a hand from... so car 10, that's the leader behind him. .330 down, 1:30 to go. It's Shillito from Ragg, both on 13-lap pace, looking at going 1 and 3. Mark Keane looking at going 4, Mark Christopher going 5, Phil Campbell 6, Jamie Banks 9, Andrew Luxford 10. Four minutes down, 1 minute to go. Shillito now still on, only just though, on for 13-lap pace, so 2 bad laps back to back. And he now drops off TQ pace. Mark Keane is close proximity though, and those two are going 2 and 3 in round. Mark Christopher going 4. Phil Campbell going 5, Paul Ragg going 6. Only 20 seconds to go now. Don't think enough time for Andrew to get back on terms with Kev Bishop's TQ time. He's looking at 5-second deficit. So going to the last 10 seconds. down, that's good. So I've just had a bit of a dinner break. Moving back to mobile cam shortly. But this heat, Jack Mills White currently leads us round. Looking at going second in round. Mark Mitchell looking at going 7. Martin Heward looking at going 14. Riley Butler jumps up to the 13. Let's find where Jack is on track. Let's come down the straight now. So 3 minutes down, 2 to go, and it's Jack Mills White at leaders round. Predicted 13 in 5:20, looking at going second in round. That time of Kev Bishop still holding strong, just like his wheel nuts in that last round. Andrew Shillito would still be 3rd, Mark Keane 4, Mark Christopher would still be 5, and then we've got Mark Mitchell from this heat would pop into the 6th spot. So 13 lappers looking hard to come by this early in round, so maybe the track's just dropping off as everyone runs their tyres for possibly the second time. Unless anyone saved a set of tyres for round 4. But Jack Mills White, best lap, last lap, so good run so far for Jack. 23.66 last time by. So we can find where Jack is with his white wing. He's come around the carousel over both speed bumps onto the straight, and Jack Mills White now looking at 13 in 20. Only a second, well not even a second shy of Kevin Bishop's time, so there's still time to sneak in and get in front of Kev Bishop and take TQ for the round so far. Jack round the carousel. Looking at his prediction was D final at the last national. Didn't get a prediction from him today, but he's now dropped into a 19 in 8. So only half a second off Kev Bishop's time with 5 seconds to go. So it'll be this. Get through for the extra lap, I think. Jack does get through. So it's all on this last lap for Jack, and he is on target to beat Kev Bishop's time by 0.03 now of a second. So Jack, just keep doing what you're doing. Don't crash on this last corner. And that looks like it is. So Jack Mills White takes new TQ, 13 in 5:18. Well done. Mark Mitchell, you've gone 5th with 13 in 24. Those two are the only two drivers affecting the top 10. Lee Spate, Sean Thompson, Chris Bowden and Emily Heward go 13 through 16. Martin Heward, you go 19. So good run for Jack there. To go with. So look, he's got a 51 and whatever this round is. Sorry, we just had to speak with our BRCA officials about some timing and commentary. Just make sure that we're not doing any coaching through a timing, and it needs to be equal for everyone. Looks like Dylan Richardson is on for a good run in this one. So again, apologies for our lack of commentary, but we'll be back for heat 6.
You were right behind me for ages, but I was waiting for to get another car line closer, then I was going to let him pass, but he couldn't really quite get there. Because we were like that, and then that, and then that, and then... Yeah. He drove really well that time, I'll tell you that. Oh, no, he was, he made a huge mistake with the car behind him. There was 3 of us going on the track within sort of 8 car lengths.
So 1 minute in. Craig Lomax leads this one 13.15 predicted to actually drop that now. It's Harry Saunders that moves to the point. Car 10, he's looking at going second in round. Craig Lomax looking at going third. Graham Lyle looking at going 5. Brett Birch going 10th. So on camera now we're following, I think, Harry Saunders. Looks familiar colours of Harry. Yep. Blue, pink and white car coming down past Coventry Corner over the square tabletop. And over the back jump, Harry going nice and safe. 23.35 last lap by for Harry. 23.35 is his best lap, so going the right way about qualifying today. And looking at going second in round behind Dylan Saunders. Actually, no scratch that again. Harry Saunders now looking at going TQ, beating Dylan Saunders' time by just over half a second. Graham Lyle looking at going 5. Brett Birch looking going 7. Jim Dixon going 10. So 2 minutes 20 down. 2:30 down. 2:30 to go. And Harry Saunders now still looking at 13 in 9. That's a good time for Harry. 13 in 9. That's like top 30 in each of the last 2 rounds. So he comes through the middle over the corner tabletop. Round the carousel, over the back-to-back sleeping policeman. And let through by that driver onto the straight. So Harry continues on. 13 in 10 now predicted. Just dropping off TQ pace, looking at a 13 in 9. So really close now between Harry and Dylan's current TQ. Graham Lyle jumps up to the 2 spot. Brett Birch jumping up to the 3. Those guys are all looking at a 13 lap pace. In fact, everyone down to Craig Lomax looking at a 13 lap run. So Harry Saunders round the carousel. Onto the straight with his associated car. It's a 23.54, so bringing his average down again, getting closer to Dylan's TQ time with 1 minute 20 left to go. Nice and safe over the back jump, catches a pipe and he's onto his wheels. So not really lost too much time. 2 or 3 tenths lost there. But Harry round. Onto the straight for 10 laps. 4 minutes down, 1 to go. Harry Saunders on for second in round now, just dropping back to 2 seconds off Dylan's TQ time. So time to consolidate this run for Harry now. Just needs So 30 seconds left. Harry Saunders still looking at going second in round. Craig Lomax looking at going 6. Graham Lyle going 9. Jim Dixon going 10. Brett Birch going 11. Lee Charnock looking at 14. Chris Elworthy 19. So those guys affecting the top 20 as it stands after heat 6. So Harry Saunders takes that one 13 in 10, goes second. Craig Lomax 13 in 18, goes 6. Graham Lyle goes 9. Jim Dixon 10. Brett Birch 11. Lee Charnock 13. Chris Elworthy 17. Those are the only guys that affected the top 20 as we move into heat 7. I will let him do a minute and a bit. So after 4, 1 minute 50 in, it's Manny Panesar, Cameron Wells, Charlie Rhodes, Ruben Russell, Hattie Thames, your top 5. Those guys all looking at going in and around the top 10. Ruben Russell looking at 11th at the minute. Cameron Wells, though, looking at 4th in round, looking at 13 in 14. Cameron with a 24.14 last time by, still heads this field. I think it's Cameron we have on camera. Just checking now. No, that's Manny that we're following round, and Manny leads this one. At the minute, it's close between Cameron and Manny, though. So Manny, a back section. Been racing pretty much as long as I can remember, because he was in the first magazine I ever bought for RC Racing back in '88. So hopefully that doesn't make Manny feel too old. But he's still got the skills. And Manny looking at a 13 in 14. Cameron, though, looking at a 13 in 13 and looking at going 3rd in round. Charlie Rhodes looking at a 5. Manny Panesar looking at a 6. Hattie Thames now jumps up into the 10 spot. Tricio looking at going 14. Peter Craig looking at going 17. Ruben Russell drops to going 21st in round. So Cameron, Charlie and Manny all separated by around 0.8 of a second at the top of the field. So if we go to the end of the straight, and next car that comes up to the back section, that is Cameron Wells. No, not that one. Let's find Cameron again. So Cameron coming onto the straight, next car. Cameron looking at a 13 in 13 and going 3rd in round. Charlie Rhodes looking at going 4. Manny Panesar still looking at going 5th. These guys separated by less than half a second, predicted at the end of 5 minutes. Cameron getting a little squirrely on this lap, but guys behind him giving him some room. He's still on for a 13 in 14, but Charlie Rhodes now jumps to the point and looking at 3rd in round. So lap for Cameron, and he's over. So we now need to go and find Charlie Rhodes, car 8. Found him before, I think it's a blue and green car. Charlie Rhodes does take that 13 in 12 and goes 3rd in round. Hattie Thames jumps up and goes 6th in round. Manny Panesar 8. Tris Neal, you jump up to 10th. Ruben Russell 11th. Cameron Wells 12th. Jamie Long 14th. And Peter Craig 16th.
I needed more like rear end to go with it, so I'll do that for my final. Yeah. 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 That's a supple.
So 2 minutes in, Seth Shillito Everest leads this one, 13 in 5 predicted. Looking at putting something with his 11, I think, from round 1. Is it 11? 12, sorry, from round 1. So looking at cement, 12, 18 and 24. So Seth looking at cementing a B final today with another good run in this last round. And currently both Seth and Roger on for TQ. Seth looking at a 13 in 2, so just off 14 lap pace. Had 6 14 lappers in round 1, 8 in round 2 and only 4 in round 3. So 14 lap runs seem to be hard to come by in the last round. So a low 13 will give you almost a guaranteed top 20, maybe even top 10, depending on how fast that was. But Seth and Roger now ahead of this field, looking at a 13 in 2 and a 13 in 7. Gareth Stanton, you're looking at a 13 in 11. Ben Elliott looking at a 13 in 12. Ben Stevenson a 13 in 15. All you guys are affecting the top 10 as it stands, looking at going 1st, 2nd, 5th, 6th and 9th. Andy Manning, you're looking at going 17th in round. James Pritchard looking at 22nd. So Seth dropping it down now to a 13 in 1, getting ever closer to that 14 lap pace, needing some help from our referee and getting it as he goes through over the back section. Through the tunnel, around over the 2 sleeping policemen, and Seth now 23.16 last lap by. We'll need something similar to get that average down, and it's come down again to 13 in 5.0 now. So one more lap like that, Seth, and you'll be on 14 lap pace for the earliest 14 lapper we'll have seen. We've not seen one as early as heat 8 before. So keep it rubber side down. And you'll get through for a 14 lapper with 40 seconds-ish to go. Seth now 13 in 0.2, so just needs to find a little bit more pace. Not much. And he'll be on for that 14 lap run. Currently predicted 11 seconds clear of everyone else in this heat. So if Seth comes up, give him some room. And he's now on for that 14 lap run. Predicted of 14 in 22. So 22.63 last time by, so that's a lap pace that he's looking at to get through for a 14 lapper. Seth is indeed through for the first 14 lapper of the day, or of this round, sorry, not the day. But the earliest we've seen a 14 lapper done, and showing the pace that he's had pretty much all day, and just finally got a clean run in. Roger Tugwood, you finished in 13 in 11. James Pritchard 13 in 13, but well done Seth. A 14 in 22 takes new TQ for the round by 9 seconds from Dylan Richardson. Roger Tugwood, you go 4. James Pritchard 6. Ben Stevenson 7. Gareth Stanton 8 and Ben Elliott 10.
Didn't finish last first time.
You'd come out the corners, it wasn't like you just squat down or anything.
Yeah, it did feel good to drive. I had to be careful because I knew it was softer. Yeah, the first practice run I was getting on the power early and it was just going down, but
So 130 down, Matt Druitt looking at a 13 in 1, going second in round. Matt looking to put something with his 9 from round 3. Currently has a 17, so Matt doing the best he can to put a low score with that 9. Probably looking at a 4 or 5 needed to make the A with Matt's 9. So Matt edging closer now to that 14 lap pace. Freddie Thompson looking at a 13 in 6. Isaac McFadden a 13 in 7. Don't know. But Matt still looking now through for a 14. Going 14 in 22, only 5 100ths off Seth Shillito's time. Isaac McFadden looking going 3, Freddie looking going 4, David Scott 5, Kyle Moon 6, Liam Robinson 7, Reese Ward 10. So this heat all affecting the top 10. Only 3 guys from previous heats would have anything to say. But it's still Matt Druitt with the X-ray car over the back jump, round through the tunnel, over the 2 sleeping policemen, corner tabletop and carousel, as Matt looks to put himself in front of Seth's time of a 14 in 22. Stays on exactly the same average. So Matt still just looking at second in round. Isaac looking at third. Freddie Thompson 4. David Scott 5. Kyle Moon 6. So Matt looking at getting some help from next car at the end of the straight to keep his push. And thank you, keep his push for a 14 lapper. He's just dropped off the pace again. He's up right on the bubble, looking at a 13 in 0 now. So he needs to get back down to those sub 23 second laps for Matt to get back onto 14 lap pace. And that's just what he's done, a 22.8 that time round, close to his best lap. So back on for second in round and only 4/10 off with a minute to go. Matt comes round back onto the straight again with his X-ray car. Getting super close to his average lap, so it doesn't take any time off his predicted time. Still looking with 30 seconds to go at running second. Seth would hang on to TQ by a narrow margin of 0.4. Isaac and Freddie Thompson only split by 1/100th for second and third. So the gap at the top is super close, and everyone down to Liam Robinson, who's running 7th in this, are going top 10. Matthew Dodd, you're just looking at 12th. You're just outside the top 10 at the minute. But Matt Druitt is through. It's all about the last lap for Matt. Only 1/10 off predicted TQ as Matt comes round and punches it to the line. Matt Druitt, you go second, less than half a second off Seth Shillito, Everest's time. Isaac McFadden, you go third. Freddie Thompson 4. David Scott 5. Kyle Moon 6. Liam Robinson 7. And Reese Ward 8. Matt Dodd, you go 12th in round. Good morning. Ross W79, I think that is, from New Zealand. Good to see you. Adele feed's going out. And someone's watching it out at the other side of the world. So we follow Stuart Marn round. Took the last heat by, as he put it, giving it full send on the last lap when I was talking to him after the after he'd marshalled. And got his act together, but a little bit over eager on the jump there, and that's the problem. If you just go that little bit too far, you flat land and jump and miss the apex of the next corner. So not sure how much time is gained by jumping all the way to the corner, but it seems like a risky manoeuvre. So after 2, it's Chris Evison, Eugene Galley, Oscar Keane, Colin May, Stuart Marn. Those guys looking at going 5th through 9th at the minute. No one affecting Seth's time. No one super close to the 14-lap run that they're going to need to take TQ from Seth or Matt Drewitt. But it would have to be a 14 quicker than 22. Eugene currently looking at a 13 in 2. We're following Stuart Marn. And at the minute, if we drop back a couple of cars to the black-winged Schumacher of Eugene Galley. Eugene just coming onto the straight now, leaving the exiting the end of the straight. Not much. It's now actually Chris Evison that takes it up. We'll follow Eugene round. V50 racer. Someone else who's been racing as long as pretty much I have a money. But Eugene still got some good pace with his Schumacher car. And Chris and Eugene are looking at 5th and 6th in round. Stephen Brown, welcome to round 4. You're looking at 9th in round. Going quicker than you've gone all day so far. If we go 2 cars forward now to Chris Evison, who's just coming up to the carousel at the back corner. There we go, there's Chris, blue and white X-ray car. Chris leading this one now. Looking at a 13 in 2. Looking at going 5 in round. Chris with a 23.24 last lap. 22.92 average. Chris with that X-ray car. Plenty of National A finals in the past, mainly it's, I think it's Southport specialist. Chris looking to put something with, he's got a 17 from round 1. Stuart Marn has a 16 and an 18. Eugene Galley needs something to go with his 21. Chris now predicted a 13 in 3. Drop down to running, going 5th in round. It's pretty close at the top. Need to be lower than a 1 to get into the top 4. So those two 14 lappers of Seth and Matt are looking really good. Good chance of being solid top 10 times for those two with 2 heats to go. So Chris Everson takes that one, going 5th. Stephen Brown, you've gone 7th. Eugene Galley, 8. Stuart Mahon, 10. Will Venables, 14. Colin May, 15. James Helliwell, you've gone 18. Those guys are the only guys affecting the top 20 in this round. So we followed Jamie Hall round. Winner of the last, this heat in the last round, and put himself 2nd in the last round. So Jamie looking for a good score to go with his 2, and opens out 23.04. Josh Holdsworth though and Luke Holdsworth open out with 22 sub 23 second lap. So it's the 2 Holdsworth followed by the 2 Halls and Callum Ackroyd bench. Josh looking at jumping up. He has a 3 counting and an 8 and a 6. Tommy Hall has a 2 and a 4 at the minute, but so Josh will go in front if he manages to hold TQ. So after 3, it's Jamie, Josh, and so Jamie, Tommy, Josh, Luke, Ewan, and Tommy Dale. The top 6. Top 5 in this one are all going 14 lap pace. Jamie Hall looking at putting something with his 2 from the previous round. So 2 minutes down. Jamie Hall, Josh Holdsworth, Tommy Hall, Luke Holdsworth. Jamie looking at going... Sorry, it's Tommy Hall from Jamie Hall, separated by 0.03. Going top 2, Ewan Tumilty going 3rd, Luke Holdsworth going 4th, Josh Holdsworth going 5th, Lee Martin going 7th, Callum McElroy Bench going 12th. Seth, your time would still see you 6th. There's only 4 guys in this, 5 guys now are on for 14 lappers. Jamie looking at 14 in 13. As we follow Jamie around the yellow associated car. Quick in round 3 with a 2 in round. Now looking at going fastest time of the meeting so far with a 14 in 13. Tommy Hall now looking at 14 in 16. Ewan looking at 14 in 21. So Jamie now looking at 14 in 13, still looking at the fastest time of the meeting so far. Tommy looking at 14 in 16. Ewan and Josh both looking at 14 in 21. Lee Martin just off 14 lap pace, and Callum McElroy Bench also just off 14 lap pace. But Lee now back on 14 lap pace with a 23.2 last time by. Sorry, 21.75 last time by for Lee Martin. Best lap for Lee though, 21.67. So Lee got a lot of pace in that X-ray car. Just needs to find a bit of consistency over a 5-minute run. But we'll be there or thereabouts in the final. So in the end, Tommy Hall takes that with a 14 in 17. Jamie Hall, 14 in 18. Josh Holdsworth, 14 in 21. Ewan Tumilty, you get 14 in 22 and go 4 in round. So going into heat 12, maths is simple. Thomas Phipps must TQ and beat. Oh, no, just needs to TQ, sorry, because he already has the fastest time of the meeting so far, a 14 in 14. Ben Smith has a 14 in 15. So it's between those two for TQ overall. TQ time they need to beat in round 4 is Tommy Hall, 14 in 17.2. as we follow around Thomas Phipps, it's getting really hot out here now. The sun is beating down on the track. I'm not sure if this is affecting the track, but the sun in the last 15-20 minutes is really beating down on the track, and it's got red hot. A couple of cars actually starting to smell really hot when they came off on the last run, as they were down by us in commentary corner as they pulled off. So maths is simple. Thomas Phipps needs to TQ. Ben Smith just needs to make sure that Thomas Phipps doesn't TQ. And Daniel Pohl is doing everything he can to spoil their party and move himself up. So after a minute, it's Daniel Pohl, Thomas Phipps, Ben Smith, Aaron Nash, Ryan Clark. And with the top three, though, looking at 14-lap runs, but all of them looking at a 14 in 15 to beat Tommy Hall's 14 in 17. Oliver Natras looking at 12th, Harley Eldridge 13th. So Daniel 22.22 last time by, best lap of the race, and his best lap also. 14 in 14 for Daniel. So looking at eclipsing Thomas Phipps' 14 in 14, almost on a 14 in 13 pace now for Daniel Pohl. So if we can find Daniel on track, end of the straight now, just going round the red, white and blue associated, going on next car over the back section, and that's Daniel Pohl. But he's been over off camera, and Ben Smith is back at the front. Nope, scratch that, Thomas Phipps is back at the front. So these two dueling it out at the front, dueling it out for TQ. Both going quicker than Tommy Hall's time, so like I said, maths is simple really. Thomas Phipps needs to TQ this round, and he will TQ the meeting. Ben Smith needs to stop Thomas Phipps TQing the round by TQing it himself, or someone else TQing it for him. But neither of them at the minute are doing enough to beat Tommy Hall's time of a 14 in 17. Ben comes round 22.09, his best lap last time by. Daniel Pohl 22.31 last time by. He's in second, and it looks like Thomas Phipps' charge has gone awry because he's dropped down at 14 in 22 pace. So he's currently 6 seconds off Ben's predicted time. Seems like a lot to ask with only a minute and a half to go. So Ben Smith 22.3 last time by, on for TQ of the round, looking at 14 in 16. Thomas Phipps pulls over by me at timing corner. The minute to go. Ben Smith, Daniel Pohl, Oliver Natras. No, scratch that. Harley Eldridge jumps up to the 3 spot, looking going 10th in round. Oliver Natras looking at going 11th. Aaron Nash 13, Archie Bowman 14, Ryan Clark 15. You guys all doing your best as the overall starts to develop now with 30 seconds to go. Ben Smith would be TQ, Thomas Phipps would be second. Daniel Pohl, you're looking at going 6th on the grid. And there is one guy that's I'm not going to mention just yet, is looking at jumping into the top 10. So Ben Smith brings it round and is your TQ man for the meeting. Daniel Pole, you go 4th in round. So top 10, as I see it on the computer, is Ben Smith, your pole man, Thomas Phipps, Tommy Hall, Jamie Hall, Josh Holdsworth, Daniel Pole, Charlie Saunders, Lee Martin, Archie Bowman, and missing from round 1, Matt Druitt is your 10 car. Seth Shillito Everest, unlucky man. BQ on 18 points. 16 was what you needed for the bottom of the 8. And Seth with a 12 and a 6 on the last round, just shy. Isaac McFadden 12, Callum Ackroyd bench 13, Oliver Natras 14, Hudson Knight 15, Ewan Tumilty 16, Freddie Thompson 17, Aaron Nash 18, Harley Eldridge 19, and Ryan Clark 20th.
Like an ant. It's like an ant going round. He's going up and off, isn't it? It is. Have you put it upside down? Then I'm going to say. See if he'll notice. Oh, he has noticed. He's like put it. That's what we want, boys. Those shrinks. Those shots. Yeah. Fair enough, you know. You got a PC in it? PC on yours, you just got it.
50-second lap?
I don't know. I bet it'll be quicker than yours.
Hang on, Stanmore. You're bottom 5 today. You are.
overall.
That's not overall yet. That's overall in rounds. But
No,
they haven't put
that's
finals.
overall.
They put finals yet. That's overall rounds started.
Round 5.
Four.
Yeah, I'm looking at overall meeting.
Oh, who's TQ?
Ben Smith.
Ben Smith. We've got Ben Smith.
That'd be more in that heat.
Oh dear!
Well,
You're Poland, Hungary, and just out there. You're not in the
I
air yet.
don't need to change my number. Don't need to change my number.
Just out, just.
Paul, have you got an 8 on score? No, you need to put an 8 on score.
What number do I need?
7. You should have left him on.
Dad, did you say you were messing with screw earlier? No, I found the screw. Why is the screw in there? Now let me get used to it. Now Jesse, one warm up there. Give me.
Hey, Drescher, you know that gazebo you borrowed? Put to one side and 2 candles. Don't give me the wrong bag.
Oh, there's only one place I can stand here. Guys, are coming close? Guys, you come closer. I don't know about that. Right. Are you ready? Say,
Well, viewers at home, you're hearing a team photo being taken in the background on our ambient mic. This is just a brief pause in between qualifying and the finals getting started. Imagine they're just processing something with the timing to take all of the qualifying order and put them into different finals. And then we're going to kick off with the finals, which is going to be amazing. Don't forget, tune in tomorrow. Will's on our camera. He's going to wave. He's going to walk in awkwardly waving. Look, you see that arm? That's Will Venables. Anyway, thank you to all of our sponsors: TKR Graphics, Futaba, Kyosho, Andy's Models, Rudog, Yokomo, X-Ray, Schumacher, TMG Speed, MB Models, Rude Bits, and Team Associated. This is two-wheel drive day of the round 2 of the BRCA 1/10 Off-Road Nationals, coming to you live from BMR, Bingham Model Raceway. And the weather's held out, the wind has got up, and lots of people are putting on sleeved garments. And so the track, well, the conditions, as the wind really does start to pick up now and the temperature drops quite significantly, are going to be very different, or mildly or quite a lot different to what we experienced in qualifying. So that's going to be interesting. So yeah, stick with us. We will be crowning a round 2 champion in two-wheel drive, and make sure you come back tomorrow for four-wheel drive. And Adam will be back very soon on the mic. We're just sorting some things out with the in-venue mic and PA system. But we will be back very soon with the first of the finals. Don't go anywhere.
sixth place in the under 13, Ollie Carberry. Head over, please. Fifth place in the under 13, Charlie Hall. Fourth place in the under 13, Jesse Russell. Third place head over, please, Riley Butler. Second place, Jack Mills White. First place top under 13 today, Charlie Rhodes. Fourth, Jesse Russell. Fifth, Charlie Hall. Louis Stevenson, 7. So we'll get some nice pictures of the juniors. And we're moving on to the under 16s next, so those guys are on standby. Just getting photos of the under 13s. Well done, guys. Testing. Check, check. 1, 2. 1, 2. Alright, now testing. 1, 2. Check, check. Go walk around the track. Mr. Nash, can you hear us over there? Mike Nash? Can you hear us on the mic? Okay. All fine? Yeah? So C finalist to Marshall, please. C finalist. All C finalists to Marshall. L final for the drivers, please. We're ready to start the finals. So we're waiting for one driver, I'm being told. So drivers should be Richard Hipkiss, Simon Hall, Stuart Robinson, Nathan Stanmore. You are the missing driver, I'm being told. Nathan Stanmore. The team certain, I assume. He's on his way. Just getting through scrutineering as we speak.
I don't think they do look there.
Funnily enough, I've got a shoemaker that isn't mine in front of me.
I think you're okay. I think you're okay. We're going to have acting. Oh, see? Hey, you're after that. Fix this.
That's the final box.
That's very fast.
So get ready to go to the L final. Drivers on the installation lap. So we're going to the L final. Settled in. Someone needs to head up out there. Bring it around. More fun with two up through to the lead. So Simon Hall going to bring us round on the right corner. Two from four, leaders over. So far four inherits the lead. Jesse Russell from the four spot up to the lead of this final. Jesse Russell, Charlie Hall, Nathan
So,
Stanmore.
L final, two-wheel drive.
Stanmore later on
Jesse
around
Russell
the track, ready for
leading this one
scrutiny.
round. Looking where, or he was leading it round. Don't think he's leading it round now.
To the point. Orange and blue machine coming around now towards the main straight, your race leader. Nathan Stanmore, car number 7. Down the straight he goes, up to second place. And they got two.
Car 5, Charlie Hall leads it from Nathan Stanmore, Simon Hall, Ollie Carberry, Stuart Robinson. Come back to Charlie Hall, your orange and blue car,
Final, K final, you are on next. And then we go
who's
to A
over
final, leg number 1.
and over again.
One more race
So
after
change
this,
in
and
the lead now.
final leg 1 coming up.
Coming round onto the straight now, should have a new race leader this time by.
The A leg 1.
And it's Simon Hall from Charlie Hall, Nathan Stanmore, no, Stuart Robinson, Ollie Carberry, Nathan Stanmore, Jesse Russell drops down to the 6th spot.
Stuart Robinson up to the 3. Ollie Carberry, 9th up to 4th now.
Simon Hall now.
So here come the leaders.
25.66 back onto the main straight. And Simon Hall leads this one out.
So Simon Hall from Charlie Hall, 1.2 seconds.
Richard Hipkiss, your poleman, drops back all the way to the 10 spot. But Simon Hall's now over and Charlie Hall takes this one up again. Had a couple of goes at leading this one, Charlie, but now back in front. Come round onto the straight now. Charlie Hall takes over from Simon Hall, Stuart Robinson, Ollie Carberry, Nathan Stanmore, Paul Steadman. The Halls seem to want to throw this away between them. Not sure if they're related. We go back now. 2nd and 3rd are now our closest battle on track. Simon Hall and Stuart Robinson as Charlie Hall now 4-second lead.
Charlie's lead, 4.5 seconds is the gap. Approaching 3 minutes on the master clock, so 2 minutes to go.
So 3 minutes down, 2 to go. Stuart Robinson and Simon Hall getting together. No harm, no foul. But Charlie Hall's gap now is up to 5 seconds, so Charlie's gone, and it's just between these two now for 2nd and 3rd.
Through the traffic in the middle of the track. So back along between 2nd and 3rd. So 2 and 3, and Paul Steadman from 8th on the grid is up to 4th position. Charlie Hall goes down the straight. A minute and a half to go. 4 seconds the lead. Simon Hall, you just escaped 10th out Charlie last time through. So the gap's going down a little bit at the sharp end. Leader car 5 is still coming through the centre of the track. Car 2 is closing. So keep an eye on it, it's not over yet. A minute to go. Down the straight goes the leader. Here comes 2nd place. That gap has come down hugely.
So 1 minute to go. Charlie Hall now only leads by 4 seconds from Simon Hall, Stuart Robinson, Paul Steadman and Nathan Stanmore.
So Charlie Hall, orange and blue machine still leads. Cars 2 and 3 still battling out there. Simon Hall and Stuart Robinson. Their little battle is giving a bit of breathing space to Charlie Hall up front with 35 seconds to go. It's like on one more lap for the leaders.
So with this lap and one more. Yeah, this lap and one more for the leaders it'll be. So I predicted 12 lap pace and on for their 10 laps at the minute. 24.49 for Charlie Hall. So he's won lapping around a second lap quicker, but that lap was only 25. Simon Hall cuts the gap by a second on that lap, down to 4 seconds, but this is their last lap. Time has expired, so Charlie Hall on his victory lap, orange and blue car number 5, tried to throw it away earlier on, and someone piles into commentary corner down by me, but Charlie Hall comes down the straight to take the win in the L final, followed by Simon Hall and Stuart Robinson.
walking the track. To be fair, it's for the next corner. You did really well there. You got space. It's practice 2 or practice 3.
So off and away, K final.
A final leg 1 coming up next after this one. So it will be B finalists.
Car 3, Sean Thompson, the blue rattle can of Sean Thompson, Freddie's dad, leading this one out. Close, in close attendance. Let's see who's just behind him, second and third, but the front 3 making a breakaway. As about all 3 head down the straight now. So it's Sean Thompson, Colin Mulligan and Fraser McLeod, second and third. Your top 3 breaking up, making a break for it. Looks like Fraser's over at the back of those 3, and Colin stacked it into a pipe, giving Sean a massive lead. So he comes around the carousel, over the 2 sleeping policemen, round onto the main straight. Sean Thompson, 25.57 last time. The guys behind him are going to have some shocking laps, and Martin Lee takes full advantage, and he moves up from the 5 spot to 2. Fraser McLeod, early mistake, drops him back to the 3rd spot, but he's not out of it just yet. Some guys going big air over the back, and Sean now trying to throw it away with a massive lead onto the straight. Sean brings it round. Over the back jump. Is he going big? No, takes it nice and steady. Short, a little bit late on the brakes into the hairpin. But Sean now getting a little bit of pressure from Martin Lee, who seems to have underqualified as he's caught Sean up pretty quick in this final. So Sean Thompson still leading this one. Martin Lee second. Those 2 guys 7 seconds clear of 3rd place. So big gap behind them. Sean and Martin through the carousel onto the hairpin and back onto the straight. 2 minutes down, 3-ish to go.
25.60 for Sean, 25.62 for Martin Lee. Nothing in at the sharp end, 7/10 split them as they go. Through the centre of the track they come. Over the first roller, second roller goes Sean Thompson. On the bank corner, he literally rubs that corner there and onto the main big bank corner. Going down the straight now.
Down the straight now for lap number 6. 25.02, good lap there for Sean. Extends his lead to just over 4 seconds up at the front. Martin Lee only 2 seconds ahead of Fraser. But those 3 guys are the only guys that are going to make it through for the extra lap as it stands. So Sean coming round the end of the main straight, over the square and up onto the back tabletop. Sean now extends his lead to 6 seconds, 3 seconds lead for Fraser, who Martin Lee's now dropped from the 2 spot back to the 3. So Sean would do well now to not throw this lead away. Built up a nice big lead of around 7 seconds. He's just gradually cruising round now, just middle of the track. .341 down, 1 minute 20 to go. Sean still leading. Martin Lee, though, and Fraser McLeod are your 2 and 3, and that's who we're following down the straight now. Only separated by just over a second.
Martin Lee alone the 2, Fraser McLeod in the 3.
These two over the back tabletop.
Between second and third. Cars number 5 and 1.
Fraser obviously the poleman, and this should have more pace, but he's crashed again. This run has been littered with little mistakes for Fraser, so he's switched back now and pick up Sean, and Sean only 35 seconds to go, so this lap and one more for Sean. This will bring it round for 10 laps, predicted in 10 in 20. Sorry, 12 in 10.
Number 2 of this year's BRCA 1% Off-Road Nationals.
This is Sean's final lap now. I think Martin will get through. Another Martin might not get through.
Tell your friends and family. RC Racing TV bringing you the live action from BMR, Bingham Model Raceway.
Through the carousel for the one last time, over the first of the sleeping policeman, over the second, back round onto the straight, and Sean Thompson takes the win in this K final, followed by Martin Lee. Martin Heward jumps up to 3 spots, so Fraser McLeod really did throw that one away by the looks of it. It doesn't look like he finished. So next we move on to A final leg number 1. So A final leg number 1. So I'm not sure if the guys at home have heard, but there was a little bit of consternation at the end of the last round. Something happened with Tom Phipps, and with his timing, and he didn't start when he should have done. I'm not sure if there was an official protest put in, but it all seems to have been sorted out, and Thomas Phipps does line up second on the grid. Ben Smith keeps his pole. Tommy Hall lines up third. Jamie Hall fourth. Josh Holdsworth fifth. Daniel Pole sixth. Charlie Saunders seventh. Lee Martin eighth. Archie Bowman ninth, and Matt Druitt rounds out your top 10.
Saying B finalists to Marshall, if you're not there, please. All B finalists.
Off and away. Ben Smith leads round with Thomas Phipps, Tommy Hall, Jamie Hall. Looks like all in regulation. A couple of shunts going into that hairpin as everyone checks up. Looks like Tommy Phipps got it a little bit wrong. Ben Smith is over, rejoins back in third. So it's Thomas Phipps, followed by Tommy Hall. Ben Smith rejoins back in third. Daniel Pole from the 6th spot to the 4. Jamie Hall down from the 4th spot to the 5. And Josh Holdsworth in 6th.
Not sure what's being done now. Just being told by race control cars back to the grid, please.
Oh dear. So we've had a loss of timing by the looks of it. Just doesn't look like it's going to be Tom Phipps's day today, because had issue in timing for qualifying and issue while he was leading leg 1 with the A-Fan. Just checking on, I think Matt Druitt adds to his tally.
So take 2, here we go again, let's see what these guys can do. Grid order back in position.
So Ben Smith gets a reprieve and gets another go at leading this one out. No one clouts the hairpin and gets stuck. So it's Ben Smith, Tom Phipps. Looks like an early mover in this one. Josh Holdsworth moving up from the 5 spot to the 3. So someone's lost out. It looks like it's Tommy Hall from the 3 dropped down. Ben Smith followed by Thomas Phipps. Daniel Pole looks like in 4th. No, yeah, it is. It's Daniel Pole in 3rd now. Josh Holdsworth drops down to the 4th spot. Charlie Saunders up to 5th. Lee Martin 6th. Tommy Hall dropped back. Archie Bowman, Matt Druitt and Jamie Hall dropping right to the back. But at the front three, Daniel Pole, Thomas Phipps and Ben Smith in reverse order. The hair down the main straight. Daniel Pole finished off Potteries with a really good run in 4-wheel drive, winning leg 3. And trying to put pressure on Thomas Phipps. 3 different car manufacturers, and Daniel Pole puts a move on Thomas Phipps. A little bit hard, but Thomas was wide, so Daniel Pole now sets about chasing down Ben Smith. 2 young guns from our National Series, and Thomas Phipps just behind. Won't be happy with running wide and letting Daniel through and giving him the opportunity to push him a little bit wider. So it's fast and furious at the front. These 4 guys, 4, 5, 6, but back up to 7 cars, only separated by the length of the straight. Only 2 minutes gone, 3 minutes to go. Ben Smith still holding off. Daniel Pole gets nubbled over by Thomas Phipps, but Tom Phipps waits. Nice courteous driving. But that's put Thomas Phipps on the back foot now as he drops down the field. But Daniel Pole still second, still got chance to catch Ben Smith. Ben being the class car in qualifying. Josh Holdsworth, though, your round 1 winner from the Potteries. Moving up to 3rd. Charlie Saunders up to 4th. B final winner at Potteries. Getting his series going, and Thomas Phipps recovering back up to 5th spot. Fighting down the straight, Lee Martin and Tommy Hall. Those 4 cars super close together, but at the front, Daniel Pole closing down Ben Smith. Daniel Pole's last lap, 21.83, best lap of the race so far, one of the best laps of the meeting, sub 22. Daniel through, gap down now, down to just under a second between Daniel and Ben Smith, but it's not really about time, it's about it's only a car width difference between Daniel Pole and Ben Smith. Daniel putting Ben under real pressure now. Ben looking to extend his wins in 2-wheel drive. Daniel Pole, I don't think has won a 2-wheel drive leg yet. Won a couple of 4-wheel drive legs and not won a 4-wheel drive or a meeting yet. So Daniel Pole trying to put pressure on from 6 on the grid. Underqualified maybe, judging by the pace he seems to have found, or have the AE guys found something? Or is it just because he's got more comfortable with the track as the day's gone on? But Daniel Pole now putting real pressure on local favourite Ben Smith. Daniel Pole comes up short there, and Josh Holdsworth is on his way. Daniel Pole looking inside and outside, only just, but the last, Josh Holdsworth is shocks off. Daniel Pole's behind, but this result's going to be under review because it looks like Ben Smith's pulled off.
And look who's coming through. Lee Martin from 8th
Daniel-
on the grid is up to 3rd.
Daniel Pole now leads it. Josh holds with his front left shock hanging off,
20 seconds to go.
holding on. It'll only be this lap for Josh Holdsworth, or he hopes so, because Lee Martin is closing.
Josh is going to come with that car. It's understeering.
Daniel Pole round for one more lap. Will he make it through? Daniel Pole makes it through.
Saunders sends it to the moon.
Josh Holdsworth just holds on by 0.05 with that front shock hanging off. And just
holds on to second, and Daniel Pole. Not sure what's going to happen with this result, but we call it as it is on track. Daniel Pole crosses the line, and he's a winner for leg number
so Daniel Pole wins leg 1. Not sure if that will be called though, as the referee is going to be in on this one. I'm not sure who's reffing, because Daniel Pole and Duncan Pole and Simon Smith both have a vested interest in this, and they were both the referees. Ben and Daniel have come down the rostrum. All seem like smiley, happy people. We'll try and get Daniel maybe to give us his take on the story. It's not raining here now. It's bone dry, so can only assume the camera does have something on it. We did have a flurry of some form of, I think it's local pollen or something a while ago, so it might be that's across the camera. Waiting to see if there's any repercussions from that incident on the straight. But it was a great race between those three guys. I'm not sure what happened to Josh, whether just nuts fell off or did he collect part of a car? I'm not sure. But something fell off. And Josh Holdsworth only just finishing, but he definitely finished second. Lee Martin definitely third. Tommy Hall fourth. Charlie Saunders. Ben Smith. And Thomas Phipps did not finish, so all to play for in last two legs for Ben Smith. Thomas Phipps just doesn't seem to be getting the rub of the green today. Something happening in the last leg, the last round of qualifying, and something happening in the first leg of the A final.
So this is a G final just being gridded up. Still waiting on marker point 9, please. 9 from the pay panel, which is Nicholas Harwood on marker point 9. Still waiting on marker point number 9, please, which is Nicholas Harwood, number 9.
Yeah, so Matt Truitt is his second A final. Archie Bowman moves on to 3.
I'm still waiting on marker point 9 from the pay panel, which is Nicholas Harwood on marker point number 9, please. Nicholas Harwood. So Nicholas Harwood, being forward for marker point 9, please. Nicholas Harwood. Wherever you are, can you marshal, please? Nicholas point number 9. we go for the J final. J for Jamie Banks, our pole position man. Nice time start. The leader has a bit of a tumble coming off that big jump. Lots of big wind doing that today. BRCA off-road track.
So J final two-wheel drive, completing one lap. Jamie Banks. No, it's not. It's Riley Butler. Two car from Stephen Harley, Jamie Banks, Ashton Pari. So Riley Butler, our hero from round one at Potteries, had a great result there. Not quite as good a result here today. Maybe Potteries' home track. But Riley looking good in in definitely round three. Didn't really see much of him in round four, but he's bringing that.
Scoreboard down. It's off the track, which is the main thing. No one was underneath it with any cars. Someone give my hand. Here's Brendan.
So sorry about that. If you heard that noise on the mic, that was a scoreboard falling down in the far corner. Wondered what the heck it was. But car 3, Stephen Harley now leads this from Ashton Pari, Jamie Banks, Aaron Carberry and James Gibbs. Those three guys now making a little bit of a break away from the rest of the field as they come round the carousel through over the two sleeping policemen back to back. Down the straightaway, and it's still Stephen Harley just from Ashton Pry and Jamie Banks. James Gibbs joining the party in fourth, and those four, a little bit of a gap now between the next three. But I'll lead two. Stephen Harley and Ashton Pry, Jamie Banks. Top three, all just within the same camera shot. Ashton makes a mistake but gets it back on its wheels just and brings it down. So now Jamie Banks into the two spot. Stephen Harley a little bit of a break. Only just, but Ashton Pry catching back up straight away after that little mistake. But it's not going to be too close. They're not too far apart across the line. Only half a second this time across the line. Stephen Harley, Ashton Pry side by side into the hairpin, and Ashton goes big and takes the lead from Stephen Harley. Stephen Harley now needs to do the chasing. He's been the chased, and now he's got to do the chasing. Chase down Ashton Pry, but he looks like he's underqualified. 24.2 his best lap. 20, and sounds like the scoreboard's down again. But Ashton Pry leads this one over. Not going as big now. Didn't need to go for the overtake, so now driving well within himself. Ashton Pry round over the two sleeping policemen back onto the straight. Just him and Stephen Harley now really a chance of winning this. James Gibbs a little bit too far back, maybe 4 or 5 seconds back from Stephen Harley. But Ashton now stretching his legs at 24.01 last time by. No one else has done a lap as fast as that. So Ashton now pulling away to the tune of half a second a lap from the guys behind him. Skillfully avoids that crashed car, and that seems to have collected Stephen Harley. So Stephen Harley got even more work to do with 1 minute 10 to go. Ashton Pry now just over 3 second lead at the sharp end, but it looks like he's going to be the only one to get through for a 13 lap run. So 55 seconds left. Ashton from Stephen, from James Gibbs, Paul Jenkinson and Jamie Banks round out your top 5. Look back and try and find where Ashton is. He's doing a donut just after the big jump, and that's going to give Stephen Harley the chance of catching him up. Be able to just see him out the corner of his eye, will Stephen, and that'll give him all the more incentive to chase him down as he comes down the straight. Gap now down to probably just over a second between the two. It'll be maybe they'll just get through for one more lap. Ashton is predicted just to get through. Steve Harley is predicted just to miss out. So unless Stephen Harley can pull out half a second on this last lap, it'll just be Ashton running around in a victory lap. So Ashton gets down the straight now. Steve Harley gets caught at the line. 12 in 5.001. Ashton Pry has the track to himself. Great drive from 6 on the grid for Ashton as he comes around and can even afford a little mistake.
Sound Stadiums, give him a cheer. Wins your J final. Go a couple of people to help repair the scoreboard, please, from BMR or BRCA.
Can we not put, you know, if you put a cable tie through there and around there?
Okay, clear the track, please. We're going to send these cars for a warm-up lap. Clear the track. Those guys are way off the track. No one should be on that racing line.
Does one do it?
And Marshall's handover. So, on the grid sorted out.
So they've sorted out the scoreboard. Just looks like they're finishing touches, and we'll get underway with next final. Your I final.
I actually thought where you were going to nail it was up this. He was so in the back of his car up there. Both of those sections, if he was smart.
So I-final led away by Scott Follington, Mark Keane, Lee Spate, Mark Christopher, Andrew Luxford and Paul Ragg. Pitmates from Mid-East. They find themselves in the I-final. Scott Follington leads us round. Nothing in front of him, so needs to try and get away, and looks like he's making a little bit of a breakaway on lap 1. And his gap just under a second, but Mark Christopher drops back to the third. But Bowden.
Absolutely on it. So not sure if Bowden's got his yellows or his silvers on at this meeting, but he's doing very well up to 5th position now. Mark Christopher made a mistake.
So Scott Follington down the straight, Lee Spate, Mark Keane making amends for his early mistake, jumping back up to the 3 spot. Bowden from the 10 spot up to 4. So it looks like Bowden's been sandbagging again, and maybe after a trophy. But Moves over then. There's a motorway up the inside of Bowden, but back to the front. Scott Follington, after that little mistake from Lee Spate, gives second up to Mark Keane, and Scott tries his best to not win this final by clipping pipe after pipe. And that gap that was nice and large after a couple of laps is now back down to only just over a second, so no time to rest on his laurels. As Scott comes round. And second place now, wanting to give Scott that victory, so back up to third. Well, second spot is Lee Spate, so he's had a couple of goes of being second. Bowden round still there with a pink and white car in fifth. But Scott Follington moves away now, and he's got a gap around 3 seconds. Pops a bit of a wheelie at the end of the straight, but gets it back down and gets it turned in before he ploughs into us at commentary corner. And Scott Follington round over the back tabletop. But that second, third and fourth race is your race that's on. Scott's got this one, so we'll drop back now for second, third and fourth. That's Lee, Mark Mitchell and Mark Keane. So Lee gladly rolls out of the way, and Mark Keane and Mark Mitchell now jump up to the 2 and 3 spot. Lee gives it all up and drops down to the 4. So Lee Spate now with a bit on his own, and he now parks it up. So Mark Mitchell and Mark Keane, but Scott Follington now, everyone else is handing this I-final to him on an absolute plate. So he's now 7 seconds up the road from these guys. So 3 minutes down, 2 to go. Scott Follington down the straight. This time keeps all 4 wheels in contact with the Astro. And Scott's round over the main jump at the back. Scott 24.64. Mark Mitchell though, fast lap. 24.04 last time by for him. But Scott Follington's got a sub 24 in his pocket if he needs it. But with a 7-second lead, I very much doubt that Scott is going to need it. So we've dropped back to Mark Keane and Mark Mitchell. Mark Mitchell gladly spins out at the end of the straight, giving Mark Keane a little bit of a breather. So back up to the front again, Scott Follington. Minute to go. Those tyres getting a little bit old. Don't think anyone will put new tyres on for the I-final. Probably just be running on the tyres that they did 2 of the qualifiers on. No, I haven't really checked with anyone to see what the tyre wear's been like and what they thought of the 2 set rule here at BMR. Scott Follington brings his car over the sleeping policeman onto the straight. 24.52. So should just get round for this lap and one more. He'll be the only one that does. Mark Keane and Mark Mitchell. They're separated by 3 seconds. So Paul Ragg and Emily Heward are the closest battle on track. A few cars back, but we're just going to follow Scott Follington round as he now crosses the line for his victory lap. No one else will get through for their extra lap, so Scott Follington now from pole. Not been headed many times in this I-final. He's tried to throw it away, but the guys behind it have thrown it away much better than he has.
Lee Stokes will take it from Mark Christopher. Actually 9th and 10th, but Scott Follington coming down the straight and round.
Scott Follington takes the win in the I-final, followed by Mark Keane and Mark Mitchell.
Great drive in there from Scott Follington. So after the G final, G for golf, is A final leg number 2. Which is the G final? Loads of drama from leg number 1. I have no idea what the result even was. We scored it on track. Lots of things being dealt with, I believe. So A final leg 2 coming up after the G final. They shouldn't have stopped that.
So as the guys bring their cars round. See, H final, two-wheel drive, G final, then the second leg of the A. Sounds like there's still some issues with the first results of the first leg of the A. Hopefully we'll get to find out what has happened before the first or second leg of the A starts. And any penalties, if they need to be applied, have been applied. Not sure what the outcome is yet. We'll go nip over and see if anything's happened that we need to know about to inform you guys at home about. So Kevin Bishop leads us round. 3 wheels on his wagon in an earlier heat. Well, did lead us round, but it looks like he's had a shocking start. So Kev Bishop really likes doing things the hard way today. So it's Andrew Shillito across the line. Followed by Evie Thames, Brett Birch, Chris Elworthy, Andy Manning, Kev Bishop up to the 6th after I saw him drop all the way down to the 10th. Not sure what happened to him. But Andrew Shillito has also been a quick car, but he's over on the corner tabletop. And no one wants to win this one straight out of the block. So who we got leading this now? It's car number 4 of Evie Thames. So again, I think Evie's not had the best qualifying today, but can right some of those wrongs in this final. As Evie now brings it round carousel. Close proximity, Brett Birch, then Andrew Shillito, Chris Elworthy and Andy Manning. But the battle up front is between Evie Thames and Brett Birch as they come round past commentary corner. Andrew Shillito making his way back up to the 3 spot, only just about half a second, and he gets tangled up with Brett Birch. Those two need to get that sorted out because they're just letting Evie cruise away with this one. And Evie now has almost the full length of the straight lead over 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And that looks like Shillito, Birch and the Elworthy car. Car 9, Ryan Preston jumps up to the 5. But Evie Thames has a big lead. Full length of the straight last time by. See if this time it doesn't look as big this time round. And it's not. It's been cut. The gap's been cut by a good half the length of the straight.
Chris Elworthy.
But that won't bother Evie Thames.
Approaching half race distance. Car number 4, Evie Thames leading around. Andy Shillito trying it closer and closer. But he's got his
So Andy Shillito closing down Evie now.
He's closing in on
Had
Andy.
really good pace. Brett Birch closing down and gets down the inside of Andy Shillito, leaves an absolute age of a gap to the apex.
Brett Birch, Andy Shillito, top 3.
Birch and Shillito doing battle for second and third, and this will be letting Evie get away a little bit again.
This is a chance for Evie Thames to get the hammer down and try and pull away while they're battling
But just as she tries to get away, these two seem to be able to push each other along to catch her back up again. So Evie Thames, best lap 24.4, but the other two guys have done a 23, so Evie needs to find about half a second to keep the pressure off herself. But Brett Birch is on the rear gearbox of Evie Thames. Andrew Shillito on the rear gearbox of Brett Birch, so these three kind of being better behaved than the last leg of the A, or the first leg of the A final down the straight. No contact between these guys. Brett Birch. So all three of these showing each other nice, respecting some good driving from these three at the front. Podium looks like it's going to be sorted out between these three guys, but Evie just put Brett Birch puts a real good move on Evie, but Evie's trying to fight that and drag race. Evie just gives him the corner and then plows. And Andrew Shillito, though, doesn't care about what's happened in front of him because they're now behind him. And Andy Shillito comes down onto the straight now. A little bit of beef now between Evie and Brett, so we'll probably follow Evie and Brett round because Shillito is. These two are going to get into each other a lot now. Red mist is down, and it looks like these two are going to give each other a good old battle to the finish, and it'll be return to sender, I think, in a minute. But Andrew Shillito, easy 15 seconds to go. Might just get round for one more lap by the looks of it. It's going to be close at the line. But Brett Birch and Evie Thames, they were separated by 1.2 last time round, and they're still probably separated by that now as Andy Shillito gets across the line. So he'll be around on his victory lap as Brett Birch and Evie Thames. No, Brett Birch makes it through as well. So Evie Thames gets caught at the line. So Andy Shillito just has to battle off Brett Birch this one last lap. Just get it round, no mistakes, roll every jump. And the win in the H final should go to Andrew Shillito from Brett Birch and Evie Thames.
So Andy Shillito taking that one from Brett Birch and Evie Thames. So yeah, Marshall's just hover around for a moment. Marshall just hover around for a minute.
Now got the G final, two-wheel drive. See the Charlie Simmons car. Looks like the Lomax car, Charnock car, Matt Hodges. Those two. Jack Mills White in this one. Recognise quite a few cars from earlier heats. I think also that's the Tris Neal's car, Jim Dixon's car. This one should be easy to call, as I recognise a lot of the drivers' colours straight away in this car, in this final, sorry.
Yeah, whatever. Was I in front of you? Yes, I was.
Marshall's changeover if you haven't done so already, please.
So Matt Hodges leads the way. Cameron Wells definitely underqualified. I had Cameron down as maybe a possible D finalist today, but I think home track, and he's just overdriven just a little bit. The Lomax cars see up to 3rd spot. So it looks like the Charnock car up to the 4th spot.
So, pole position leads us round. Matthew Hodges from Cameron Wells.
So Hodges, Wells, Trisneal, Charnock. Followed by Luke Thompson. So Mid-East represented well in this final. Jack Mills-White dropped down to the 10th spot. So he's got...
First and second coming around. Little bobble over there from Matt Hodges.
Looks like Jack Mills-White has a problem at early doors in this final. He's leaving himself a lot to do. Never mind, Jack. Keep it going. So Matt Hodges, Cameron Wells, 2 leaders in shot here. Over the corner tabletop, around the carousel. Nothing between them on the last lap. And they get caught up, and Cameron Wells takes the lead. Matt Hodges followed by Trisneal. So Tris, but he then clouts a pipe, and these guys just don't want to have a clean run and get away from the pack. Cameron Wells over now. Matt Hodges collects him and collects a Marshall. So this is just an absolute mess. And so Trisneal moves up from 3 to the lead, and Tris overshoots that corner. But Tris, Schumacher designer and team support for the off-road guys, leads this one round.
Jim Dixon, Lee Charnock, Tom Hayward and Jack Mills-White, you're forward in order. Down the straight goes Trisneal.
Tris now 2 minutes down, 3 to go. First 4 cars now almost in the same shot. No one's really getting away, but Luke Thompson, the big gainer from 9th on the grid, up to 2nd. And Luke Thompson definitely underqualified. He should have been a lot higher up today, but only really got 1 good score in qualifying. So needs to take some notes from brother Matt, who's not with us this weekend. I think he's off somewhere else enjoying himself. But Luke, oh, and Cameron Wells just barges his way through. No holds barred there, and he's through to the lead. Cameron Wells now leads from Matt Hodges. Trisneal drops down to the 5, 6, 7 spot. So Tris has had a shocker there. And so we're back to the start of this race now, where Cameron now leads from Matt Hodges. 3 minutes down, 2 to go.
Cameron Wells down the straight he goes. 1 minute 45 on the master clock remaining.
Cameron followed by Matt. These 2 guys only separated by just over a second.
1.2 now the lead for Cameron Wells at the sharp end. So Matt Hodges still giving chase to Cameron Wells. Very little between those 2.
We drop back to the battle for 3rd and 4th. This is our closest battle on track between Luke and Charlie Simmons. Charlie Simmons with the Yokomo car, he rolls it over. So Luke Thompson now into the 3 spot, and Cameron Wells extending his lead. Cameron has a quick car, genuinely quick car. 23.02. I think he's just, like I said, overdriven during qualifying today, and should have really qualified a lot higher. And probably had him down as like E or D final today. Well, that's where I thought he would go. But just a little bit of over-exuberance on your home track. But Matt Hodges dropped back 1 car, and that's Matt Hodges now. 2nd. Our poleman has done everything he can. He's had a good day today, Matt. I think probably qualified away. I think he's had a good meeting. But with 30 seconds to go, closest battle on track looks like Luke Thompson and Charlie Simmons. As we go back to our leader, Cameron Wells. 23 flat last time by. So definitely got pace in the driver, and the car just needs to work out how to unlock it under pressure during qualifying. The top 5 cars are going to get through for 13 laps. as we come round down to finishing time. That looks like the Lomax car stuck.
As you cross the line.
Cameron Wells brings his associated B7.1 round
Couple of corners to go. Down the straight he goes. Cameron
to win by
Wells,
around 4 seconds from Matthew Hodges.
Matthew Hodges second. Luke Thompson is your top 3. So, final leg number 2 coming at you next. So drivers will be announced onto the rostrum for your final leg number 2.
Definitely.
Yeah. I had front row seats at the carnage. And they took out my ankles.
Thank
So
you.
the marshals swap over
Yeah,
while
I had
they're
moments of
announcing
greatness and
place
moments of
and
lows.
marshals,
It was interesting. Yeah, I kept it, you know, stuff was happening.
It's for the audience.
Yeah. No, I had a moment of like, I'm in the lead and then yeah. I blame all the wind. I kept getting the jump bit wrong and then I flip pipes and stuff. I'm like, fine. My talent was really the issue. So. But it was practice for tomorrow anyway, so you know I'm ready now. That'll be great. Did you have fun?
So let's get the drivers on the roster for the final two-hour drive today here at BMR, round number 2 of the 110 BRCA Off-Road Nationals. So give the drivers a big cheer and round of applause as we call them up. So call the drivers up in reverse order. So give them a cheer as we call them up. 10th place on the grid, driving for
I like to watch it.
Buggy National Racing and X-Ray NATS Fluid. Ninth place on the grid, driving for Schumacher, Archie Bowman. Archie Man. 8th place on the grid, driving for X-Ray and Alamar, Lee Martin. 7th place on the grid, driving for Team Associated, Charlie Saunders. 6th place on the grid, driving for Associated, Daniel Cole. 5th place on the grid for Schumacher, Josh Alter. 4th place, driving for Team Associated, Jamie Hall. 3rd place, also for Team Associated from the same family, Tommy Hall. 2nd place on the grid, driving for X-Ray, Thomas Phipps. And first pole position on the grid, driving for Schumacher, Ben Smith. So lots of action, lots of drama in leg number 1. These guys trying to reset and focus and get that out of their heads if it wasn't good for them. And they're going to go on leg number 2.
I am still waiting on Jack Mills White to Marshall Point 8. Jack
So like I said, didn't sound like anything's been done, so I think the result of leg one has stood. Computer's still showing that Daniel Pole won leg one, Josh Holdsworth second, Lee Martin third, Tommy Hall 4, Charlie Saunders was 5th, Archie Bowman 6, Matt Druitt 7, Jamie Hall 8. Ben Smith.
While we are doing that, I've not had a chance to check it yet, but the result from any final leg one, your winner was Daniel Pole. Josh Holdsworth second, Lee Martin was your top three. On leg one, number 3 legs.
So Ben Smith, Tom Phipps, Tommy Hall, Josh Holdsworth already up a spot. So someone's made a little bit of an error so early on.
They're going to be fully focused on leg number 2. It's 2 from 3 finals to count. So
it's Smith from Phipps, Hall, Josh Holdsworth. Jamie Hall is the one that's dropped back. Daniel Pole holding station in 6, trying to get it up the inside of Jamie Hall, but can't make a gap, make his way through. But at the front, Ben Smith, Thomas Phipps, and Tommy Hall doing battle, but the 2 green cars making a break for it, trying to leave Tommy in their wake and trying to remedy their first leg where they finished 9th and 10th, so they need to get their A final underway right now, and with only 2 legs to count from the last 2 legs, they need them both. Thomas Phipps flirting with the pipe there, just managing to get away with it, but out of the front, and he doesn't get away with that one. Thomas Phipps is over, and that's going to drop him right back down to the 6th spot, or 7th spot actually. So Ben Smith now has a lead, clear lead over Tommy Hall. Good friends, but there's no friends on the racetrack, and Tommy will be looking to hunt Ben Smith down, but Ben Smith really has had the pace in the car this weekend. Just a couple of errors have stopped him with a clean sweep of donuts. Tommy Hall clipping a pipe, and Josh Holdsworth now instantly on Tommy Hall's case, and the biggest winner here could be Josh Holdsworth, because with a 2 from leg 1, and if he could get a decent position in this leg, that could be like a 2 or a 3, and that would be guaranteeing Josh, but he's stacked it into the hose. So Charlie Saunders makes his way through. Daniel Pole through now, so Daniel making slow, steady progress in this one. This is what he did in leg 1, just made slow, steady progress, picking people off one by one. As we follow around Saunders, Pole. It's like it's Josh Holdsworth, then Lee Martin, but Ben Smith and Tommy Hall clear length of the straight lead. Charlie Saunders clips a pipe and gets hung up, but gets away with it. Danny Pole nearly clouts him, but Danny goes big, and that was lucky. And Thomas Phipps pulls out again. So he's just not having the rub of the green today. Don't know what's going on, but I think whatever happened in the last leg, the last round of qualifying, has really upset his rhythm today, and he's just driving angry. But Ben Smith leads us around the carousel. Tommy Hall now around the carousel, so that gap is now about half the length of the straight. So 2.5 second lead. Charlie Saunders and Daniel Pole, they're making headway from 7 and 6 on the grid. Saunders and Pole now both dropping into the sub 22 second laps. Ben Smith only on a 22.2, closing him down at a rate of about half a second a lap. And we've got 1:40 remaining. So Charlie Saunders trying to put the pressure on first Tommy Hall, but also trying to put some kind of pressure on Ben Smith, but I think he's too far back to put any form of pressure on him. There's Tommy Hall on screen. Down the straight now. 1.6 second, 1.7 second lead.
from Josh Holdsworth.
Josh Holdsworth up the inside of Daniel Pole. So these guys, so like I said, Josh Holdsworth already with a 2. The forward go nicely with that 2. Daniel Pole has a win, and a win with a 5 would also be 6.
Josh, I can do this any minute. Try going down the straight. Look at the power from Josh Holdsworth. Takes it back again. Round the outside there. Oh, has a little bubble.
But up at the front,
Lee Martin says, you guys get on with it because I am chasing you down. Headlights are flashing there from Lee Martin.
it looks like Ben Smith only just now has only half a second or so lead over Tommy Hall right at the front.
Josh Holdsworth, Daniel Pole, Lee Martin and Jamie Hall down the straight. Tommy Hall closing in now a little bit on Ben Smith up front. So while I was watching that battle in the mid-pack there, Tommy Hall now closing
almost. Final lap now for Tommy Hall. Can he push or pressurise Ben Smith into a mistake? Archie Bowman's over, both guys clear him. Charlie Saunders clearing it also into 3rd. But the pressure's now on Tommy, putting pressure on corner after corner. Only 5 corners left to go. 1, 2, 3. And Tommy goes big and crashes, but not going to lose any position. And Ben Smith wins leg 2. So Ben Smith's meeting starts right now in the finals. Josh Holdsworth holds off a fast charging Daniel Pole for 5th. Lee Martin rounds out your top 6, all top 6 guys on 14 lap pace.
Okay, you've been told the result stands and is confirmed for leg number 2. So well done Ben Smith, Tommy Hall, Charlie Saunders, your top 3. Tommy Hall, remember breakfast is on you for Luke Thompson tomorrow morning. So we now move to F final, is it? Yep. I do know my alphabet.
So your A final as it stands at the minute, we have Daniel Pole on 6, Tommy Hall on 6, Josh Holdsworth on 6, Charlie Saunders on 8, Lee Martin on 9, Ben Smith on 10, but he has a 1. Daniel Pole also has a 1. Archie Bowman on 15 in 7th, Jamie Hall on 15 in 8th, Matt Druitt on 15 in 9, and Thomas Phipps on 20. 10th place car. So Thomas Phipps not having a great set of finals. Don't think he'll be wanting. We'll be able to find out what's gone off there. But the win is between any one of 4 cars. So Daniel Pole, Tommy Hall, Josh Holdsworth can all win this meeting, as can Ben Smith. Charlie Saunders also not out of it with a 3. Neither's Lee Martin with a 3. So any one of your top 6 can currently win your A final 2-wheel drive. I recognise that car. It's a Proctor car. It's the Will Speed car of James Proctor out front. Alex Pyatt, Ewan McLeod, Andy Woods, Peter Craig, Kevin Hodkinson, Liam Robinson. Hattie Thames is in this one, along with Jamie Long. But Proctor making a breakaway on lap 1 with a Will Speed car.
What a blistering start, Graham Lyle. How did you get through from 8th on the grid?
But Graham Lyle is the big winner on lap 1 from 8th up to 2nd, and he's already putting pressure and contact with the Proctor car. But everyone's getting into each other now, and Graham Lyle goes from hero to 0. in the space of 2 and a bit corners with a little bit of contact, but Proctor now running second. Peter Craig up from the 5 to lead this one. Hattie Thames up to the 4 from 9, and Jamie Long also making good headway from 10th up to 6th.
From the 9 spot. So Graham Lyle and Hattie Thames absolutely charging through the field.
So Peter Craig now down the straight, followed by Proctor. The poleman Proctor looked good. A couple of little bits of contact had dropped him down. No real fault of his own. Just got a little bit wide and then got collected, and that's cost him a couple of places. But he's fought back and he's back up to second now. Hattie Thames up to the 4, but now I guess Hattie will be up to the 3 spot as we saw Woods make a mistake, but it's not. Liam Robinson from the 7. So no one really wants to finish third, it would appear. But Peter Craig and James Proctor making good use of this and stretching their lead. It's almost 3 corners now and will be pretty much the full length of the straight and maybe the sweeper. And it is. It's a full length of the straight and the sweeper for your lead 2 cars. Peter Craig and James Proctor need to work this out between them. 3 minutes to work out who's going to win. No need to do it now, just wait till the last lap. Just make sure you 2 are the only 2 on the final lap. And Peter Craig rolls it over and he's now in the clutches of Liam Robinson. So Proctor now leads by probably around 2.5 seconds from James Proctor in hot pursuit. Liam Robinson, 7 car. Woods now back up to 4th. Hattie Thames has dropped back down to 9. So guys sorting themselves out. But round the carousel goes Proctor. 2nd and 3rd, your battle for 2nd and 3rd between Craig and a crashing Liam Robinson. So, like I said, no one really wants to finish 3rd in this one. And Liam Robinson somehow recovers to still cross the line in 3rd. But it's close between him and Woods now. Ewan McLeod also in close proximity, but up at the front, James Proctor, Peter Craig. Proctor's just pulling away lap after lap, letting the guys behind him make the mistakes. He's just keeping it rubber side down, middle of the track, with 350 down, 110 to go. 3rd, 4th and 5th. Liam Robinson, Andy Woods and Ewan McLeod. But those 2 are getting together now, and again they get together, so Liam just needs to back off a little bit there. But as he's dropped down from 3rd to 6th with a couple of bits of contact. James Proctor now 23.87 last time by. Not the fastest in this heat by a long chalk, but he's just doing consistent lap after lap. There or thereabouts, mid-23s. And he's just keeping it rolling. And looking to win this F final, which is good points. We close for F2 points at the end of the season, which you can get from a national series. You can get F1 points, or get your F1 license, sorry, and F2 license. They're the only 2 licenses you can get from the national series. But F and E final is where you want to be to get your F2 national license. F1 licenses are reserved normally. It's the top 33%, I believe, of the people that do 4 rounds or more. So it's normally around 40 to 42 drivers get their F1 license at the end of the year. But James Proctor takes this win. And good points towards his F2 license. For 2027, Peter Craig finishes 2nd. Andy Woods, after giving it away a couple of times, finishes 3rd. So now we have your E-final, two-wheel drive. If I recognise anyone going around to see Panasar car. Looks like Matt Dodd.
Okay, yeah, Marshall's hand over, please. Marshall's hand over, thank you.
So Ben Stevenson, Chris Foster gives them, I think that's Ashton Pryte.
Ben Stevenson leads us round.
It is. Right, Adam Pryte.
Chris Foster in the 3.
But it's Stevenson from Pryte. Foster gets tangled up, and I think that was Reese Ward's car, and it was. So up at the front, it's Stevenson from Pryte. Reese Ward, Chris Foster, Charlie Rhodes, Halliwell, Dodd, Elliott, Miller and Panasar. Ben Stevenson, E-final, well, leading this E-final round.
Matt Dodd, Ben Elliott, Richard Miller and Manny Panasar.
Adam Pryte being quick and has a very fast car down the straight. Reese Ward with his X-Ray up to third. Chris Foster, our Yokomo team manager, up to fourth. But these three are getting away as Chris Foster looks to be backing up the rest of the field. Ben Stevenson, Adam Pryte, he just needs to line that straight up a little bit earlier and he could get past with that horsepower in that Schumacher car.
Ben Stevenson, fine pull away, Adam Perry trying to go and take the lead and Reese Ward right there. You can chuck a blanket over these three. To the bank corner they go. Reese Ward looking up inside, what they're doing there. Adam Perry, what a move through Ben Stevenson he goes. Adam Perry up to the lead now.
So Ben Stevenson, Reese Ward, Adam Pryte now to the lead.
So Adam Perry fast car out from Ben Stevenson, not too far behind.
Adam Perry down to sub 24 on the last lap, and he's at that pace all the way through qualifying. But mistakes like that, and then Ben Stevenson collects a crashing Adam Perry, and then oh dear, I have no words for that. But Reese Ward doesn't really care. Now he's got a 1 second lead over Ben Stevenson, the top 5 now, top 6 now, all close within a couple of corners of each other with that. Bit of a nightmare from Adam Pryte. But Reese Ward should be able to pull away. Reese been going well over the winter. A little bit unlucky at Potteries, but Reese now chance to stretch his legs in the C final and get away. 23.52 last time by, 23.36 new hot lap. Nope, scratch that. 23.22 from Ben Stevenson. So Ben Stevenson's not given up any hope of winning this final yet. He's chasing down Reese Ward with a Schumacher car. So it's X-Ray, Schumacher, and Charlie Rhodes and Matt Dodd with his X-Ray. Up to 4th from 9th on the grid.
in now. 1 minute 45 to go. This is getting closer and tighter.
So Ben Stevenson definitely not giving up. 23.88 last time by, and takes nearly a second out of Reese Ward.
A little bit wide there, but holds on to position.
But Reese pulls away, getting a nice clean line over that corner tabletop and gives himself a bit of breathing room. About quarter the length of the straight for Reese. 1.5 seconds clear of Ben Stevenson. So Ben needs to find those 23s again, but Reese Ward finds a 23.01 last time by. So he's had enough of Ben closing down and decides to put his foot down. But he's clouted the pipe. Avoids Ben and then clouts the same pipe again. So Ben Stevenson. Pressure has told from Ben Stevenson, and Ben Stevenson now. And Reese hits another pipe. No, Matt Dodd from 9th on the grid up to 2nd. D-finalist at Potteries was Matt. Doddy cruising round, letting chaos ensue around him. He's with only 25 seconds to go. It'll be this lap and one more for the leaders. All the way down to 7th will get, or should get through for the extra lap. So Matt Dodd's got to hold it on for this lap. Clips a pipe, gets away with it. Charlie Rhodes closes that gap down. Richard Miller also waiting to pick up the pieces if these two tangle. But Matt Dodd round over the corner tabletop through the hairpin. But we're following now Ben Stevenson on his final lap, keeping one eye on Matt Dodd and Charlie Rhodes in the background. But Ben Stevenson brings it round. Doddy is through. Doddy holds on from 9th on the grid to finish 2nd. Great result for Matt Dodd. So making good progress to get his F2 back after a few years out from racing. So Ben Stevenson wins that from Matt Dodd. Charlie Rhodes, Chris Foster and Richard Miller round out your top 5. Adam Pariah after the corner of all corners. Wheelie, crash, wheelie, crash. And he did.
So, D final coming up. D for Destruction Derby. You've got the top guys, so we get your ankle smack really fast, as you'll need a lot of ice on that ankle tonight. This is the D final. Huh? Yeah, he got some apparently.
As Reese Ward goes past it, and that is the face of dejection through what can only be described as an easy race win away, and ends up 10th.
Marshall handover, please. Marshall handover.
I know exactly what happened. I watched it. You lost it in the corner before, that's why you were so tired. I know exactly what you did.
So we now move on to the D final. See Stanton up there. Got Ruben Russell also up there. It is. So Harry Saunders leads us round. Great driving from Harry today. So let's hope he can convert that great driving he's been doing in qualifying to a great run in the final, because from pole with a clear track in front, he's looked like when he's got to the front of his heat, no one's going to lay a glove on him. And this is what he needs to do. Get away lap 1 in the books, and it's a 23.3. So he comes out the blocks 1.3 seconds quicker than anyone else on that first lap. So Harry Saunders smoking round, and he's gone. So we'll follow second and third between Ewan Mulcahy and Kyle Moon. Ruben Russell also in close proximity. Blue car with yellow wheels just behind these two in fourth. But these two and three, Kyle Moon and Ewan Mulcahy. I think that's Pete's son. We're going to talk to Pete. We might try and catch him tomorrow morning, actually. Talk about how they found last national. But Harry Saunders, 23.3, 23.27, 23.3 average. So he's just in cruise mode, and let's hope that continues for this full final. We want to watch back, although we're not showing you where Harry is at the minute. But Kyle Moon, Ewan Mulcahy, and Ruben Russell 2, 3 and 4. So your front four are as they started in grid order, and Ruben Russell's now making his move with the yellow wheels and the blue car in the background, just gradually coming into shot, and over goes Ewan. So Ruben's up to the 3 spot. So two young guns, Harry and Ruben from the associated team. Future's looking bright for those two, especially young Harry, knocking on the door of the C final in a national this year. We'll soon be asking brother Charlie to pull over out the way. So Harry down the straight, another 22.89, so just getting faster and faster, and he's just driving, be in that mode where he just doesn't know what's going on. He's just driving around and everything feels so easy. Kyle Moon 2, Ruben Russell 3rd. So good result for Ruben Russell coming up, D final. Harry Saunders 23.11. So just to put it into perspective, he's going to finish around 9 seconds clear if he goes on at this pace. He'll be putting in a time that his elder brother Charlie will be proud of if he carries on at this rate of knots. And there's 13 in 1. Remember, only a few guys did 14 lappers in qualifying, so if you do a 14 lapper, you'd have been top 5 or 6 pretty much in every round. So that's the pace that young Harry's got. He's got potential A final pace in this car around this track today. And that's something young Harry needs to have a look back at when he watches this race back. What he can do is proper A final pace, and that's great to see from a little crash, but it doesn't matter, he's back on his wheels. Only lost only lost about a second, still got over an 8-second gap to Kyle Moon. Ruben Russell still having a good result in 3rd. Ruben comes down the straight now. But we're just going to follow Harry Saunders round as he continues to cruise around this D final. But 2 and 3, and Ruben's clattered a pipe, and he's dropped back to about the 4 or 5 spot. So Kyle Moon, after his early mistake, still gets back on track in 2nd. And it's Stantz now. No, Stanton up to the 3. Kyle Moon 2nd. Ruben Russell 3rd. So looks like it's going to be between Stantz and Ruben Russell as we come into 25 seconds up with this lap and one more. But Kyle Moon is 9 seconds behind Harry Saunders. And Ruben Russell sends it past Gareth Stanton, but up the front, Harry Saunders with this lap, final lap, is going to be a 13 in under 5. So this is a top 10 round. Just a couple of pipes, and what could have been in this run could have been an almost 14 lapper. But congratulations, Harry Saunders, an excellent win in the D final.
Kyle Moon in the 2. Ruben's had a mistake. Oscar Keen's going to get 3rd. Roger took good 4. Ruben Russell drops to your top 5.
So Ruben Russell, last lap, one to forget, losing 6 seconds, dropping in from 3rd down to 5th. But Harry Saunders is 13 in 5. You look at that in the A final, he would have beat Tommy Hall in leg 2. He would have beat his brother in leg 2. Tells you how fast it'd be.
So, C final coming up next. Keep off the track at the bottom there, please. Off the track. Over to race control.
I said to him earlier, I said, maybe if you dominate the D5, I might do the biggest stage. He's been driving for his dinner and he's got it. You can definitely tell he's related to Charlie. Just driving for his food. Yeah, it is. Yeah. He doesn't mind. He'll eat a bit of cat food now and again. He does eat it. He does. Yeah. But if there's anything left, you know who's...
Are you all right down there, young man? You're closer to the camera now. You can video as well as...
So just spoke to Ruben Russell then. Best meeting here that Ruben's done. And he's super happy, even though on the last lap clips a pipe. So if he's happy, then hopefully Dad will be happy. 5th in the D final. Good result towards a possible F1 for young Ruben. These kids are just getting faster and faster. So your C final, Luke Holdsworth leads this one round. A finalist from, or double A final, no, didn't make the A final in 2-wheel actually, it made the A final in 4-wheel at Potteries. So Luke, this one he'll be looking to throw this round away, but still we'll be trying to learn something and work out where he went wrong in qualifying. But it's Holdsworth from Mark Anthony Jones, Evison, Marn, Galley, May, Venables, Tomlinson, Dylan Richardson. Great result for Dylan. Said we'd probably see him in the C, and we have. And Jacob Tomlinson also in the C final. So those two guys getting good points towards an F1 at the end of this year. And Dylan was predicted to be up at the top end of the C, and he was in qualifying. A little bit of a rough start, but we'll soon get that, make that back up.
So Luke Holdsworth checking out 2 seconds clear up front now.
Someone's into the pipe, and I think that's David Scott is into the pipe. It's Luke Holdsworth from Mark Anthony Jones, Chris Evison and Marn. So Evison and Marn know each other well from the northwest region. Colin May, Galley, then Venables, but down the straight. Luke Holdsworth now has a full length of the straight lead from Mark Anthony Jones. Chris Evison and Stuart Marn in hot pursuit, so those 3 guys all in shot right now. Luke's 22.63 is fast lap and last lap, and he's the only one in the 22, so showing that he could and possibly should have been in the A final, but didn't make it count in qualifying, and that's when you need to make it count. No good being fast car in the final when you should have done it in qualifying. So Luke Holdsworth predicted a 14 lapper. Only guy to have done 14 lapper quicker than Luke in finals is Daniel Pohl. So this is showing you how fast Luke's car is.
Absolutely on it. New hot lap for himself, and he's just 1 second behind Luke Holdsworth.
So after that little mistake, Mark Anthony Jones closes in, and they're now both in the same shot over the back section. 23.09 last time by for Madge. And Madge now with the X-Ray car. Long-time Schumacher driver, but now driving for X-Ray. Closing down old teammate Luke Holdsworth. Stuart Marn also with the X-Ray car. a few seconds back, and that lapped car, I think that's David Scott, moves out of the way. But Luke Holdsworth now starting to stretch his legs. 22.67 mark. Now Madge has no answer to that, and it's a 23.04. So it's Holdsworth. Just getting it wrong. It's all risky, that line. If you jump that little bit too far, and car checks up, it really scrubs off a load of speed and gives you no corner speed for the hairpin afterwards. So Madge now into the sub 23 with a 22.98. But we've seen that Holdsworth still has a 22.6 in his pocket.
And he's getting closer and closer.
Holdsworth screams down the straight now. Schumacher car very fast. So it's going to be between these two with a minute to go, we think. Stuart Maughan's a little bit too far back, but Holdsworth has a quicker car, but every time he makes that jump a little bit too long, the car checks up and Madge just closes in. It's 23.1, 23.0. Previous time by 23.3, so 3/10 takes out the lead, and now the lead is down to what, 2-3 car lengths between Luke Holdsworth and Madge. These two guys looking at only just missing 14 lap pace. So will it be this and the final lap for these two guys? So through on 12, they're not going to get through for a 14, so this is it, the last lap. Luke gets it right over the jump, probably chumps it just a little bit shorter and a little bit safer. So 5 corners to go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but Madge tries to send it down the inside, but oh, Madge, does he get him on the line? Exactly the same time.
You've got a little bit of a problem here. Your times are identical. And therefore, because you're car 1, you still win. That's what the computer showed me.
So, both guys finish on exactly the same split time, 2.45 seconds. Looks like it goes down to the 3 decimal places. So Luke Holdsworth just wins it on a 3rd decimal place.
Wow, what a finish. Backed it off for the boss and still beat him. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, the screen says one thing, the printer says another.
Yeah, and on the other screen, if you look, it's Mark Anthony Jones that wins it.
Eugene Galley.
It could be a steward's inquiry after the race for this one.
The computer, from what Rob Nelson told us 20 years ago, does go to the next decimal point, but we don't see it. So it must be that Mark Anthony Jones, by the thousandth of a second, has taken quite a lot of stuff. Luke Holdsworth, he's done any job.
Yeah, I've never been on anything like this. Your installation, please? One of them, mate. One of them.
So now your nearly men. Seth Shillito, Everest, or Poleman, unlucky. Had lots of pace in the car all day and a great drive. Not going to say unlucky then. I think the A final is one of the highest scoring A finals we've seen for a while, and because it's been the same guys occupying the same positions all day.
Absolutely dead time.
And then the carnage ensued, because Oscar was behind you.
So Seth, your poleman, looks like Isaac, 2. So we've got a 2-minute call for someone on from Rostrum, so they're allowed 2 minutes. So fine, let's just check the grid. And it's Seth, Shillito Everest from Isaac McFadden, Callum Ackroyd Bench, Oliver Natras, Hudson Knight, Ewan Tumulty, Freddie Thompson, Aaron Nash, Holly Eldridge and Ryan Clark. It looks like it's Harley that's called for 2 minutes. But just to remind you guys at home, A final coming up next. The permutations are pretty outstanding, where anyone from the top 6 can still win the A final. Ben Smith currently has a 1 and he lies in 6th place. Lee Martin has a 3 and lies in 5th. Charlie Saunders also has a 3 and lies in 4th. Josh Holdsworth has a 2 and a 4. Tommy Hall has a 2 and a 4, and Daniel Pohl has a 1 and a 5. So those 3 guys on 6 points, but Daniel Pohl, by virtue of having a 1, currently has, pardon the pun, pole position for winning it. But he starts the weakest on the grid at 6th. Ben Smith still has pole position for the last leg of the A, and with that 1 from leg 2 can still win this one if he has a nice clean flag to flag victory. Harley and Brian run back. Looks like they've got the car fixed.
On the way, Harley's car is coming to the track.
She doesn't get warm up that, so Harley straight to the grid. Lining up 9th. So just a reminder, it's Seth Shillito Everest, your pole man. Great run in qualifying. Unlucky not to make his first national A final here today, but I'm sure that time will come in the very near future. Isaac McFadden, previous national A finalist, and those 2 are away. Second and third backing up the rest of the grid, but Seth is off and running and trying to gap the field on lap 1. See the pink car of Hudson Knight in 4th. It's Callum Ackroyd Bench, whose colours I didn't quite recognise. Those 4, a little bit of a gap, about half the length of the straight. From Thompson, Aaron Nash in there, Ollie Natras in there, Harley and Ryan Clark bringing up the back. But Seth's made his, I think, made his first mistake, and then Hudson jumps it off the track. So Isaac McFadden now leads us round. Callum Ackroyd Bench in the 2. And it's Freddie Thompson, Seth. Looks like Ewan, then Hudson, Aaron, Ollie, Harley and Ryan. Ryan just waiting to pick up the pieces as this B final looks like it could get messy in the middle. As it gets 6 cars occupying not much track space. But out front, Isaac McFadden, Callum Ackroyd Bench, Freddie Thompson and Ewan and Hudson make a little bit of a break. Aaron and Harley, I think they both made the B final at Potteries when I spoke to Mike earlier on. He's happy, but it looks like that's the Okomo car of Ewan that got hung up on the pipe. But out front, it's Isaac, then Callum, Freddie, Hudson just in the back of shot with a bright pink car. So those are your top 4. To follow around Isaac with the Schumacher car, black wing, easy to spot when someone has a completely different colour wing to clear. But your fast guy on track at the minute is Isaac. Freddie closing in by 2/10 and Callum on that last lap. Hudson dropping back just a little bit, but out front still Isaac, almost full strength of the full length of the straight lead this time by from Callum, Freddie Thompson, Hudson Knight. Isaac brings it round across the line for his 7th lap. 23 flat, 22.83, so Callum inching closer. A couple of tenths a lap he's taking out of Isaac, but a couple of tenths and a 1.5 second lead. That's going to take him almost the rest of the 5 minutes to catch him. So we're now 3 minutes down, 2 to go. And who's over? That looks like Freddie Thompson's over in the background. So Hudson Knight promoted to 3rd. So Hudson from 5, pink car, easy to spot. No body shell painting skills required, just one rattle can for Hudson. But if you're used to it and that's super distinctive, why not? And Isaac is over. So Callum Ackroyd bench with the Yokomo now to the front. Hudson Knight up to the... Hudson Knight back up to the... still in 3rd. Isaac, though, drops to 2nd. Freddie Thompson still 4th from 7th. Aaron Nash moving up to 5th from 8th. But at the front, it's Callum.
1 minute to go. They're pushing themselves along nicely. They're catching.
So Seth Shillito Everest has dropped all the way back to 10th after a great start and great qualifying. We'll look to recoup for tomorrow, and he's now down back up to 9th, but we'll look to recoup tomorrow. But Isaac down the straight. Hudson now over. So the front two have changed again, and Isaac now got to chase down Callum with 35 seconds to go. Closing down 7/10 of a second a lap, so Isaac pushing hard. 22.5 best lap, 22.5 his last lap. So is he putting another one? 22.64. Callum finds a bit of pace. Sub 23. But it's going to be this lap, no more after this. So it's this lap or nothing for Isaac, and he's only got 5 corners to chase him down, but I don't think the gap's big enough. And Isaac pushes it too hard and is over, but gets put back on his wheels in time. Hudson over. So Freddie Thompson moves up to 3rd with Hudson's crash on the last corner, but Hudson gets a great result in 4th. Aaron Nash 5th, Holly Eldridge 6th, Ryan Clark 7th from 10th on the grid. So steady drive from Ryan. 22.69 though for Ryan. Good fast lap. Just I thought it'd be higher up the grid today. So as we go into last leg of the A final.
So while we get these ready for the A final, leg number 3 is coming up. Let's take a look at the overalls after 2 legs. So tied currently for the win, Daniel Paul, Tommy Hall, Josh Holdsworth all on 6 points. Daniel Paul took leg 1. Ben Smith took leg number 2. So Daniel Paul is in contention, Ben Smith is in contention. Tommy Hall with a 2 is also in contention. Josh Holdsworth also with a 2. Charlie Saunders with a 3. Lee Martin with a 3. It's all to play for.
So just confirming, any of the following guys can win the A final. Daniel Pole, Tommy Hall, Josh Holdsworth, Charlie Saunders, Lee Martin, Ben Smith can all win it. Thomas Phipps does not go.
Okay. Thomas Phipps, car number 2, we believe has gone home. If anyone can confirm otherwise, is needed. Yep. Okay, so grid slot is empty on car number 2 spot then. Can we have marshals on point, please? Marshal on your point, please. So we have 9 cars in the race. And about 4 or 5 drivers in contention for the win and the podium across pretty much top 7, I believe.
So no time, I'm just going to call it as we see it. Smith from Hall. No Thomas Phipps, remember, he's gone home already. Holdsworth up to the 3, so protagonists have all moved to the front. Jamie Hall is the only one of these front guys that's not really got a chance of winning the meeting. So Daniel Paul needs to dispose of Jamie Hall as soon as he can to get on the back gearbox of the 3 cars in front. But Jamie's going to do everything he can to help his brother win, but he lets Daniel through, and Daniel's now on the gearbox of Josh Holdsworth. So 1 and a 4 would really help Daniel Pole. That would mean that the guys in front would really have to sort themselves out, but Ben Smith still in pole position to win leg 3 and win the meeting by virtue of winning leg 2 and leg 3. So all he has to do is win this leg. Just say all he has to do, but that's just the simple maths in his head. And Chris would have just told him that doesn't matter about how you win it, just win it. But the easiest way is to win it by making it easy on yourself by driving a nice clean race. And Pole thinks about going up the inside of Josh, but I think that earlier contact in one of the previous legs just meant he backed out of that. As we follow down the straight on Smith, then Hall, Holdsworth and Pole, but Pole's under pressure now from Jamie Hall, so must have had a little bit of an error on that lap, but time to close back up the gap to your 3rd and 2nd place cars. But 1 and a 4 be pretty close to a certain podium, but Ben Smith still leading this one. Tommy Hall wins this one. What would he have? He would have a 1 and a 2, and Ben Smith would have a 1 and a 2, so it would then go on fastest time. So it depends if this leg is faster than the one that Ben Smith won in leg 2. So time could come into it if these two reverse the order, but Ben Smith leads and just clips the pipe. He's just trying to drive safe, but sometimes you drive safe and you end up driving too tight. And that's what he doesn't need to do, but he's backing all the other guys up into each other. Don't know whether he's doing that deliberately, but Holdsworth and Pole have... And Dan and Josh have dropped back now, so it's Smith, Hall and Jamie Hall moves up to the 3 spot. Jamie, what does he have? He has only a 7. So not really in contention, but a good leg for Jamie to get a 3rd. So we look to the front. So it's 1 and 2. So Tommy needs to put the pressure on Ben Smith, force him into an error, or make a clean pass. Good friends. But these two racing now for the win, only 2 minutes left. Just quite simple now. Tommy just needs to find a way past. He's jumping over the pipe on the corner there, and that's... Ben Smith sneaks away, 22.12, so he pulls out half a second a lap.
Over Tommy Hall, quickest man last time through was Jamie Hall, closing in on the pair ahead of him.
But Ben Smith still leading as he comes round onto the carousel. Jamie now closing down on brother Tommy, but I don't think Jamie's going to get into Tommy. He's going to make sure that Tommy has all the chance he can, but Jamie's on Tommy's gearbox already. Ben Smith cruising away now. Looks like he's got this one in the bag with a minute to go. Jamie's not giving Tommy an easy run. It looks like Jamie's just going to keep piling the pressure on brother Tommy. So I don't know if Tommy's got a problem with his car, but Jamie has found something. But Ben Smith now pulls away, and he now has a lead of around 3 seconds. He's doing this, done it the hard way by winning legs 2 and 3, but Ben Smith now 25 seconds to go with this lap, and one more for Ben Smith. Favourite to win this meeting, being one of his home tracks. This and Robin Hood are 2 of Ben's local tracks, but he's still got to do it. And we go to RHR next after this, but Ben Smith driving round now but Tommy Hall getting closed down by brother Jamie, and Josh Holdsworth is up the inside. But right at the front is Ben Smith, who crosses the line, wins the leg and wins the meeting. Second, third and fourth, Tommy Hall, Jamie Hall, Josh Holdsworth. Daniel Pole finishes fifth.
Wow, what a race, what a finish to the meeting. So provisionally, that is the result. We will wait for race control to confirm it. We'll give you your top podium positions. Thank you all. Two-wheel drive is in the box. Four-wheel drive action tomorrow. So your confirmed result is in for the A final. Your winner today, two-wheel drive, will be Ben Smith. Winner legs 2 and 3, the round of applause as you're clearing away. Tommy Hall is your runner-up in second place. Daniel Cole is your podium top 3. So podium drivers just called you out. Ben Smith, Tommy Hall, Ben Smith, Tommy Hall and Daniel Cole with your cars, please, for some photos.
Yeah, take care. Oh, they just go back to the car. Cool, mate. I'll see you during the week at some point. Yeah. Alright. Take care. I was just scared to take it out. It is chilly, isn't it? Put Duncan's jacket on.
So you have Ben Smith,
Genuinely better.
Tommy Hall, and Daniel Cole.
Every time I started on the outside, and he just would do that. It was a good drive from Jamie then. Really good.
So, Ben Smith, you don't like to do things easy, do you?
No, if I thought potteries was hard work, this was a lot worse.
But come away with the win in two-wheel drive?
Yeah, I'm happy. I feel like I drove quite consistently all day. I didn't have many errors throughout qualifying, and I was always there or thereabouts. And I thought the finals were always going to be hard on this track.
Yep.
There's lots of it's very easy to make an error, I'd say. So I knew it was going to be hard, and then but happy to come with the win.
Yeah, I can say it's probably your home track. Would you say?
I guess so. Yeah, we have we're lucky we have a lot in this area, but I don't come here too often. But yeah, it's somewhere I've driven for what it's been here maybe like 10 years now. So you do kind of slowly learn, and you know yourself. You can only drive at a certain speed here. Yeah. You can't go over the limit. It'll just bite you.
Yeah,
so.
And I think that's what a lot of people chasing you down. In that last leg, it looked like you were driving well within yourself.
Yeah.
Looked like it got a little bit tight in the middle, where you're driving a little bit tight, a little bit close to the apex, and then you seem to free up again, and then you managed to pull away and let the other guys make the mistakes.
Yeah, I think Jamie did a favour for me, and he kept Tommy occupied for a bit for the last few minutes.
I didn't know if there was something wrong with Tommy's car, but Jamie came like a freight train, catching him up like a second a lap, and then he was on his door. Yeah. But those two didn't get into each other, which I thought they were going to. I
Yeah.
thought, no, so Jamie will just like back off and let Tommy get away, but
Yeah.
no, didn't give his brother any quarter. But no, congratulations,
Thank
well
you.
done.
Thank you.
On to 4-wheel drive. Expect
Yeah.
more of the same tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm already seeing this hip in here and thinking it's going to be tricky. But
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll be good fun for us.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Take care. Good
See
luck
you
tomorrow.
What can you do, eh?